trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study, part of the zero waste program, to see what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study.
So people are going through your trash. So people are going through your trash. They're sorting the trash. There are companies going through your trash. There's people sorting trash. It happens, and this is what they do. 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 They're sorting the trash. There's people sorting trash.
I wouldn't want my bag to be one of those bags.
This is what they do.
I wouldn't want my bag to be one of those bags.
They do. It happens. This is what 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 they do. Happens. This is what they do. It 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 happens. This is what happens. This is what happens. This is what they do. It happens. This is what they do.
Bags of trash, and trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study, part of the zero waste program, to see what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study.
So people are going through your trash. So people are going through your trash. They're sorting the trash. There are companies going through your trash. There's people sorting trash. It happens, and this is what they do. 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 They're sorting the trash. There's people sorting trash.
I wouldn't want my bag to be one of those bags.
This is what they do.
I wouldn't want my bag to be one of those bags.
do. It happens. This is what they 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 do. Happens. This is what they do. It 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 happens. This is what happens. This is what happens. This is what they do. It happens. This is what they do.
Bags of trash and trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study, part of the zero waste program to see what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study.
So people are going through the trash. So people are going through the trash. They're sorting the trash. There are companies going through trash. Sorting the trash. There's people sorting trash. It happens. This is what they do. 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 They're sorting the trash. There's people sorting trash.
I wouldn't want my bag to be one of those bags.
This is what they do.
I wouldn't want my bag to be one of those bags.
They do. It happens. This is what 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 they do. Happens. This is what they do. It 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 happens. This is what happens. This is what happens. This is what they do. It happens. This is what they do.
Bags of trash and trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study, part of the zero waste program to see what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study.
Right, everybody.
I can't find it. It's not
I was
there.
trying to
Oh, there it
wait.
is.
So there we go. Hello.
Wow. What an intro. What an intro.
Welcome to another edition of Worcester Council Theater 3000. We're back, baby.
We are back.
We're
Everyone's back.
from hiatus. We missed you all. My camera's not working, so I got a shitty one. And big surprise, everybody. I got something for you.
Ooh.
Roman's in the house tonight. Look at him.
Roman's in the house
There
tonight.
it is. Broadcasting live from my
Everybody's
mom's house.
Have a
And
good
Roman
time.
is sitting next to me, and he's going to be playing tonight. And I'm just I missed you guys.
I missed you too, man.
Yeah, it's been strange, even though we've seen each other in the like a fair amount of time.
We've
for
had to
3
see
weeks.
see each other. We've had to see each other in real life, which
Yeah.
is just not as good.
No, that
Yeah.
sucks.
It's-
That's for the
yeah.
birds.
Yeah. It's,
Uh,
yeah.
Too
And we
meager.
missed everybody on the stream too. We missed you all. Chat, we love you. And there's yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about tonight. Certainly. Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much for the resub. Everybody, give us a resub tonight. Let's get a hype train going early and often. How about that? How about that? Because we're
How
going to
about
need
that?
something to get us through this, because I think this is going to be a weird comeback tonight. What are we thinking?
Long one.
This is going to be a long one. This is
Yes.
absolutely going to be a long one.
I think we're looking at a are we looking at a 2-hour public comment?
Well, if they let it get that,
Yeah.
they let it go that
Right.
long. If they haven't figured out some way to get rid of that too. I mean, obviously the big thing on the agenda is getting rid of public petitions, saying that only councilors can file public petitions, even though councilors don't file petitions. They file, orders and other items, and petitions are specifically supposed to be from the public. But, Mo Bergman wants to make sure that people never show up to city council ever again, so he can, concern himself with how to move that big square statue. That's all he wants to do with the city council job, is how to move that statue over by Doherty so it's closer to the road.
That's all he wants. And yeah, George Russell trying to make sure that only landed gentry are allowed to a voice in city council.
Oh, that's his order about whether
conflict of interest.
Oh yeah, conflict of interest.
Well,
Oh, see, I
people-
read it the opposite way. I read it as like, should I have been talking about it? And
Well,
stuff?
there's certainly that aspect of it, but it's the way it's written is that, it's both sidesing it. Which
Okay.
Obviously, people that own landlords have a much bigger, incentive. They have a much bigger upside to fucking around, with this stuff than a
Right.
renter does. And for you to say that somebody that rents can never talk about anything to do with housing, seems pretty
True.
pretty flipped.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Kimber. Roman's right here. You'll see him throughout the night. He's just off screen.
Another one we got is Kate Toomey, first order on the agenda. I should pull the agenda up. So the city has a new agenda management system, and it's mostly bad, but it's you can one click and download the supporting PDF of whatever item, which is pretty cool.
Mm.
But there's no more municipal calendar that functions in any real way.
Yeah.
And you can only search items back to 2021. After that, you need to file a public records request. So
It's all of this. They literally just want everyone to leave them alone.
yeah, stop caring. Why is everyone caring? Right?
It's frustrating.
Yeah, it's I hate it when people give a shit. That's why I got into democracy. That's why I got into the democracy business, because I just can't stand it when people voice their opinions. Okay, I was
Yeah,
saying it's
yeah.
better, but now I can't find where to find the agenda. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, anybody?
I hate the update.
Anybody? There's certain things that you need an account for in this Prime Gov portal, but I haven't figured out how to make an account. Has anybody figured out how to make an account? No. Okay.
No.
We're all just fucked.
Nah, yeah. This is what they wanted. This is how they want it.
Yeah.
So exciting for them.
Very good. Good for you guys. What else? Oh yeah, Mill Street report vindicated. 18 months of crash data. It's way safer than it was.
Who would have guessed?
Colleen West is going to have a hell of a time spinning that one.
Mm.
It's a deep state conspiracy to inaccurately total up fender benders.
It's just better. Like, I travel it every day, multiple times a day. It's just better.
Yep.
Right.
I'm sure we'll still talk about it for 3 fucking hours tonight, though.
Well, because so many people like drove on it like the week after they switched it, and were like, "Look, it's all fucked up," and didn't ever, like go any further than that. Like that was all they had to say.
Yeah.
So now
I
don't
can use
realize
this
that
to get mad at a woman.
right. People have gotten used to it now. People stopped, driving in the parking lanes quite as much.
Oh, I get passed once every 2 weeks because I stay 30 miles through there because I don't know. That's the way I drive. And about once every 2 weeks, I'll get passed on the right side. Someone will drive through the parking into the bike lane.
Yeah, we're just ungovernable in this place.
But the first week, it was, everybody
Agreed.
doing it.
Agreed.
And now people are actually driving close to 25. And
The speed limit signs on the road still say 30. That's something I have a little a hang up on. If they're going to be 25, they have to replace those signs because no one's going to believe a lawn sign in the middle of the median of the citywide 25.
Well, the other problem is too, like the official signage is, and the official policy is citywide 25 miles an hour unless otherwise marked. So technically right now, legally, I would say Mill Street is 30 miles an hour. Yes, yeah, they need to, but people are driving slower. And if people actually drove 30 miles an hour the problem was people were driving 60 miles an hour.
Oh, easy.
Yeah.
So like, and the other part, I still see people being like doing the argument like, well, oh yeah, look at all the bikes that are out there. Look at all the fucking bikes that are out there. They're doing it up here now on Burncoat Street because they just added bike lanes. And I just keep telling like, what if I told you that the goal was to slow down traffic? They redesigned the roads to slow down traffic, and the bike lanes are a bonus.
Why would you do that?
Does that change your perspective on it at all, or are you still a fucking idiot?
Are you still just an asshole?
Yeah. But also counterpoint, there's absolutely cyclists using these bike lanes.
Of course. Yeah.
I see tons of people. I see kids out there.
Right.
It's dope. I get a huge smile on my face when I see a big group of kids riding in the bike lane.
Right.
Because those are kids that would be in the street. And whatever. We live in a city. We got to share the roads. But it always made me nervous when the kids ride in the street.
Right.
We don't want them riding in the street unless they're in a pack of 50. And then hell yeah.
Then we love them riding the street.
Then go for it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So yeah, we get to unhash Mill Street again.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I can't wait. What else?
Don't turn on the sound. I went to twitch.com and they have live sound going.
If you can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star Spangled Banner.
So, for my music production career, first of all, I ordered a little drum set mat that you put on your desk so you can and thinking about live performance maybe in a couple months of the council songs, and I'll be able to Blue Man group it. I'll be up there pretty sick.
That would be incredible.
Second point, I wish there was a way for me to get like the raw audio of these meetings like recorded real time. So if I hear someone say something stupid, I can just cut it right then and there.
Or like straight sample it.
Yeah. Like how do I get it running into, I guess I could run it on a different computer into my DAW, I guess. Yeah. And I have another computer. So, okay. All right. Never mind. We figured that one out.
Solution solved.
Boom.
Solution solved. We love it when we love a solution solved.
I was hanging out with friends at a campground one weekend, and we had a very drunk friend say that when he moved the firewood, he said, "Solution solved."
Oh,
and
solution solved.
Became
That's awesome.
one of my favorite sayings ever. Yeah, nobody needs
Still
to hear
singing?
the Star Spangled Banner. Yeah,
It's so crazy that they're on this agenda where they are going to try to advance the idea of stopping people from being able to file public petitions. There's like 120. There's like 8 pages printed out of public petitions on this.
Okay, we'll do a
It's
roll
like,
call.
what are you
Right.
doing?
Here. Council Calorio.
Here.
Council Agia.
Here.
Council King. Here. Council Merle Carlson.
Here.
Council Nguyen. Council Ojeda.
Here.
Council Pasillo.
Here.
Council Russell.
Here.
Council Toomey.
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. We have the approval of the minutes for 5A, B, and C. All those in favor?
Someone put a bunch of
So ordered.
pizzas out on the agenda coffee table.
We have
Oh,
public
that's cool.
participation. Person may speak for no more than 2
That's
minutes
sick.
on items appearing on the agenda. Mr. Clerk, are we all set?
Mr. Cork.
Mr. Quark?
That's all right.
Oh, I got another annoying music production thing. Check it out, Theremin.
This is what I'm very excited about.
That's it.
What?
39.
So, Mr. Mayor, Rule
It's
39,
unwieldy.
items of public interest. At every meeting of the City Council under public participation portion of the agenda, the chair shall recognize any persons seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the City
That's awesome.
Council on any eligible item on the agenda. Would that mean both in person and remotely? Any person who wishes to speak on more than one agenda item shall combine their testimony on all items
Bill, how much is one
at
of those?
one appearance.
Very reasonably priced,
The time for speakers shall not
$130.
exceed 2 minutes for any one speaker.
Worth every
or 30
single
minutes
penny.
For all speakers.
Okay. Names
There's
to the residents.
it is the most unwieldy piece of music equipment I've
Fred
ever
Mason,
had.
Worcester.
You
So
cannot do the
items,
same thing twice.
A, no, wait.
Whoa, Fred!
A.
It looked like he drew his own checkered shirt.
8A W and 8AX.
I dig it.
All.
It's like- it looks like a
dealing
skate
with
shirt.
Handicap parking.
Looks
right
like
over
a
here.
Saul LeWitt
I
piece.
could be corrected, but I think there's.
What am I?
four
What am I, a
handicap
mass
spots
mocha?
Right along here, right at the corner and coming right over here.
This
I
is
could
how
be wrong
he
with the
plays
number, but
4D
it seems to
chess.
me
And it
Yeah, there's
fits
4 of 'em.
like a hospital
So,
gurney.
because the item here is asking for 2,
Or like
so.
whatever.
I'm
Is that
not-
what the? Or is it scrub? No, scrubs are what
I would
nurses
think
wear.
maybe they could stand
gurney
for
is what
handicap spots on
the
this
patient
side of the
wears, right?
building,
Yeah.
The
on the
gurney's
Front
the,
Street
the
side, but I think
vehicle.
we're all good on the Franklin Street side. I could be wrong,
The gurney is the vehicle.
and I don't know the number of it here. I kind of lost my place here about asking that they change the
Yeah,
way
is the undershirt zebra
petitions
print? Kind of
are-
looks like it. Oh no, that's a lanyard.
What's that? Okay,
Go ahead.
13P, but
Troubler,
I
the company that
guess
makes it is
they're trying to
Styrofoam.
change the way the petitions
Check it out.
are written up, by the people. And any change in the petition standard in which we file a petition kind of sounds to me like control.
Thank you.
You heard?
What's your name, say your residence?
I love him.
And I-
Yes, let's go.
Andrew Marsh, 212 May Street, Worcester,
is my fucking boy.
Massachusetts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rise in opposition to agenda items 13B and 13C. Here in Worcester, we the people have the ability to directly petition our elected city council for redress of grievances. To even humor stripping us of that process, to take away the closest thing we have to a direct democracy in a city of over 200,000 people is only
Hell
the
yeah.
latest instance in a disturbing trend of what can only be described as security theater. Just like the recent gatekeeping of the public from so much as being able to exist in this public building without giving a reason or utilize its amenities, this will do nothing to benefit the public or enhance our civic and democratic participation in the city of Worcester. This evident pattern of disdain for those who dare to exist and participate in the municipal affairs of their own city must come to an end, and it must be reversed until every single resident who desires to participate is not only not blocked, but is appreciated for their time and energy. Now, before I yield back the balance of my time, I feel obligated to point out one more thing about the security here in this city. Mr. Mayor, you forgot to pass out the popcorn.
Dude.
fucking roasted. You got roasted.
Imagine getting lit up that bad.
I want to
Alright.
start by
There's only one
reading
person
page
I would ever
375
hand
of the
over
expanded
Mr.
agenda
Suggs
for
to,
tonight
and
that
that
most
is
of the general
Andrew
public will not be able to read because they do not have the time
Do you
to
think
dig
he'll
through
do
that
a
much.
guest spot?
It's nestled very deep in it.
Yeah.
It says,
Hey,
the city manager
breaking
be-
news,
is
everybody. I
hereby
don't want to make
requested
anybody jealous,
to
but me and
request the
Andrew
city
Marsh are hanging
solicitor
out
provide city
tomorrow.
council with an opinion as
didn't invite
to
me?
whether a counselor
You can
or
come
a
now- you can
counselor
come
who
hang
has
out.
immediate
Oh, yeah, you're
family
inviting me
who is a
now.
landlord
Well,
or
this is
tenant
new.
and
This is new
therefore has a
plans, dude.
financial interest receives
What's
or
going
pays
on?
rent must
just
recuse
getting
themselves
together,
from all
just
matters affecting
chilling.
housing and rental
We
cost
met on the
controls.
bus. He
This is clearly
he rode on my
problematic.
bus one
We
day.
would
I said,
lose
"Hey, I'm Brian.
quite a few members of the council to be able to vote. If
You're
that were
Andrew.
to
I'm a big
pass,
fan." And he
or
said,
if
"Oh,
a
sick."
petition were to
And
come and that were to
now
pass.
we're gonna chill.
I'm also concerned that it doesn't take account of the councilors who
That's
have
awesome,
vested
Brian.
interest in some of the investors that come through Worcester. I also want to talk about 13B
yeah,
and
the
C.
AC's on. He's just looking very
13B
pleased with
and C
himself.
stand to make it extremely hard for people to civically engage. If we have to rely on our counselors to submit petitions on our behalf, we run the risk of having to speak to a counselor that doesn't care what we say or blocks us in public domains. These counselors may not center their constituents' concerns. I think this is an egregious attempt to silence Worcester residents, and I urge the council to consider that and not pass it. I also want to speak for a little bit on 11G.
Almost
I want to
no.
commend
I think
Councilor
Christian
Pasillo on,
is the only at-large
asking
counselor
if the
that's
city
ever
can
answered
consider
me.
these community grocery stores, take a lot of pressure off of the organizations that typically
What do you mean
feed
by answer?
needy families in Worcester,
Like,
the grassroots
so I
ones,
sent an
and allow the
email
city
about
to
an
lead
issue
and serve
to
its
every
community members with care and
at-large
integrity, which it
counselor,
doesn't typically do.
and he's the only
Thank
one that
you.
ever acknowledged.
Thank you.
I've done it multiple times. He's the only one that's ever acknowledged me.
I'm Keith Linares, number 1 Germain Street. I'm deeply concerned and troubled by items 13B and 13C. True democracy is in peril. Our federal government has been restricting fundamental rights like freedom of speech and the right to assemble across this country. So it's profoundly troubling that our own city would be considering similar measures. Like many cities, we struggle with civic engagement. Less than 20% of registered voters participated in the last municipal election. And we should be doing everything within our power to increase that. Residents
right. Come to
already
Steal the
have so
Wire.
few opportunities to
Thursday,
meaningfully
July
engage with
31st.
democracy locally. As it stands today, counselors often can't adequately and equally respond to all residents' calls and emails. I know I've made numerous calls and emails over the years without any direct response. Counselor Pasillo has been a
Brian just
notable
said that.
exception for her responsiveness. Public petitioning is one of the few remaining ways residents can truly be heard. Limiting it stifles valuable ideas and experiences and disempowers residents. This action would also further consolidate power with the city manager. By increasing their administrative burden, counselors would become gatekeepers, incentivized to squash challenging petitions and protect the city manager's narrative. They bear the brunt of resident engagement, but gain no real power to influence action. In a
John
city of
doing
our
the
size,
stink
power
face
should be
back there, like,
distributed
oh, yeah,
more
this
fairly
is hitting.
from the top
Yeah.
all the way down to residents. If the next city council has the same tendencies as the current council and public participation in the process is further limited, the local paths to engaging in democratic systems will be turned into dead ends. We
Damn.
must
What a-
ensure
this is a
every
good-
voice
this is
is
a good
heard
public comment
and
so far.
everyone's ideas have a chance to shape our city's future. Yield.
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 Hello, my name's Ann Bureau. I'm a resident of Worcester.
And remember, anybody
I'm here
that
on
is
behalf of
down
the
there
Worcester
tonight
Affordable
or
Housing
does
Coalition.
public comment
The Worcester Affordable
online,
Housing
if
Coalition
you
is a
call
group
Mo
of
Bergman a big
advocates,
bald
community
fuck,
leaders,
there's
residents, and
a
social
cash
service
prize in it
agencies
for you.
dedicated to making Worcester a place where every
Not
resident
joking.
has access
Literal
to
dollars.
safe, affordable
Yeah.
housing.
like
We are very
50
grateful to
bucks.
the City Council
Whoa.
for
Yeah.
That's not nothing.
exploring ways to
That's not
alleviate
nothing.
the housing
That's
crisis,
Mr. Moneybags
which is
over here.
unbelievable. And we would welcome the opportunity
It's coming out of our
to
Twitch
share
payments.
what we are seeing on the
Oh,
ground
okay.
with housing
I'm
challenges.
Mr. Moneybags.
Yeah,
While we
exactly.
agree the preservation of NOAA units in Worcester is critical.
And I was
No, online
to
I was
counts.
ensure any
consulted
such
about that
program
decision
include
as well.
guardrails to ensure
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
tenants
you were
are
part of it.
protected.
Yeah.
We also would like to share some
Are
other
we
ideas.
talking about expanding the big
Our
bald
top
fuck budget?
concerns and
Like,
recommendations
if everybody
are
does this, we're
to
going to be
include
out
guardrails
lots of
to
fish.
No,
ensure
no,
tenants
it's first
in
per-
NOAA
first
units
person to
are
do it.
protected and
You weren't
treated.
there. You weren't there for the.
Units must
Yeah,
be
you
able
didn't
to
hear
code
the
in
meeting.
order to get and keep the tax credits. Units
Oh, yeah,
should
that's right, you weren't there.
prioritize
You know
residents
called no show to
below
that. I was kinda
60%
pissed.
AMI. Please, please. Preserving NOAA is
no, but I heard
important,
about
will
it.
not provide the immediate relief that Worcester residents need today at the scale of what it is needed. And many of us are fighting for rent stabilization across the state, which is desperately needed. Tenants are being displaced and forced into homelessness because rents are rising quickly and dramatically, and this policy will not help those tenants already overpriced in housing.
I forgot about that. We're
The
doing
recent
tax break
housing
for
production plan
slumlords
includes
too.
tenant-focused
Oh, that's
strategies,
right.
which we agree is
That'll
the right
keep the rents
approach and
down.
should be urgently pursued for taxpayer investment.
It's
And the city
so
should
bullshit.
This is
prioritize
so,
ways
that,
to
like
limit
this is a
predatory rent
this is a perfect
increases, especially
encapsulation
by
of like
corporate investors.
why
As a
like,
longtime social worker, the rents
candy
are now
is
over
such a
$2,000
fucking
month.
waste.
We
Like-
don't even know what to say to families. So
it's just so
great.
like
Thank you
it's
for
so
trying to address it.
stupid.
Thank
This
you.
is your plan. This is your big plan to like
Good evening.
make people
Sheila
like not
Pearson,
think that you're a
Worcester
Trump
resident,
supporter, which you are.
addressing Agenda 11F.
Yeah.
I urge the board to
This is
approve the
you. This is
proposed
you
landlord
like
tax rate
overcoming the let's
and
get back to
also consider
business
stabilization.
like,
Oh, yeah,
charges.
back to our
Collective
regularly
prosperity,
scheduled
where residents'
programming.
fundamental needs
Exactly what
are
people
met.
want. That's
Bailing
totally
out
what people want in the
slumlords.
city.
Environment
Yeah.
and incentivizes diligent work ethic.
I crunched some numbers on
Supporting
that,
Worcester
and the only
residents'
people who would
ability to secure
possibly do that are the
affordable
ones that are already
housing
renting apartments
is a
below
paramount to their well-being and
like the
overall
affordable
success.
level.
I
Like,
personally find it
like,
difficult as a resident who has
I
worked
think it's like
hard to earn a
$1,600 for
master's
a
degree
two
while
bed or
being a
something.
single parent. I still not
So
have
you're
seen
just
the reward of
giving
working hard.
money away.
Due to the high
And
rising cost of rent.
in
My
order
goal is to
for
see the
them to
rewards
get
of being a
the tax
contributor
credit,
member of
they
my
need to
community.
produce proof of
Please help
income
me
of
and
all
many
their
others
tenants.
like me attain this
So
goal.
they have to
In my
ask
humble
every
opinion
tenant
and research,
for
it
like
would only help the
pay
city to
stubs.
be more prosperous.
Because we had the memes tested. You know, the tenants can't make too much money. You know?
Your name, city residence?
Hi, my name is Echo Collins. I am a resident of the city of Worcester. I'm here to talk about the affordable housing crisis. And the real crisis is that there is no affordable housing. I worked for the Worcester Housing Authority during the pandemic, during COVID, when the city received the emergency housing vouchers. And I was the primary person who placed about all 90 of those families. And I can speak from experience that there was a bottleneck in being able to place families until CMHA was able to come up with an incentive program for the landlords. That incentive program did allow more landlords to rent to people. We definitely were able to place more people. And I'm definitely supporting the city in providing those tax breaks for landlords.
Interesting.
Those incentives not only help landlords who are concerned about not being paid, but it does give them opportunities to invest in other ways in their properties. We have a lot of residents who are needing help, who are at that 60% limit that Ann spoke of. And unfortunately, in this climate, with the increase of the FMR, people who are receiving help and vouchers still aren't able to find housing in the city of Worcester. I am a mom of 2 boys. I'm embarrassed to say, but we squeeze ourselves in a 1.5 bedroom. I pay over $1,600 in rent. I need to move. My place is not being kept well. And I am a quality citizen. I want to stay in Worcester. I'm having to look outside the city of Worcester. And people with vouchers are having no success either. And this is a huge problem. So if you could please address it, the incentives would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Well,
Hi, my name is Jalen Givens Osafu. I'm here at 508 Cheers. I'm a senior at Doherty Memorial High School and a lifelong resident of Worcester. I'm here to speak about something that affects me, my family, and so many others in our city, the urgent need for affordable housing. The housing crisis in Worcester is real. Every day, people struggle with affordability, availability, quality, and safety. These aren't just statistics, they're lived experiences. My family knows this firsthand, especially my grandmother. My grandma is a woman who spent her life caring for her children and giving back to her community. But as she got older, her health declined. She had lost cartilage in both of her knees and suffered 2 strokes, leaving her unable to work. 8 years ago, she applied for affordable housing that can meet her needs. 8 years later, she's still waiting. Because of this long wait and her declining health, she had no choice but to move in with me and my mom. We live on the 3rd floor of a building with no elevator, meaning that my grandma, a woman who once lived her full, active life, is now trapped in our apartment. 8 years of waiting, 8 years of being stuck in a country that prides itself on freedom? How can we allow this to happen? I ask you, as leaders, as neighbors, as people of parents and grandparents of your own, how can we let someone who gave so much to our family and community be left behind like this? We need policies that prioritize our most vulnerable residents, especially our elders and those living on fixed incomes. We need more affordable, accessible housing now, not another 8 years. Thank you for your time and listening to the voices of the young who deeply care about the future of the city.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anaya Cyrus, and I'm with 508 Cheers. I'm here. I am a Worcester resident. I go to Burncoat High School. I'm here today to speak about something that affects all of us, the affordable housing crisis. Let's be clear, the crisis is that affordable housing is disappearing. For many, it's no longer exists. It no longer exists. Even those with vouchers, supports, and assistance, I stand before you not just as a voice, but as a reminder that housing is not a luxury. It's a basic human right, just like food, and with the cost of both increasing, how can we expect our families to survive? Families are what make our community. Without families, what would Worcester be? Across the community, the right here in Worcester, families are being pushed out of their communities. Rent have skyrocketed. Homes prices has doubled. Wages hasn't kept up. Teachers, nurses, essential workers, the people who keep our community running, are being forced to live further and further from their jobs. Many are living paycheck to paycheck. Some are just one emergency away from homeless. This isn't just a crisis, it's more for failure. It's more of failure. Affordable housing isn't just about buildings, it's about David. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Will Talbot, and I am a Worcester resident of District 5 and a member of the Strong Towns Worcester leadership team. This evening, I am here regarding item 8H under the list of Department of Transportation and Mobility items, and in support of the protected bike lanes along Mill Street, and regarding items 13B and 13C under the communications of the city clerk in support of continued direct petitioning of city council by the public. The current parking protected bike lanes along Mill Street encourage reduced travel speeds along the corridor. Research has shown that reduced speeds lead to safer roadway conditions for roadway users. Initial data from Mill Street has been promising and has showed that speeds are down and safety has increased. These bike lanes also encourage active lifestyles, as well as alternatives to polluting single occupancy vehicle use, and have the opportunity to connect with yet to be built cycling facilities which can contribute to a citywide network. And in my experience in walking down Mill Street, I've seen people who have used these facilities in ways that, you know, if it was the former way that the road was configured, that wouldn't be possible, like people using the bike facilities to play outside their houses, young children.
Travis,
So
get
I
back
think
here.
it's a really good thing for the community. And then also, it's vitally important for the city, for people to have the ability to directly communicate their concerns to their elected
Really? I'm hearing
officials.
double sound.
This empowers residents and is essential to the spirit of democracy. And to conclude, I urge the council to continue to support bicycle and pedestrian safety measures along Mill Street and throughout the city, and to continue to support open participation.
I'm trying to set up that second computer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it gone now?
Good evening, members of the council.
Is it still doing it?
Yeah, now it's gone.
My name is
Okay.
Mike
Now it's
Gannon,
gone.
the Economic Development
All right,
and
so that
Public
doesn't work.
Policy Associate at the Worcester Regional Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here tonight to offer comments on 11G, the report requesting
nice
the
thought.
feasibility of a municipally owned
Um,
grocery store. First, I want to thank Councilor Priscillo for elevating this important issue. Food insecurity and the presence of food deserts are a real challenge here in our city, and we support efforts to provide meaningful solutions to them. However, we respectfully ask the council to file this order out of the respect of many business owners, large and small, who already operate grocery stores and food markets in our city. And contribute meaningfully
Keo's
to our
Who's this guy?
economy.
Chamber
As
of
a
Commerce.
municipally
rep.
run grocery store, while it is a well-intentioned idea, it could
Idea.
unintentionally compete
Idea.
with private businesses.
He's-
under
wait a second, he's a petty.
entrepreneurs, who are already serving our
He's a petty guy?
neighborhoods. Today,
Well, he said idea.
I think
He
there's
must be.
around
Oh,
20
yeah, yeah.
grocery stores and supermarkets in the city, and that's not counting dozens of other independently owned markets, family-run bodegas, and especially food shops located near in every neighborhood we around the city. These are not businesses that only provide fresh food, they also create jobs, they activate storefronts, and they contribute to the vibrancy of our city as well as neighborhoods throughout the city. And also, they pay the 8th highest commercial tax rate in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Oh my gosh,
In
shut the
fact,
fuck
the
up.
Chamber, we've recently completed a study comparing grocery stores in Worcester to those outside of Worcester, and they're paying 3 times more to do their business here in Worcester. Moreover, Worcester, we're very
Just probably
fortunate
leave
to
and we
have
could just
a
open municipal
community-driven,
grocery
Yeah,
stores
well,
then.
here,
What if
one
they
of
all
them
just,
being the
yeah,
Worcester
what if they all
Regional
just,
Food Hub.
there's
They've been
going to
supportive
be
here of this
people,
council as well as the
most people are
administration,
still going to go to Market Basket
providing local
over
food from
the
farms
municipal
right here in
grocery
central
store.
Massachusetts to people here living in the city.
It's
And
not
again,
a threat
for these
to
reasons,
businesses.
we respectfully request the council to not file this order.
Whoa. They need to send a better
Sounds like
guy.
sounds like he's gonna cry.
Yeah, he was gonna cry.
Good evening. My name is John
I can't
Foreman.
believe
I'm a
you
renter
do
in
this to
District
our
4 here in
grocery
Worcester.
stores.
Just want to speak very briefly about.
It's
the
never going to
report
happen,
on
though.
Mill
I mean, like,
Street
I
8H.
tweeted about it, like,
I really do
earlier
appreciate
today,
the
but
work
remember
of
when
the Department of
Eric was like,
Transportation
we
and
can't do muni
Mobility.
broadband, it
I
costs
regularly use
too
Mill
much
Street,
money.
and
Right,
I
which was
really
a lie.
appreciate
He
that
only
our
cited like the
biking
loss
network
column of a
streets
positive
and
profit
pathways
and
is
loss column
improving
thing.
and continuing to grow.
Like,
And
I think it
read
was
the
Chattanooga,
report.
and they
Nice
like
to see
make
there's a positive
they
trend
make
coming
money
from this.
right,
Being a
like,
regular
every
user
year
of
out
the
there.
area,
The Polar
it
Park
feels
doesn't make
very
money.
safe.
Muni
Having
broadband
been
would
in
make
New York
money.
City, San Francisco, and biking in those cities, it's nice to see Worcester following some of the quality of these things. I will say that I read the report, and I'm a little concerned that the average speed, while it's come down, is still 35 miles an hour. If that's the average, wow. There's still room to improve safety in our city. Thank you.
Hey, where's
Thank
Brendan
you.
at?
He should be here soon. He was finishing something up.
Oh, okay.
Idella
Oh, what a lovely hat.
We haven't seen Idella in a bit.
First, I'd like to
No, we have
address
not.
11G. I don't think I can't say it, my dyslexic self, I don't think the city should be in business,
Fuck, I wish I was recording.
particularly in a grocery store. And if they are,
Idella!
I think it should be sort of like some social service agency where they should be selling the food for like a third of the price
Dude, that's...
to low-income people.
I
And
think
if it's not
what we're going to find
beneficial
out,
for them
Idella,
to
is that
do
you're
that,
describing the
I
plan.
don't think you should do it.
I think that
I mean,
the
you're a
horizon
government
of our
agency.
imaginations in this city is
You're not a
so
small
dim.
business.
We just cannot conceive of like
The
the
two are
the government doing
so
something
far
that's
from
good.
one another.
You know, it's
That's my take.
like she had to like work herself up into rephrasing
done.
exactly what it is and calling it something else in order to oppose it.
Yeah.
On 13B and D through D, I think we've lost enough freedom. I don't want, the city clerk to be writing my petitions or rewriting them. We live in a democratic society.
Citation, please.
There was a time that you wanted us to go totally remote, Let's hold on to democracy in this city. Thank you.
Good evening, City Councilors and Mayor Petty. My name is Shirley Wright. I am a citizen and a homeowner in the city of Worcester, and I rise, but I need to ask you your permission to have my neighbors who are here to stand with me. Would you please stand with me while I make the remarks? I know I have just 2 minutes. But we are here on behalf of our neighbors that's on Biltmore Road, which is in the Tatnick area of Worcester. The building at the end of our street was once a residence for nuns. Then it became the Hartwell Center, which was a wellness center, and it's recently been sold and is now slated to be a drug rehab treatment center. I'm glad somebody's rehabbing those that need treatment. Hallelujah. We are concerned about the traffic that will be happening on our dead-end street. We are a neighborhood of families and single-family homes where children play in the streets, they ride their bikes, they play ball, and so forth. We want to request that the rehab center use their back driveway
thanks for
as
following,
both
Rose.
an exit and entrance to their property. This will help ensure the safety that we've enjoyed. My husband and I have lived there for over 30 years. We can't believe we're still there, that we're still living, but we are, and we're enjoying our neighborhood. And I would just request that you would take this into consideration. We welcome the center being there because there are people who definitely need the treatment that will be offered. We simply ask that the traffic situation be attended to because there is a choice. The traffic does not have to go along Biltmore Road. The address is actually Pleasant Street, and there is an entrance and exit to their property. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling. You're welcome.
All right.
Oh yeah, tomato sandwich. I used to only eat
Good
tomato
evening.
sandwiches.
I'm here to speak on agenda item 11F.
A tomato
My name is
sandwich
Jonathan
on
Morales.
wheat bread?
As a Worcester resident and representative of
Maroon.
Homes for All Massachusetts and the
Maroon.
Worcester Affordable Housing Coalition, I'm
I'm a
deeply concerned
caprese
with the
guy.
growing
I like
housing
a-
crisis in our city.
I like a.
I want to thank you for considering strategies to preserve
to
naturally
go
occurring
lots of
affordable
help.
housing.
Yeah. Oh,
Protecting
yeah.
existing affordable units is essential. However, as you discuss a new tax relief program for landlords, I urge you to ensure that any public subsidy comes with strong guardrails
They locked
to
the
protect tenants
gallery.
and prioritize equity.
They locked
In
the
qualifying
gallery?
for these tax breaks, landlords must be
Interesting.
required to keep
That's,
units in safe,
that's
code-compliant
fucking
condition
dangerous.
and
What?
prioritize renting to tenants making below 60%.
Nobody light off
of
any
median income.
pyro in
We
there
also want to
tonight.
know how the city will enforce this program and ensure these units are
fuck?
tracked. Will the rental registry be expanded to include these units? We must also acknowledge that this incentive will not address the immediate and large-scale housing insecurity facing many Worcester residents today. People are being displaced now, often by corporate landlords due to rent increases that far outpace wages and benefits. We encourage you to work with the Worcester Affordable Housing Coalition to create and enforce policies that stabilize families, protect longtime residents, and prevent homelessness before it happens. Show the residents of the city of Worcester that you care about the well-being and development of people and not just properties. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gary Hunter. I think most of you know me.
Y'all know me.
Y'all
I'd like
know
to
me.
talk about
Still the same
13
old
B and
G,
C.
ARY.
I don't even think it should be on the agenda. You're taking away rights, and in this time and age of what's going on in Washington, what you should be doing is taking more advice from the people of the city. And we have an election coming up. And through the chair, Mr. Bergman, you've been impeding people's rights, and with your cronies over on the right side of the...
Can you direct your comments to us, please, Lee?
Yes, I said through the chair, yes. We need more openness in this committee.
Dumbass.
Dumbass
The other thing
fucking
is that I'm
petty.
glad that
Dumbass fucking
there were
idiot,
some
bitch.
committees and commissions that we found people for. This whole commission establishment is crazy. I mean,
I was told they needed help on the LGBTQ plus commission. I went the next day and I applied. I waited 2 or 3 months and was supposed to go through the CAC. They didn't have enough there in their meeting, so they canceled it. The next month they canceled it. Waited 3 or 4 more weeks. I did have a Zoom meeting with CAC. Waited a few more weeks, had a second interview. That all went okay, I thought. But I suppose it's because I speak out that I wasn't appointed. But there was no call to me saying, I'm sorry you didn't get it. You think that would be courtesy of anybody that wasn't being picked for the committee would have to find out from somebody in North Carolina who happened to look on the site. So I'm a little upset at the whole bureaucracy. We need a charter commission to check out some of these archaic rules, and we need them now.
Right.
Hit the post.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Keene, and I'm a resident here in Worcester.
I know this guy.
Our democracy relies on accountability. And
He was
I
at
stand here
Caden's
in opposition
fundraiser
to
the other
13B,
night. Were you?
And any
No, I was
Everybody?
not.
Oh, Bill wasn't. That wasn't a
any
dig.
capacity. We live in a
No, I
natural
was not, but,
environment where
what's it, this
where our
Thursday?
representatives are
You
getting
got
away
Rob, a lot of
with an
fundraiser, right?
increasing
You got
immoral
Rob, a lot of
and-
fundraiser on Thursday.
and illegal actions. We need
Yes,
more
I can make
avenues
it that one.
for
Don't miss this one.
accountability,
You missed a
not
great
less.
one on Saturday,
ICE
everybody.
is
If you
currently
didn't
being
come, you
allowed
should
to roll
absolutely
into
donate to
Worcester
Caden.
and kidnap
Yeah,
our
Caden's
neighbors. We need more avenues of accountability to ensure that the city council can do their job. I also rise in opposition of 11Q to remove elected officials to vote on matters concerning renting. I feel it is an attack direct on the constituents of those city councilors. If this 11Q is taken seriously, this council will become a monopoly for homeowners instead of the voices that are directly impacted
Yeah, the weather's been
by
brutal.
the housing crisis here in Worcester. I yield.
I yield.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bartholomew O'Brien. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Selectman. Thank you, Mr. Bergman.
Nope.
I don't
None
think
of
I
that's
can
right.
speak as
I don't trust this guy.
eloquently.
We're quiet in the background. Okay, go ahead.
Mrs. Wright spoke on behalf of 11 November. I'm just up here to reiterate her points and thank Mr. Bergman for coming out to district, which he isn't even a rep of. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Wright.
Oh, he's not even a rep at the district. He came out.
He's not. Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about?
He came out. Wow.
11
Called him the
November.
wrong name.
Good evening. My name is Margot
Yeah.
Barnett, and I've been a resident of Worcester for, I think, 36 years. So I'm having trouble navigating your new system. I understand you need to do a new system, but I haven't quite figured it out yet. So
Yeah, that guy was a plant for sure.
I received information from folks about 13C, and
So
I don't
dressed
know
like
if
an
there's
undercover
actual
cop in a
proposal
high
on the
school.
table, but I
That's what
wanna
I was
say
thinking, Brian.
that I think it's really
I'm a normal
important that
person.
we continue having residents be able to present petitions and be able to speak on behalf of those petitions. If the city councilors have to do it, I don't know that there's a proposal that it needs to be only district city councilors, but the district city councilors are tremendously overworked, and so besides the gatekeeping issue of if somebody doesn't like your petition, they might not put it on, which is a big problem, unless you're going to provide more staff for the councilors to be able to process all this, it makes no sense. So I think I would be in favor of keeping it the way it is. I want to make a very brief comment on 11F. I am not an expert on this, but I remember when the affordable housing issues were being discussed that Councilor Rose at the time made a point to have incentivization for units at 60% of AMI or below 60% of AMI. If you adopt this, you could be going to 80%, which is meaningless. Okay. So you already made a commitment to having some incentives for housing at 60% of AMI, if you're going to do anything, you need to keep to that. Thanks.
So let's have a motion to extend the meeting another 30 minutes. All those in favor?
Bill, you got to get a pet on cam.
I gotta get a pet on my cam.
Hello, good evening.
It's pet
Gotta get a
cam time.
pet?
Jenny E. Magentic
Cam pet.
Amnon.
Hey,
I'm a national activist, a
Hey.
community advocate,
Rascal
one of
Fats.
the pillars in the community, and also
He
a
doesn't
prophetic
listen.
leader of Worcester Interfaith. I didn't
Even
write
when I
a
say
speech,
no worries if
but I
not,
came here and heard
he
all
still
these
doesn't
wonderful
listen.
speeches. I said, I guess I better write a speech. So I wanted to just basically share that in January of 2024, Roberto Diaz, who happens to be who is the executive director of Worcester Interfaith, invited me to join Worcester Interfaith. And I came running because I saw all of the homelessness that was in this city of Worcester, right here in the backyards, right here. We know a lot of individuals who are homeless or unhoused are living right here throughout our city. So I came running for them. And then in October of 2024, my landlord knocked on my door and told me that I needed to leave. And he wanted me out. And I'm dealing with a no-fault eviction. I've been in Worcester for 43 years. I've been a renter for 32 years. I don't owe rent. I even pay rent double at times. He said, you need to get out. Now, he already raised my rent by $300 a few years ago, a month. And
Why
then
would you pay rent double?
for this no-fault eviction, he turns around and takes me to court. In May of 2025, I'm asking this landlord, how much you want to go up now? He doesn't want to tell me, but he told the judge he wants to go up by another $530-something. I'm like, what? So my question actually is, who allowed these developers to come into our city of Worcester and raise rents where fair market value in Worcester, Massachusetts, for a two-bedroom is supposed to be about $1,800. It kind of went up in January 2025. You guys most likely know what the numbers are. And these landlords are coming in and they're charging $2,100 to $4,100, and we know that's proofs and facts. Who allowed that?
Thank you.
So that's what my ask is. So basically, gentrification is real in the city of Worcester. And this is where I basically started writing. I'm like, okay.
Oh, lady,
we
I'm
have
just
people
gonna
who
cut
have
her
No, they're
been
gonna
started
cut you
this
off in
city,
1
living here
second.
For decades. Not only myself, numerous individuals.
Can you wrap up your
And
comments?
I am going to be wrapping up. And the thing about it is that this is an election year. This is election year. And you individuals who
Wow,
city
he
council
shut off the
represent
auto
us.
cutoff
And the thing
function.
about it is that there's no rent control.
And not a
in the
second
state
too
of
soon. That would have
Massachusetts.
been
Now,
the
I'm hearing,
fucking
about this
worst,
NOAA
right?
program, and even though
Right? I
it's
think they
great
made a
program,
choice.
Well,
it
you
could
know,
be a good
the next person
program.
that goes
Is there
over, he's
really
cutting him
enough
off.
gentrification that's
And
happening
which is
in our
again
city?
the
Who's
Petty's
gonna be
whole
able to
issue
protect us?
is that he can't just
So,
stick to
with
the
the elections
rules.
that are coming up, we're turning around and
Cut
you
her off.
represent us. And rent
I
control
don't
can
care
happen
that
in
he.
the
I don't
city.
care that he
Stop
cuts
it now.
anybody
The
off,
thing
but
about
it's
it,
going to be
we don't have
really
to
funny
be
when.
statewide.
Imagine it was like
Thank you.
gentrification is real in this.
The city council here in Worcester,
Like, it's
you guys
stop.
can do it for us.
Thank you.
The city of Worcester, the city councilors can do it for us. You can go and
Cut
you
her
can
off.
get rent control, rent stabilization, because rent control is more of a powerful word.
appreciate
I
it.
thank you so very much for listening to me. I understand that I have the 2 minutes, but this is more than 2 minutes, because
Yeah.
not everybody who's living on the streets happen to be mental
And
health
can you
issues
please wrap
or
up?
substance
Thank you. I
abuse.
appreciate
A
that.
lot of these people are living on the streets because they're individuals like
Thank you.
myself, who landlords
me
have
so
come and raised the rent by $300 to $800 and saying to
know.
get out because they want the properties, because they want to raise the rents and they don't want to do any renovations because they want the same amount of money
Thank
that
you.
these other places have with amenities. So we're going to be electing, we're voting in
Thank
September,
you.
we're
I
voting.
appreciate it.
They did it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They did
Well,
it.
I mean,
That was
Thank you.
it was a little bit warranted.
as long as Nico does the same thing every time. Wait a minute. I don't even know how long that actually was.
Oh, she's still going.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. We have other speakers, please.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you. Okay, I appreciate. We have other speakers. Thank you. Can you wrap it up, please? Thank you. Thank you. Can you wrap it up, please? I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate it.
I mean, Bill, this is all good audio for.
These are all clean drops
I
from
understand.
jail.
Thank you.
I
Thank
know.
you. Our next
Very,
speaker, please.
very, very clean. Yeah. I just tried to use OBS to do it, and it just like stopped randomly recording the audio. Like, there's no good way to do it.
What about that would, I don't know if that would work. I was gonna say a looper out from your interface, like downhill from your interface.
City of Worcester. I was
Yeah,
happy
I mean, that
wait
would
for
work.
her to finish her,
But it's a whole thing.
I
this
gave
agenda is just full
Robarge
of
is going to a
expression of
bluegrass
speech.
festival that's like
what
this
this
like
agenda
underground
seems to
thing
be
he goes
about.
to every
We
year. I
waited
gave
5
him
weeks after the
all of my
media
field
tour
audio
of several
so we could get
councilors
some recordings
and,
of
and
that.
yourself, Mr. Mayor, saying how much business
It,
was stopped.
I was very excited when I
One
heard
meeting being
you
stopped.
guys
That's,
talk about that on the podcast.
But now we have this
Yeah,
agenda
it's-
just full
it's
of
gonna be
times
sick.
to stop people from speaking. You cut off these two incredible children who came
Is it
here
normal to have
speak.
your face on
The
your press
entirety
badge?
of this city
Yeah.
council's legacy is suppression of
I
the
haven't seen
people
that.
of Worcester. And
Maybe
denying
not
people
like with
equal
the
access at
background
this
cut out
podium
like that.
And in every other aspect.
Um,
13B, 13C, 13D. We already have a database. We've been tracking you of at-large councilors in particular refusing to answer constituent emails, refusing to answer constituent phone calls. We've been tracking you, and we will publish these results. If these things go through, we will publish those results.
Oh, I
There are
love it
certain
when he
councilors
whacks
here
on
who don't
that
answer you
podium.
Unless you live on a certain street, a certain neighborhood. We know these things. So we see what you're doing. Stop now. 20A, which is held under privilege, which is related to this, denying people the access to speak who have businesses. You just had the Chamber of Commerce come and waste all this energy to stop Councilor Pasillo's petition about looking into a municipal grocery store. They get all the voice they can in the city. The city chamber, basically, the Chamber of Commerce runs this city. You just let them do whatever they want. But an individual wants to talk for a little while, someone who's lived here for 40 years, they deserve the chance to speak. Stop suppressing people's speech. Oh, and the automatic sprinklers. Last thing, real quick, 11A, I know it's a tuck in, but yesterday in Fall River, if that building had automatic sprinklers, 9 people wouldn't have died.
Nice job.
And he hit the fucking post too.
Nice job.
Worcester. On 13C, the report on petitions, no reason why this would come to mind, but it could have included the newest city in Massachusetts, Framingham, which has the most recently constructed city charter, and it has 2 categories of petitions. If an individual submits a petition, it is up to the council. They don't outsource it to the other branch of government. They decide, the councilors decide if they'll hear it. And if an individual goes out and gets 300 signatures, then they're entitled to a hearing either before the council or in subcommittee. Pretty simple. There's a million ways that you could better organize how petitions get on the agenda, but kind of seems like right now they don't get on the agenda through ridiculous, absurd explanations. On 11G,
I have a good one that I just got permission to share from Ellen Shemitz.
We also have, the market has spoken. Grocery stores don't want to be here. They're pulling out rapidly. So this could be considered. There's other options that could be considered. We could be a little creative.
What's up, dude?
There
we
he
could also
is.
look for any alternative source of revenue besides when we go into business throwing away $1 million.
We can't hear you, Brendan.
Over the last 2 years. So this is
How's that?
an excellent order. It's worth looking at. And there's other options like
You sound great.
I love
creating
your
the
hat.
ability to help people establish co-ops.
Are you wearing a
And
plate
I'm sure
carrier?
a million other options.
Hell yeah.
Rather than
Dude,
waiting
that's
for the market to decide while the chamber comes in here and pitches us again on how
Dude, you
badly
look
it
like the
wants to raise
2025 version of the Robert Duvall in Apocalypse Now,
Oh, yeah.
which is a
Good evening,
compliment,
my name is Ted
by the way.
Costas.
I was gonna say the gun guy from Tremors,
I wanna
also a
talk about
compliment.
11G. Small businesses are major contributors to
Brendan
local
looks like the
employment.
most legitimate streamer out of
They
all
are the
of us.
backbone of Worcester. When you support family-owned establishments, you're directly helping to create and sustain
Or
job
2023
opportunities
50 cent.
within our communities. They empower and strengthen its workforce and
Yeah,
foster
maybe.
a sense of
Yeah.
pride and purpose
What did I
among the
miss?
residents. These
Um,
businesses provide meaningful work for
public
your
comment, I
neighbors,
don't know.
offering
half
employment
of public
opportunities
comment.
that are vital for the economic
mostly
health
about
and social
the petition
well-being of your area.
issue, and
Last October, we had a
the
little
chamber
taste of
sent somebody
what the city
to
was
speak
thinking
against
of
the
doing
municipal
with the ban of nicotine and tobacco products.
grocery store,
This
and
is
he almost
40%
cried.
of these people's
Yeah, it
income
was really bad. He was
in
like, think of
sales.
our grocery stores. Think of our
Well, let me say
business
this. If you want to
community.
split it up,
And he was like choking
more
up on
competition
tears.
for these
Something
hardworking
else.
folks, destroying many
like
of
dog.
whom are immigrants who came here for the American dream and work countless
Yes, thank you,
hours
Gio. Michael Gross.
to
Yes,
provide
thank
for
you.
their families. Well, then,
Uh,
I'm going to fight you.
Whoa.
I also
Hold on.
want to
Wait, did he just say, I'm going to fight you?
Yeah, we need a clip of that.
13B, C, and D. I'm not in favor of that at all. I don't think it's the right thing to do, and I hope you either
just-
reconsider it or withdraw it, file it, whatever you want to do with it, but it shouldn't be on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Rocket.
I'll never get over the fact that he sounds exactly like Leon Redbone.
Hi. Sorry, I wasn't planning to speak today. My name is Seth Ward.
Oh, fudge you.
I live about half a mile down from Lincoln Plaza, where the old Stop and Shop used to be. Stop and Shop was sort of like a staple, a grocery store in my neighborhood. There weren't too many local grocery stores around. There was an Aldi, or there is an Aldi. There's a Target. Stop and Shop has one of the few grocery stores that's unionized, right? And they're one of the few grocery stores that hires 14-year-olds. And those are things I always looked up to. And they had fresh food. But they're also one of the grocery stores that raise their prices in lower income neighborhoods. And so their groceries were not the cheapest. And so a part of me is glad that they're gone. And they need to be replaced with something better, because Aldi doesn't have everything. And so a person who's living in Lincoln Village will have to now take 2 buses in order to get to the next grocery store, which is Market 32. And they would have to travel 2 or 3 miles to get over there, when there's a perfectly good space that's right there. In
Neither here
Lincoln,
nor there, but you
Plaza.
could take.
Target's not a
Well,
full
no,
grocery
actually,
store.
right.
They
2
have
buses.
barely any produce, and Aldi does not always carry everything, and half their produce is moldy sometimes. That would be the perfect place to put a government-owned grocery store, some sort of co-op or farmer's market to happen year-round, where local places, local producers and farms can come and bring their food. These are just some ideas. Y'all can think of something. You know, the community can think of something. Oh, my God. But this is just very important, because now people I know in my neighborhood don't have anywhere to go to get their food if they don't have a car. And this is one of just the very many
Hey,
things that I could talk
Raccoon.
about, but this is
Everybody,
just the biggest
big
one
ups
that I
to
came to this
Raccoon
meeting tonight to talk about. Thank you.
92 live in the chat, so they know that we saw this and we love them. Also, make sure somebody type out that if
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Raccoon
So we'll go to virtual option. I
goes up
first
in
calling users, the phone number is
they missed it. Just a reminder: if you call Mo Bergman a
I'm
big
gonna
bald
mute the calling
fuck,
user now.
first person to do it gets $50. On public comment, on
Listen,
mic.
we need to hear it in public comment.
Everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Please state your name.
If
city,
that works and
residence,
someone
and the
does it,
item
I'm
you're
gonna
calling on.
that's going to put us in a bad
Good
spot.
evening. My name is
But
Laura D.C.
it's gonna be
Coakley. I
safe.
am a
I'm being
resident of
humorous.
Worcester,
I don't know.
And I am here to speak
Yeah,
against items 13C
yeah.
and 13C.
We'll just blame it on
I
the
am also
Nazis
a
that were
member of Worcester
impersonating you.
Indivisible. Our
That was
right
the
as
Nazis
citizens
again.
To petition or otherwise communicate
start doing that
directly
with my
this
girlfriend.
elected body as to agenda
Sorry, I
items
forgot to put the
should
dishes
not
in the
any
dishwasher
way be
again. It was the
curtailed
Nazis.
or limited.
Actually, it was the
What
Nazis.
happens if a district councilor disagrees with or refuses to communicate as to a constituent request? Would that constituent now lose their ability and right to interact with their elected government directly in order to effectuate change? Given the level of fascism that we are experiencing right now at the national level and the low voter turnout at the local level, the fact that we are seeing this now come forward to further derail democracy in action is quite frankly disturbing, particularly to see it happening in the heart of our Commonwealth
where national independence was first declared. Well, I see that the matter has been marked to be sent to committee. Committee has already considered this. I would ask for a straight yay or nay vote and a roll call on these two agenda items. And if our appointed, not elected, but our appointed officials cannot handle the number of taxpaying, voting citizens engaging respectfully via petitions to their government, they should resign and get a new job instead of attempting to curtail our civil liberties in order to make their lives easier. I yield my time.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Glenn Pape. I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
Oh, wow.
Hello, good evening. I'm Glenn Pape, and I live up in Burncoat. It's kind of crazy today that street signs require a vote. I support 8J and its close friend 8K. Two modest petitions. I hope you'll
Glenn
okay.
Pape sounds like a It's
They're
Always
about
Sunny character.
Highcrest Drive, just one block
Yes, it
in
does.
its length. A fine little street
Which I
with
just started
directional
teaching
strength.
yesterday.
But
I'm only
folks in
17
their
years
cars
behind, but I hope
face
to
a
catch up soon.
puzzling feat.
You're gonna love
Two
it.
cross streets appear, but
This
no
guy's a
names
hoot.
there to greet. Is
He's
that
rhyming.
Highcrest Drive or Marianne maybe?
He is.
The signs, they are apps. It's driving folks crazy. They
He is.
circle and guess once again while wondering where
This is his Christmas letter for his family.
might end. This tale, dear council, is more than just cute. Emergency crews could take a wrong route. For safety, just please
Boy.
post the names and end a small chapter of Burncoat Street games.
Oh
Thank you.
my God. That's
Mayor, the next speaker is Eric Stratton.
Is it confusing? I don't think it's confusing over there.
Good evening.
It really- which
thank
one is
you
he
for
talking
taking my
about?
call, and I won't
Mary
be quite
Ann
as
and
eloquent
Dennis.
as my previous speaker, but
Oh.
that was
Epic.
quite enjoyable.
better
I
fucking
am
rhyme,
calling,
Epic.
in opposition of 13B, 13C.
Call him a big bald fuck.
We continue to see this body limiting the ability of taxpayers, residents, people who work and live in the city of Worcester to engage with you. If you are not able to handle the criticism that comes along with public office, which I understand sometimes can be rather severe, then perhaps you should move aside and let others take your place. We do not need additional limitations to our ability to directly petition this body and enter into discourse with our elected government, our manager, and our other city government, as well as fellow residents. This item should be absolutely rejected and is clearly a thinly veiled attempt to further limit the ability of taxpayers, residents, and others in Worcester to engage with our city government. With regards to the item from Transportation Mobility, I agree.
I think you have a spotty service.
oh no, Epic.
Listen, Eric, if you're saying big bald fuck during this, we cannot count it.
I can't count it. It's,
I support planes. Please remember, for every bicycle that you see out there at any given time, that's another car. We got cars in the city of Worcester. We already have enough cars on the road. We need sunblock. We need more bike infrastructure.
this is tough, Eric.
Thank you for that. We're the potential grocery store, food insecurity, and severe and rest. That's the right way to do it. I think.
We lost.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think we
You
lost.
freaking dumped the call. Don't say you think you lost it.
So the next speaker is David Webb.
David Webb, City of Olympia still. As far as 13A through D, what we're beginning to truly discuss is taxation without representation. And you all messed up real bad here because Fred, Nathan, more appropriately, and I are all on the same page against you. Our clerk's department isn't even doing its job. Like this, they're not putting forward people's submissions or petitions anyways. So this is a ridiculous attempt for them to write their problematic practices into stone. Instead, let's preserve democracy. Please remember, everyone, in November, vote for change. Vote for change like the sign that brought us 13D said. 2A and B. The former chair of the Human Rights Commission affirmed the manager's ability to appoint people in line with his plan, so please pay attention that he chose not to appoint advocates who are known to be passionate about justice. AH, report on Mill Street. Oh good, maybe Jose will finally come up with new talking points. 11F is too little too late. Rent control is still tabled from 4 years ago, so yes, please do this. Yes to 11G, prioritize the residents' needs over the Chamber of Commerce profiting off of our food desert created by Eric Batista. 11P, let's get a report and discuss when the Worcester Police Department unlawfully mutes or deactivates their cameras, as well as why they did not have them when responding to my assault last November, the one time in the past year they were not at City Council. 11K, we don't need more photo ops, we need actual trash solutions. 11S, even though I'm banned from them, please fix the sidewalks at City Hall, they've been bad for years. 11Q, I'm thrilled to be discussing the bias of landlords and developer interests. Let's talk about councilors using bad constables that their committee oversees. The problematic actions we're seeing from Councilor Bergman's committee come after Eric Batista tried to stop protesting in City Hall, after the city removed public events from their calendar and somehow made it more clicks to access agendas and documents.
Oops.
I'm gonna have to create a Google Doc share
figured it out.
because you guys don't want people knowing where things are. 12A and B is our city solicitor
lovely
continuing the racist patterns of a predecessor.
Lovely new app called Dipper.
15A, 15B, shame on you, Kate Toomey.
Oh, shit.
Thank you.
And they just cut his ass
Didn't
off.
even wait.
Wait 1 second. Get out of here. Get out of here, you turkey.
Can you please say your name and city residence?
Yep, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, Caden Davis, City of Worcester.
And
Speaking first on
Hello,
items
Caden.
3B and 13B and 13C, which deal with a fundamental right, the ability of Worcester residents to petition this council. Any attempt to eliminate that right is not a procedural tweak, it's a political move to consolidate power and silence dissent. Resident petitions exist precisely because councilors don't always act. Sometimes constituents are ignored, I have been. Councilors avoid hard conversations or they refuse to carry forward issues that are deemed inconvenient. Taking away our process to petition this council tells residents if you're not connected or you're not favored or you're not part of the inner circle, you don't get a voice. That is gatekeeping and it's cowardice and, as others have brought up, logistically impossible. This council is a part-time council and you cannot realistically carry out every community concern, assess that, and make a decision adequately and efficiently. This is all about control, and we see clearly through it. Second, the request for a legal opinion on whether councilors who rent or have family who rent or own property should recuse themselves from voting on rent control or rent stabilization is equally as outrageous. Renters and landlords are central to this crisis. Suggesting that our proximity to the crisis disqualifies us is another transparent attempt to rig the system in favor of property owners. By that logic, no councilor who owns a home should vote on property taxes. No business owner should vote on licensing. This is not about ethics, it's about exclusion. And as a renter and as a candidate who's running precisely on housing justice, I am being told that my lived experience disqualifies me. That's offensive and intentional. Lastly, while I believe our small landlords should be supported and I appreciate considerations to address the housing crisis, I urge the council to reflect critically on why there's such a willingness to offer tax relief to landlords, but not to also explore a more comprehensive approach to the housing crisis. Where is the urgency to provide meaningful support to renters, to low-income families, to senior homeowners struggling to stay in their homes?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Rob. Try to meet the resident now.
Hello?
Yep. Rob, you
Hi,
can
can
go
you hear me?
Bobby Bellata.
Yes, I thank you. I just wanted to say, speak on a few items. Item A,
Everybody's coming out to
8AX,
Thursday
thank you,
night
Councilor Hajii,
at
for
Ralph's.
really taking a hard look at handicap
want a
parking around
fundraiser
City
for
Hall,
Rob?
because since we're not allowed to park underneath the garage, it's really limited access for folks like myself with these wheelchairs. So thank you, Councilor Hajii. Item 11G, Councilor Priscilla's petition for order to the city manager to provide city council a report detailing feasibility of creating municipal grocery stores. This is a great idea. You can connect with Rec Worcester, with the food hub. I think there's so many ways to explore this that can really help provide relief to folks living in food deserts, and especially to those that are struggling to put food on the table, which leads me to item 11F. This is, I think, again, a great way to, explore supporting affordable housing. However, rent items like rent stabilization, really making sure that buildings have proper sprinklers to make sure that housing in Worcester is both safe and affordable. This is what really needs to be happening. Unfortunately, the city passed a weak inclusionary zoning ordinance a few years ago. There's a missed opportunity there. This council has decided to pass a really weakened version of the rental registry. That's another fail there, because it could have really helped protect and look into more safe housing for the city. So I think there's things that we really have to take a hard look at. And again, this leads me to another housing order, item 11A, not looking into the sprinkler system or buying into that, not delaying it more and more is not going to help. Again, someone referenced the terrible fire that just happened in Fall River. These tragedies happen because there's not proper safety put in place for large scale buildings. We need this in Worcester so there's not another Gate Street fire. We can't keep kicking the can down the road when it comes to safety for our housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good comment, Rob.
My advice speaker is Alex. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Good evening. My name is Alex Salcedo. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here to speak about AH, and I just want to say how much I appreciate a safer, more pleasant reconfiguration of Mill Street. Speaking of Mill Street, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite everyone to the Bike for Peace community ride that will take place on the Mill Street parking protected bike lanes this Saturday, July 19th at 3 p.m. Our meeting place will be Coast Park. I guess we all agree that we need to build peace, and cycling is one way to do it. The parking protected bike lanes allow people of all ages and abilities to do so safely. Please go to massbike.org to find more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so close that part of the meeting. We're on hearings and orders. We are on 7A to 7C. The motion is to open the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Motion is to adopt the National Grid for condo
You
location
cut out
on
halfway
Road
through the end of your
at
speech, so
Worcester
there was a lot we didn't
and
hear.
also condo location on Madison Street. Anybody opposed to those items? Seeing
But
none,
I hope
those opposed,
vacation is
motion
going well.
Close the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And the motion is to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
You were talking about driving Union Poop.
A petitioner may speak for no more than 3 minutes on the first item appearing on the agenda. 8A is going to refer to the Department of Parks and Recreation. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Yeah, Bill, we can't hear you.
8B and 8C is referred to the Planning Board. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8D to 8H is referred to the Public Works Committee. 8I to 8AY refer to Traffic and Parking Committee.
Well, now that we're
Those in
alone, how
favor,
have you been,
opposed,
Trevor?
so ordered.
Delightful. And yourself?
Great, man. Really
I'm
well.
thinking how much I would rather be on Cape Cod, even though I really don't like it. I would rather be on Cape Cod than be listening to you talk to Joe Petty, or listening to Joe Petty.
August 19th, 2025 at 6 p.m. for condo location on Beverly Street and a condo location on Harrison Street. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Oh, I hope you ask everybody that.
Communications to City Manager. We are on 9-1A. Communications
Hey, you
City
two
Manager
were talking to
recommending
each other
appointment
while me and Bill were gone, were you?
Marutin to the Human Rights Commission and to amend the terms of expiration
Just
of Alana
checking.
Bellata and Bernard Reed
Wouldn't dare.
due to clerical errors. So the motion is to file.
I don't need this
Favor,
team up
opposed, so
happening.
ordered. Okay, we have.
We were listening to
items
Joe.
2A to 2C.
I'm so sorry.
Appointment Confirmation appointments from the council. First one is Communication City Manager, recommending appointment of Michael Abelson, Jules Troba, Mark Gannett, Ian Harvey, Tasia.
Bye, Eric. Great job. I wish you
and
said big ball
Douglas
fuck.
Arbett, The advisory committee on the
You might have, we just didn't hear it.
LGBTQIA plus commission.
Wish
Roll
you said
call.
it legally.
I'm probably doing so, Council King. We can do them quick.
Caden didn't say it.
Okay.
I thought I heard his whole comment, but
Thank you,
just
Mr.
want to make
Chairman.
sure. I thought Caden might have said it.
I certainly appreciate
the city finally realizing.
Speaking of Caden, shout out
by
to this guy for
appointment,
coming out to Caden's event on Saturday night. That was rad.
the process.
Yeah, and sitting on the
of
floor in a gamer
establishing
chair.
You all
like
missed.
like a champ.
One
it
of the
was an honor
coolest
to
sights I've ever seen.
initiate The LGBTQ plus
Only chair
commission,
left in the building.
the Black Commission,
Gamer chair.
by the
Christian
way,
King.
an order that was unanimously
Man of the people.
supported, that I filed that was
Wouldn't take a
unanimously
chair from anybody
supported,
else.
By the city council.
Wouldn't
Mr.
dream of
Chairman.
it.
Sat
I
in
know
the
that there
gamer
have been
chair
some concerns
like
expressed
a
tonight regarding the
13-year-old
process. I've spoken
at a
on this before
WrestleMania
previously. I think I
sleepover
filed this
party.
in 2022 or 2023, and it's taken some time. There
your
are a number
goddamn
of
next mayor
factors
right there.
at play there.
If he gets elected
but
mayor, we'll make it a
what
sticker.
we do know is that these two
the fucking king
commissions on African American and Black Affairs and the Advisory Commission on LGBTQ plus issues will be focused on how to center those communities in terms of legislation, in terms of equity in city contracts, in terms of community safety, by advising the manager. As folks know, in this particular
And he went home
charter,
with a Caden lawn sign.
manager is employed
He
by
did.
the council, and we have oversight of the manager. So this should be a great way to enhance the toolbox of Eric Batista and make us a more inclusive, equitable city that has equality in all forms and places. Mr. Chairman, through the chair, just really quickly, if you could just share to the community what those appointments look like. Are those staggered appointments, or are those appointments that will all end at the same time? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair, to the council, they're not staggered. They're all at the same time. And so they're serving, I believe, 3 years commitment to the city.
Thank you.
Dude, I was talking for like
You know,
5 minutes.
again, I look forward to this
And the
moving
audio wasn't
forward to
coming through, and I thought I was
fruition.
just being boring.
And
Because I was talking about
also
how I
filed the
downloaded
item
this
that
app that
made
lets me
this and
record the
assigned these
audio,
two
and I was
commissions
explaining it,
to,
and I was like, wow,
the
no one cares
appropriate
about this at all.
subcommittee. As
I heard you say
requested,
dropper,
was
and that
also
was
honored.
it. Oh,
It's
my
called-
God,
it's
he
called
must have got
Dipper.
For
distracted.
the public's
And then
Dipper.
as soon as I
purposes,
hit,
can you
as
explain
soon as I started dipping, as soon as I
who
started
the
dipping into the
liaison
audio,
will
I
be
had to cut my
from the
mic.
office of the city or the city manager to these commissions? And
So
one of the
I'm
things
letting
I
my
asked
main
for
computer cool down.
previously with regards to Human Rights Commission was
It'll
some
be dipping.
transparency. I know we had spoken and the manager had talked
I
about
steady
the fact
stay
that
dipping.
reports are accessible on the site. I'm really hoping that with this new system, we can have
Katie has this
kinda
idea
separated and
where she wants to make
delineated
stickers that say
out,
"Ask
an ability
Bitch,"
to kind of
so
click
she can
on,
slap
you know,
those
what
on
these
Joe Petty signs she
particular
sees out in the
commissions are
wild.
doing, the recommendations and memos. So if you could speak to that through the chair.
That's really good.
Mr. Manager?
It's a good
Yeah,
idea.
through the chair to
That's
the
a
council.
really good idea.
I just want to point out that the appointment is not staggered, but the expiration is staggered of the members of the
Okay, that's
commissions.
what I meant. Thank you.
Travis is frozen
And
in
so right now, the
loving
liaison
it
is
right
the
now. It's
Executive
awesome.
Office of Diversity.
Oh,
Equity,
I got a
Inclusion.
message.
They
I've been sitting here
will serve as
reading
the
it.
liaisons to these boards and commissions.
Oh, okay. I
That's the
thought-
Latinos Affairs, the LGBTQ, the African American, Black Affairs. We have the Status of Women. We have a Human Rights Commission, Disability Commission. They're all under the auspice of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, to the Office of the City Manager, I would just encourage the administration to continually lean on these groups. As mentioned today, the importance of civic engagement as relates to a number of the items that are before us today is so important. This is another opportunity for us to show folks around central Massachusetts and across the Commonwealth what it means when you lean into the citizenry and what you lean into individuals who are vying and asking to make a difference in this municipality. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, the second 2B is the Communications City Manager recommending appointment of Sienna Arbor, Derek Casey, Madeline Barjolo, Mariam Nate, Quasi Foster, Chris Nelson, Miles Goodwin, and Advisory Commission, the African American.
All right, he
Black
probably said
Affairs.
Miles Goodwin correctly. I
Third
think
one,
that's it.
2C, Communications City Manager recommending the appointment of Jenny Chow and Aliyah Marie Melville to the Advisory Committee on the Status of Women and amend the term expiration of Warren.
They have to
Marco
give those to
due
him
a clerical
phonetically,
error.
right?
I don't think they do.
Collectively on a roll
Clearly
call.
they don't.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
No, they
Mr.
just let
Deloria?
him.
continue to do it
Councilor GA.
really bad
Councilor
for
King.
10 years straight.
Yeah, he's like the Trump of Worcester.
Nguyen.
No one
I-
really questions him.
Priscilla.
I will say,
Councilor
we used to
Russell.
give him
Yes.
phonetic
Councilor Toomey.
spellings of the artist name for
Mayor
powwow,
Petty.
and he would
Yes.
still mess them up.
Okay, we are on 4A.
Oh, I
and
made a,
4B.
I haven't put it on the
4A
Bandcamp or anything,
communications,
but I
city manager
made a
recommended
track
disposition of
that
the
has
tax
Joe
title
Petty on the hot
property
mic saying,
at 0
this is
Enterprise
what we
Street of the
do,
order
drink all
regarding
day.
jurisdiction.
Dude, I heard it
disposition
on the
of real
episode.
estate.
It's
It was-
incredible.
yeah, I played it one
Roll
time on
call.
the episode. Travis, I'll put that in the master.
Councilor
in the
Bergman.
master cut.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor
Please,
GA.
that sounds
Councilor
wonderful.
King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson.
You're gonna have a
Dude,
whole
playing that
album.
live
Councilor Ojeda.
for the first
Councilor
time for
Priscilla.
Chris,
Yes.
and like
Councilor Russell.
being able to capture his
Councilor
natural
Toomey.
reaction to it was
And
so
Mayor
good.
Petty.
Yes,
It
4B.
was,
communications
really
city
This is
manager
what we do.
recommended
We drink
adoption
all
of the order
day.
regarding jurisdiction of real property at 0 Northeast Cutoff. Motion is adopted on the roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio.
Bill, the only thing I
Councilor
want to say
GA.
about that episode,
Councilor
I don't
King.
want stolen
Yes.
valor.
Councilor
I didn't
Carlson.
grow up in Burncoat,
Councilor Nguyen.
so
Councilor
I
Ojeda.
can't be a I can't be a
Councilor
true blue
Yes.
Councilor
Burncoat
Russell.
kid.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor
I
Petty.
mean,
I
I'll
adopted
give
the
it a shot.
darkness.
I mean, like,
6A, communications city
okay.
manager transmitting
Wait,
information
when did you-
communication
when
routes
did you
for
move,
maintenance scheduled over the last 4 years.
2018?
Johnson Tunnel and the agreement for the use of the tunnel as staging
oh wow,
area.
yeah, I had it
Motion
wrong.
before
I
the
thought you
Public
were a
Works.
native son.
All those in
No,
favor?
Sean
Opposed?
Connolly
So
is
ordered.
though.
Connolly's a native son.
Yeah.
8A
Although I don't know if we're really calling
is
that side of Indian Lake.
the motion is adopted on the roll call.
No,
City
he
manager
they
recommended
started up
apply
here
for a
in
9-day
like
trial
true
of
Burncoat,
stop control into the
and
section
then
of
moved down there
Green
when I think he was
Street,
when he was in high
Holcomb,
school.
Providence and Holcomb Street, Elm Street and Seaver.
Where did you live
Union Street
before?
and Haddon
Tell me
Road
your whole
and
life.
Canal Street.
Airport Hill.
Motion
Oh, okay.
is to adopt the roll
Wildwood
call.
Ave, baby.
Councilor King.
Yes, just point of order. Did this already come out of committee? Out of,
This is coming from Mr. Raleigh.
I'm just wondering why this isn't going to committee, Mr. Chairman. That would be my recommendation. I don't know if there's a,
Mr. Raleigh?
'cause
Commissioner?
I don't know if there's concerns from the neighborhood. I don't know I mean, I'm familiar with a number of these streets, but I'm just trying to understand why that doesn't go to committee through the chair.
Commissioner?
Yep, Mr. Chair, there are several items on the agenda tonight that relate to this all-way stop control program. This is a program that's been administered by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation that we've participated in, that has identified several locations that could benefit from application of all-way stop, particularly from a safety perspective. So in order to participate in this grant program, where we'd be eligible to receive equipment for this, the trial is to basically preserve our eligibility. We have also submitted ordinances which will be referred to committee for the full hearing.
Got it. And so for clarification for the public, my understanding is that will allow for the 90-day trial. And that's it. Is that correct, through the chair? Okay.
Yes.
And with respect to the rollout of this particular, I'll call it a pilot, what steps will be made to ensure that there's communication? I know from some areas in the city, when there isn't proper communication or procedure, it could result in additional safety issues while we're trying to increase, safety.
Through the chair to the counselor. So before any of these are implemented, the ordinances that are associated with them would be adopted. So this will have a full hearing before the Traffic and Parking Committee to allow the public to provide feedback. In addition, for each of these locations, Mass DOT has had a consultant prepare a plan that both dictates the signage locations, but also how it's implemented. So the rollout of that in a way that helps communicate the change in traffic control. So it looks at not just adding the stop signs at these intersections, but things like advanced warning signs for a period of 6 months that'll help communicate that. So this would go through the normal process that we go through for these types of changes, and there is an engineered plan associated with each of these that includes the implementation plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just ask that be, when will this be implemented? Once we vote this, when will the 90-day trial begin?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, if the ordinances themselves are passed, I would anticipate implementation this fall. It depends on when we receive the equipment from Mass DOT.
Okay. Thank you. Just important to make sure that some of that stuff is separated out so that when we're asked as elected officials specifics about the rollout, what it'll look like, et cetera, in terms of preparation and communication to the public, that's ready available. I understand
In terms
that
of preparation, if I was prepared, I would have a
the
rollout
ordinances are going to
drop
parking,
every time he
traffic
says
and
it.
parking.
Roll out.
But we should also be able to provide that information without having to delve in it too deeply. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Colorio?
Yes, so
Yeah, I
just to
miss
follow up on
Ludacris
Councilor King's,
releasing
some of the
albums.
questions. So to be clear, the residents and the people that live in the
We'll always
neighborhood
have Fast and
a
Furious.
voice after the implementation of the 90
Forever
days.
in my heart.
So this will be implemented.
Is he still in
these
those?
four-way stop
Oh, yeah.
signs, and then
He's the only one
a
still in
voice
them.
afterwards. Is that
Yeah, everyone else
correct?
died.
Through the
He's the
chair,
only
the,
living
The
character.
90-day trial in this case is really procedural to allow us to continue to
One of the
participate in the
SUVs
grant
from
program to
one of the
demonstrate
Fast
that
and
we
Furious
intend
movies showed up on Buried
to
Trailer.
implement these locations. My
Oh, shit.
assumption is
I can
that
find the listing.
through the Traffic and
It's
Parking
very
Committee,
tempting.
we'll get through all of these ordinance hearings before we actually go and physically install the stop sign locations.
So through the chair, just to be clear, when will the people be able to come and express their viewpoints on whether they believe that this will be effective or they think this will work in the neighborhood? Before the
Donna, you look
implementation?
frightened.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So 8A is adopting the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Colorio,
Yes.
Council Ajie,
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Moore Carlson.
Yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, they ask for reconsideration on 8A.
Reconsideration. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
No.
Council Colorio.
No.
Council Ajie.
No.
Council King.
No.
Council Moore Carlson. Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda.
No.
Council Pasillo.
No.
Council Russell.
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
Mayor Petty.
No.
What's that?
8B through 8H, we're going to send to traffic and parking. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Looked like it was somebody
Fire
in
Department,
that,
communication to the city
that
manager,
back
concerning
corner
information,
because the tell like
communication of the report detailing
head
demographics
whipped around.
pertaining to recruits, the recent.
Oh, I missed
Worcester
that.
Fire
It was in the
Department
chamber. I
Fire
thought it was one of you
Academy.
guys.
You can send that to public safety. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 11A, communication, city manager, transmitting information, communication of the use of emergency warming and cooling centers for the last 2 years. You send that to public health. By doing so,
Mr. Chairman, you're going with efficient speed, but I, unfortunately, did you already go through, what was it, 8H? 8H.
yes, we sent that to traffic and parking.
I'm looking with the item, sorry, particularly involving the report from Mr. Rowley on Mill Street. So we have a number of different agenda items. So what item number is that, Mr. Chairman?
It's 8H.
Okay, so am I allowed to ask?
Motion to reconsider, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to ask.
Motion- we have to
Well, look at that shit.
Oh.
Yeah, it sold for $7,500. I mean,
Whoa. It's probably fucked.
yeah, I mean, and none of the guns are real, but I mean,
Solo.
still, 200 Lucas rolling around in that toy tank, you could actually have that thing on the road for $7,500.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Dude, I met a
Mr. Chairman,
guy
I'd like to ask
at
Commissioner Rowley
the
some
weed
questions.
store
I have been waiting for this for a long
who
time.
has a
so
track,
I
he says,
apologize
with
for
Joyner
not hearing
Lucas.
The item number, as I said, you're
and he wants
doing a
to
good job
do
going
some.
through this efficiently, but unfortunately I missed.
His name is Young
8H.
Biggs. He pulled up on his moped, blasting music,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
and asked for a
Commissioner
lighter,
Rowley,
and then
I
had
guess
me
one of my
light
questions
his joint,
is, as I read the
which he was
report,
driving
it does
around with
seem
on the moped,
to
so it's
indicate
like half
that,
paper.
particularly of
All the
late,
weed is
the
falling
numbers have been better.
Pretty sick.
I would like to know what's
Dude,
the dollar.
dudes and
amount
mopeds
thus
are the
far,
new outlaw
if you know what
biker
you
gang
just
members.
confirm
They're
what your
so
colleagues are
sick.
here
They had like
to
they're having like
spend on
gatherings at the bottom of my hill in the
Love
night, and one of them had one of
Through
those
the
like
chair, wouldn't want
like
to speculate. I'd rather give you
carts
a
that you put a
firm
child
answer,
in the
so
back
if
of your
you provide
bicycle,
that information
and he just had a
in
cooler in
simple
there.
report.
That's
Oh,
pretty
sick.
Yeah.
I apologize for
Whipping around with that
being a
thing
little terse on
in
this,
tow
but
on his moped. Dude,
if you
it's
could
pretty
give
sick.
me a date you'll
Love
provide
it.
that by.
Rolling in
All these
style.
dudes on choppers cosplaying Sons of Applebee's. Nothing about all these dudes that are riding up and down sidewalks, in and out of traffic on their fucking mopeds, asking strangers to fucking light their joint at the store.
Have
Yeah.
you guys seen the guy that rides the one wheel up and down Chandler Street and Main Street? Dude,
Nope.
he fucking whips that thing.
He flies.
It's
Wait,
awesome. He wears the chest protector, like body armor, like hockey pads, and helmet. Yeah.
You're talking about the guy like a motorcycle, not the guy like a skateboard.
Yeah, it's the he kneels on it. Yeah.
Go back for a
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy
To the chair,
freaking flies.
To the commissioner, I'm assuming that the money's spent.
So
in
cool.
Part of the strategy on.
It was right before powwow, and I met a kid that had the other one wheel that operates like a skateboard, and he offered me to ride it, but it was like the night before the 10-day festival, and I'm like, my luck, I break my arm now and render myself useless.
I believe you're referring to the additional.
And I've never got to
safety
see him
improvements that
again.
were
I really want to ride
implemented
one of those
for
things.
those kinds of things. Certainly trying to achieve a reduction in
Steve
crashes
Riley looks good in
as
a beard.
evidenced over time,
Just wanted to
and
put
a
that out there.
reduction in speed.
And as I look at your report, and correct me if I'm wrong through the chair, it looks like the number of accidents have gone down from 2.5.
Are you guys
to
noticing more
2.3
people
per
on
month.
electric
Is that
scooters?
correct?
Electric
Through
everything.
the chair, the better comparison.
I saw a
is
dude
that
fly
for
down,
the overall 18-month period.
Whatever
and
street
so
out
make
here,
sure I've got
and he
the
looked like he was related to you,
correct
Brendan,
numbers
if
here.
I'm being honest, because
For the
he had
overall
no
18-month
shirt on,
period,
bright red
the,
shorts, looks like a
average
lifeguard
pressure
hat,
was
but he was
2.9
carrying
per
a
month.
giant plant while
However,
riding the electric scooter.
corresponding
Yeah,
to the
probably a
timeframe
cousin.
when the flex posts were installed in particular,
I thought it might have been
since
your
that
kid, if I'm
timeframe,
being
it's
honest.
dropped to
I thought he might have been riding an
2.5
electric scooter while
crashes
holding
per
a
month.
plant. And I was gonna scream out, but I was like, nah, if I get his attention, he
More
might dip
recently,
out and crash.
Looking at the last 6 months, which
So
assumes
I live on the
that
third floor,
drivers are going
which
to,
means that I can't
after
have a
they
traditional
have
grill.
some time experiencing a new
I
configuration or
just pulled the
change in
trigger
configuration, they're going to
on
get
an
used to it.
electric
And
grill.
that's come down a little bit further to 2.3 crashes per
that
month.
is like the
As we've
shape
talked
of a
about
charcoal grill and
previously,
just has like a
these are still
coil
relatively
on the
short
inside.
timeframes when we're looking at
Um,
crash statistics. So,
and
you know, I
it's
wanna
big enough for
caveat
like
it
2
with that, but
steaks.
the
So
trends
I might
are,
be grilling and chilling out on
what
this
I would characterize
porch.
as
Hell yeah.
Come Friday.
So
Or
2.5 accidents
it
per
just
month
doesn't
is-
work at all.
Is the number you're, through the chair, you're
I mean,
conceding is correct.
it's an incense burner, worst case scenario.
since the
Yeah,
installation of
well,
these
I'll find
measures
some
this
use
summer.
for it.
Yeah.
Aren't those Blackstones electric? Or those
Through the
propane?
chair, I mean.
I think they're
I don't know. There's 2.5
propane. Maybe some of them are
accidents a
electric.
month. One
I
of
bet it's
the
gonna
higher
work
numbers
great,
on
Bill.
streets in the city of Worcester.
Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't. The only thing I can see is it doesn't give enough power to cook anything quickly.
Through the chair. So
like,
the
I love-
crash
I don't know.
rate is
I love the
would
term
say
acoustic bike.
slightly higher still than for other materials.
I was gonna ask
But
what that
lower than
meant.
it was previously. It was 3.1%
Non-electric.
prior to implementation.
I
Oh,
love
I'm an
it,
idiot.
though.
So it's a drop of, just doing the math quickly in my head.
I feel like a traditional bike is an acoustic bike. When you
Yeah,
actually
It's about
I think that's the joke.
It's about a 20% or so decrease in the number of crashes.
Acoustic bike is where you
Again,
put
through
the
the
soda
chair,
can on
is
your
2.5
wheel to make it sound like a motorcycle.
Crashes per month, a higher number than a typical street in the city of Worcester. That was my question.
Dude, Mo Bergman
Through the chair,
is making such a fool of himself right
It's a
now.
question that can't really be answered because you have to look at all of the characteristics of the street. You have to look at how busy the street is, how much traffic it carries.
Why
the
can't
length
I
of the
grill on the
segment
third
that you're
floor? I
considering.
feel like,
As
am I wrong
stated,
about this?
It's,
You cannot grill
it's
up on
slightly
elevated floors.
higher
You
than
can't. Even, you're not even
the
supposed to grill on a
average
porch
crash
technically,
radius for
but
other major
Yeah,
vehicles
like it's
in the
not
street,
smart or a good
but quite a
idea.
bit lower than
Like
it had been
for
previously.
with an open
Would you
flame.
agree with
on
me,
a
through the
wooden
chair,
porch
that
especially.
one of the
You know, if you have a
That's
fire
the-
escape, that's one thing.
It is a
success,
wooden
so to
porch.
speak, or the trend on Mill Street. would be
Technically,
chances
it's-
are good, nothing bad is going to happen. But if it does, we're going to fucking laugh at you.
Right, right, right.
You'd agree with me on that, right?
These triple dexters are
In
tinder
addition
boxes.
to the
So
length of the
Yeah.
street segment that's
So-
considered.
So through the chair.
But an
if we're
electric
comparing
grill
the
is
numbers
different 'cause there's no
before the
flame.
changes to the numbers after.
Yeah, there's nothing to
It
jump.
would only be a fair comparison.
Unless
of
you
the
start
number
a
of
grease
cars going
fire.
through there.
So you could still melt your siding, lighting, but
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I don't see anything in your report, maybe I missed it.
We'll see.
Has there been any analysis of the number of cars that now use Mill Street since the changes?
Oh my
Through
God.
the chair,
Let it
there
go,
hasn't,
Mo.
but that's something we could look at.
Well, but this report, 18 months in waiting, doesn't have that data.
Yeah, Gio, I think it's different when it's like when it's a
And
triple
would you
decker or
agree
a
with me
multi.
if the number's gone down significantly, then the numbers you're suggesting are an improvement or a positive trend have less
Well,
consequence?
It is a
Through the
hot
chair,
plate, but it's a hot plate
there-
with no like
really there are
George Foreman.
two ways I think that we
Or
need to
there's
look
no
at crashes. One
plate.
is the crash
It's
rate,
just a
which is
grate.
what we've been
It's a hot
discussing,
grate.
which is crashes
Hot
per
grate. It's a hot grate.
user
It's a
and
hot grate.
crashes,
Feels hot
Which are the two words that people use to describe me.
per mile of a roadway. So
That's right.
that's
Me,
one
I mean,
important way to look
famously
at
pretty
it.
much every day.
The other is simply the
Dog,
fact
that
we are
Brian,
trying to
he's so
eliminate
hot,
crashes,
great.
and particularly the most severe
What
crashes.
two words did I use to describe Brian? Hot
anything
and great.
that we do that reduces crashes in the city, I think, is also a positive.
Well, I agree, but I'm just asking if comparing the numbers.
This is getting salty. I like it.
Get him,
is
Steve.
accurate if you have two different amounts of drivers, one before the changes and one after, and it sounds like that data doesn't exist at the moment. I will say through the chair to Commissioner Raleigh that your characterization of a positive trend. Now, I had our office look at the numbers through the state website, and they're slightly different than yours, but it looks like the significant accidents in 2022 on that stretch that's been improved was 28. The number in 2023 was 61, and the number 2024 was 40. So through the chair, it looks like, admittedly, there was an improvement in 2024 from January to December. That's the dates I asked to choose, and I asked to choose the street numbers from 239 mil to 600 mil, which were very close and approximate in my mind to the section that was improved. So it looks like the numbers got better in 2024. That was the first full year the Mill Street changes happened, much better than 2023, but much worse than before any changes were done in 2022. So I guess my question is, if the way to judge this is you need a 3 to 5 year window, isn't saying a positive trend, given that 1 year was better and 1 year was worse than the last three, a little bit premature?
Through the chair, I don't think it's premature to say that the trend is strongly positive, and I think we were very careful to characterize the data correctly in this report. As noted, we're a year and a half into the implementation of this, which is about half of the time frame you would normally want to look at for comparison data. And the positive trend that we've seen is really over the last 9 months, so about half of that again. And we are very clear in this report not to strike definitive conclusions, but to suggest and to point out that the trend has been strongly positive at a time that corresponded to the additional safety improvements that were implemented. Now, I don't necessarily think that it's entirely due to those safety improvements. I also think it's due in part to increased driver familiarity with the corridor. That data was compared to data for 3 years prior. So we do have 3 years of data prior. So I have good confidence in the data prior to that 3.1 crashes per year for the time frame prior. So the question is...
3.1 per month.
That's correct.
You said per year, I'm sorry.
Yep, per month.
What an ass.
Almost done, Mr. Chairman. The other thing on your report, which I did read and I do appreciate, it said that although DTM does not make regular appearances on Mill Street, that passing using the parking lane is a concern, reported and observed on an infrequent basis. So let me just say that I don't use Mill Street as much as I used to, but it's still convenient for me to use it. My observation.
Stopped
totally
using it as much.
Not an expert. There's a lot less people use that street. I'll also, through the chair, suggest that I've stopped
So where
at
they
a number of
going, Mo?
businesses, particularly knowing that this report was forthcoming, and they all confirmed with me without exception, I didn't go to all the businesses, that they've seen a lot less vehicles on the road, which I think if you lived on Mill
What
Street, I'd
businesses?
be thrilled with that. But I think if you're comparing data
Colonial
from
Bowl?
one period to another, you have to have a
It's
certain
definitely
number
Mill
of
Street
vehicles. But I will say, when I go on Mill Street, and again, I don't do it regularly.
Did you go try to
but I
take a
do it
dance
2 or 3
class?
times a week.
Or a gymnastics
People
class?
trying to pass me happens almost every time, whether it's day or night. They're right behind you, riding you as much as you can be. One last question, Mr. Chairman, if I might, and I appreciate the Commissioner's time. It indicates that more monies are available, earmarked, for more improvements on Mill Street. So through the chair of the Commissioner, do you have an approximate amount of dollars that are going to be forthcoming to do more work on Mill Street in the upcoming year?
Is that the Walmart yesterday?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe that,
got,
I believe you're referring
$10
to the money that's earmarked for
backpacking
design.
chairs that make perfect
more permanent
footrest.
design improvements to the,
Nice.
on Mill Street that were.
Like they're like three
That funding was announced last year.
3 poles and they
We're at
fold
a
up.
point where there's actually
and then
another item on the council agenda
you
tonight
sit on
to
them
accept
and
that
it's not
funding.
the best, but you put your legs up.
From
Oh
the
my
federal
God.
government that
Oh my God.
would.
They're a great
fund
feed
design
chair.
improvements for the entire corridor.
They're great
that are
foot
more permanent in nature.
That's
There
what
is actually a design
the
concept
the
that
words
we
people use to
looked
describe me.
at a community meeting that was held last
Great
fall.
and feet chair.
That DPW
Yeah.
had.
He's a great
developed,
foot chair.
I want to say
He's got
4 or
great
5
feet
years ago,
chairs.
perhaps even longer than that we're using as a starting point. But this is looking at the safety and configuration of the entire corridor. That money would become available immediately for the purposes of fostering and facilitating that design process.
Okay, so is the amount we're approving tonight through the chair the total amount?
All right,
Is that just
everybody,
part of the amount that's gonna be available?
hold on, let me unplug my headphones.
That's the total amount.
Say congratulations to Katie for going viral on the internet.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Mr.
For doing a
Chair.
Photoshop
Let me
tattoo.
just
Congrats,
first start by saying thank you
Katie.
to the city manager for the executive order on actually codifying Vision Zero as a policy, a principle, and tangible
Damn.
measures that we can
I really
take
love when haters mad.
to make our streets safe. I really appreciate that. Mr. Rowley, I know that you have expertise in analyzing data trends as it pertains to projects. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to the methodology of how you came to these conclusions.
I love Mo
the set of
Bergman's
data that you,
conspiracy theory
you
that like
considered.
so many
And I'll
people
just
are
leave it at that.
opting to take a different route
Through
than
the
Mill
chair,
Street.
to the
That's why the
councilors.
crash
So
data is
we
lower.
did develop 2 databases, and what
It's
we
like,
found
what
is
other-
that
stopped
we are
using it
capturing
because-
every
What other
crash
street are
that's
you
occurred
gonna
in this
use?
corridor, both
I personally
historically,
stopped using it because
as
of
well as
five
since the-
5 miles an
the,
hour slower, which equates
the project
to
has been implemented.
approximately
So it
5
involved
seconds.
looking both
I think.
at the Worcester
Yeah.
Police Department's
So, Bill, there's a really
call
funny thing down
logs
there, right? That
and looking
you
at
have
every
Pleasant
record
Street, Chandler
individually
Street, and Mill
there,
Street
both
all basically
historically
go to the
and
same place. They
again,
run in
since the
parallel to
project
each
was
other.
implemented,
They all terminate in
as well
Park
as the
Ave.
MassDOT
And over the last
database.
decade or so,
And
maybe
then
15 years,
cross-referencing those 2
they've all
databases
had
to make
something
sure that
really
we
big
are
happen
capturing
that forced
everything
people
that's
to
been
go to
called
those
and
other streets.
reported,
And it's
over
not
time
like
for
what
those
Mo is
corridors.
just being selective in his
We
memory in
did
terms of
go
like, oh,
back and
Mill
look
Street
at
has
a
tons of
3-year time
traffic.
period
That's because when
historically.
Bill Eddy left, he put up a stupid
One
fucking
of the things that makes
red light
crash
in the middle of
analysis
Pleasant
so
Street, a
difficult
state
now
fucking
is it applies
highway
to every-
that does nothing
every
but block up
corridor.
traffic from
We'll
Paddock
be on
Square
this hump in
to
another couple of years,
Moreland
but
Street
the
in the
fact that
morning,
we're
and then
in the
from
middle of
Moreland
this,
Street to Newton Square in the
so
evening.
as the
That
Worcester
pushed
Police
a lot of
Department
people
had
to Mill
done in their
Street.
prior
This
analysis,
change
we
kind of
excluded
brought
the 2
people
years
back
where the COVID
onto Pleasant
impacts
Street
were less
after that
significant.
change. Chandler Street had a giant water
2020,
main that we
in
found out
fact,
was made of
citywide, we
wood
saw a
from like
37%
before
reduction in
Massachusetts
crashes
state
simply due to the
explode
COVID
10 years
pandemic.
ago.
So
And Chandler
those
Street got shut
are,
down for an extended period of
extracted,
time. So it
and then the
redirected
comparison
people both to
database
Pleasant Street.
becomes,
Like those 3 streets always have shifting density
2022,
based on what
and
kind of weird ass
2023.
shit either the city or the state is
Then
doing
for
to fix
the
or deal
crashes
with
that have
density
occurred
issues that
since the
don't
project was
that can't be
implemented,
fixed.
we
There's just too many people and
evaluated
too many
every crash
cars to go
report,
down narrow corridors.
to better understand
But he's just
those,
trying to make the
map
point that
them,
like this
categorize
change,
them
look, this
by
is the
crash
reason why
types. That
Mill
helps
Street is
inform
no
our
longer being used.
decision
It's
to
so
implement
fucking
the
vapid and
folks.
stupid, and is
One of the
only
things we're
meaningful
trying
to
to
people
do
that just
with
moved to
Flex
Worcester
Space
last or
is
Tactic Square
not
last
only
week.
provide that
Right.
a little bit of
Yeah.
physical separation, but
Yeah, I would
really
invite
help
any of these
drivers
people to play
understand where the parking
SimCity
lane
for
is,
a
where the
fucking
bicycle lane
day
is, and where the
and
travel lane
see
is.
if they can
It's
manage a traffic
been
pattern.
successful in doing that in our observations. We are frequent visitors to the corridor by all modes, and people. I feel confident saying people understand how to drive the corridor currently. In terms of the crash analysis itself, what we have done is
I feel
looked
confident
at all
saying
crashes,
people understand how to drive.
and then in addition, we looked at serious injury crashes.
Actually, disagree.
Yeah,
smart
actually,
reduction
now that
since
you say, now that I say it out
implementation
loud,
of the
I
project in
actually
serious injury
don't.
crashes. But again, as I was stating earlier,
I'm such a fucking geezer when I'm
these are
driving
really still
around.
pretty short short periods
I'm like,
of time,
oh,
so I
what
don't
the
want to make
fuck
any
are you
definitive
doing?
conclusion
Where did
based
I
on that.
drive?
Everything is trending in the right direction, though.
Screaming at
Thank you, Mr.
people.
Raleigh.
I just yell, "What are you doing?"
Is
over
there a
and over.
reason
What are you doing?
why
What are
in
you
your
doing?
field of work when you analyze.
If Mo
trends
actually
and
gave a shit
patterns,
about anything, he'd be
you
concerned that
suggest
Mill
you,
Street at 30
you
miles an
use
hour
the
has turned into
timeline
a
of
two
relative,
nips drive.
3 to 5 years
It's like I can't be on my
versus
motorcycle without getting bonked in the head with at least 2 empty nips bottles from the townie driving in front of me. The appropriate speed limit, but it's like Mill Street is not short enough to be. It is too short to be a 2 nip. That's clearly a 1 nips road. But no, we're up to 2 nips now. That's what Mo should be focused on for his
Do
election.
you not care about the local economy, Brendan? Do you not care about?
a particular crash happens somewhere doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily.
how are you
mean
supposed
that
to? How's
location's
Big
more
Bob supposed to
dangerous
stay in
than other
business? You can't be
locations
ripping
in the
blasting
same
nips on Mill
So
Street.
you really need the
Can't get a
benefit of
bucket
time
of
to
Fireball
gather
before you're on the way to
data
work.
to see that
How's
that really is an
wait,
established
that's not the
trend and not
closest
just
liquor
an
store to Mill
anomaly
Street.
that
What's
may
the
have
closest
happened.
liquor store?
There's one on Mill Street.
Great, thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry,
There's one
Darren.
on Mill Street?
Yeah.
I've never been to that one.
Standard practice.
You usually pound back your last nip of the night from your center console,
Thank you,
and then the
Commissioner.
package
And,
store is right in the middle of Mill
my
Street,
colleague
so you can
Nick
re-up
made
on your way to
reference
work.
to some
Yeah,
people
yeah.
passing,
They're really good about taking cans
on
at that
Mill
one too.
Street. Could you
You just hand them
speak a
anything and
little
they'll just
bit
put
as
them
to
in a
the
box.
trends that you're seeing across the city in terms of
I pick up litter. Like
driving,
that actually would be the best
any
documentation
particular
you could do
words
for the
and
city of
trends
Worcester
and
is
behaviors
just
from,
catalog anecdotally
motorists
which
and
streets
drivers
are
that worry
heaviest
you
at nips.
that you could share?
I mean, we got a guy.
We need a citywide
Through the
intervention.
chair,
in
We got-
Worcester.
this would be
We got a guy that
largely
can
anecdotal, but I
that
think,
probably
I
has
share the same
more nip
concerns
data
that I know
than
a lot of the
anybody.
councilors do, and certainly things we've heard from the police department as well in terms of concerns with aggressive driving that we all witness, and we are seeing that in
So,
terms of the crash
Roblox,
rates
this
quickly
game that
rebounding and since
the kids are
COVID
talking
and
about.
unfortunately surpassing
The only thing my nephew talks
where we
about?
were when that
Is it
pandemic
like
first started.
it's like Minecraft
So
in that you can build out?
you
like,
do see that citywide.
Wait.
Legit
No one
no
knows.
idea.
Yeah,
No
okay.
way, Bill.
It's like Minecraft, but easier to get indoctrinated into white nationalism, from what I understand.
That's the concern.
Or sometimes you get really into fashion.
One of the things we're trying
Well,
to
I mean,
focus
we
on
had
is
this
4chan. Faceted approach is.
But actually, we had
Rotten
4chan
dot
kind
com.
of. We had
It's
kind
not
of
just the design,
before
it's not just
4chan
enforcement, but it's really
became
all of
Nazi.
these things working together to try to
There's,
get on top of this.
My first
Thank you, Commissioner
inappropriate
Rowley. So
website was
what I heard you say is
steakandcheese.com.
that the trends in driver behavior that you just outlined are not
Stickdeath.com.
unique just to Mill Street.
Oh,
Behaviors
Stickdeath.
that we all experience and see across the city. Under page or under other observations.
What I'm getting at is
before
that
the
it would be
paragraph that
cool.
says next steps.
It would be a cool
Could
community
you
project
describe a little bit the observations
to,
that you and your team have
ideally in
personally,
GTA, but
outlined
I don't know if you
here,
can do
and
that.
particularly
Make
what I would like for you to
Worcester,
speak on
like make
is
Worcester as a map.
why is it
Ooh,
important to
Minecraft would
you
be the
to
place.
actually
I
have
think.
Minecraft would be
a
the place where you do
firsthand
that.
Yeah,
experience
you could
in
pull it off in
observing
City Skylines.
all
I
the
think.
That's what I was
things that you
thinking,
have
In a
Brian.
way, but the scale's bad for that on City Skylines. You could never make a full.
Through the chair, so the section that
City.
councilors are referring to, I believe, other observations. Is
But
that,
yeah, I think
is that what you're
Minecraft is
asking about
the
specifically.
move on that one.
I mean, if you want to stress test
So,
it though,
you know,
you got to do like a City Skylines or something
The
like
data
that.
tells us a lot, but in order
True.
to understand the data, we need to understand the context.
Yeah, and also Minecraft is hard to
how-
do like
how
one to
the
one, like to
corridor
find the
is
scale on it. You have to do a
functional.
lot of
We have
math.
spent a lot of time out there, not just myself, but my staff as well, Assistant Director Crane and others, and we've experienced the corridor.
I don't remember
in
either of
the
those,
various
Gio.
different ways you can.
But like
I
Sin
drive the
City,
thing all the time because I want to see how
could you?
people are parking
Yeah.
along it. I want to see how.
Yeah,
they're
City
understanding the
Skylines is
corridor.
more
One of the
like
things I've been,
design
very
focused,
pleased
like
with is that
Okay.
I
than
don't
SimCity.
think there are many people at all who don't understand how the
But
corridor works anymore. You
it'd
see
be
people
interesting. I've
consistently
never been good at
parking
any of those
correctly,
games.
They're consistently
Same. I
driving
don't have
correctly.
the brain
When
power.
I do see someone
And I
who
watch
is
ridiculous builds on
exhibiting,
City Skylines.
passing
It
behavior,
gets to me, City Skylines
at
is
least in
SimCity
my
on
experience,
crack.
and I've
Yeah.
probably
Like
driven
you
the
can
thing
do water,
a
do
couple hundred
traffic.
times
out
at
right
this
now.
point.
It's wild.
It's pretty fun.
It's
John
rapid
Hodgman
progression,
streams him
not
playing
dissimilar to
Hell
what
yeah.
I see
City
elsewhere in the
Skylines a lot.
city
It's really
when
fun.
I've, seeing someone do make similar movements. In walking the corridor, that's important to understand.
It is.
The experience experience for residents who live there and people who are using the facility to walk or using the sidewalks, which now have greater separation from traffic, and then biking the
Oh yeah,
corridor
City
was
Skyline
really
seems like
interesting
the
as
place to
well.
build.
I am
Worcester.
not a particularly
Place.
avid bicyclist, although I've been trying to get back into it.
wonder
a
if
little
anybody
bit.
has built
But I
it
think it's important
in
to
any
experience
games.
that way as we're designing and implementing bicycle facilities in the city to understand what it feels like from that perspective. And it was really amazing to think that you can bike this corridor and feel safe on it. And I would have never even considered doing that previously.
Thank you, Commissioner Early. I have also walked, biked, and I have driven, and I do so frequently for the same reasons that you do. In fact, just recently I took a bike ride in the afternoon, a time that I hadn't done before, saw people walking, people frequenting, people driving.
This guy named Ed
and
Ryan. It's on Worcester Political Dialogue.
Mr. Early,
There's some
lastly,
post
very,
about
very
asking
briefly,
about
could you speak
why
to
they
other
don't
improvements that are
in the city
are
elections
under-
they don't
underway
say what
right now,
party they're affiliated with. And people explained the deal, and this guy Ed Ryan was like, "How about whether or not they are citizens?"
Oh my God.
Question. And Kate Toomey liked it.
There is a
Oh my
recommendation from the
God.
Traffic and Parking Committee for a
Kate
20
Toomey
mile
like
per hour
that?
safety
Can
zone.
you-
at
Kate
the
Toomey liked
schools.
that
Schools,
for me? Yeah,
ordinance,
Thank
is
you.
pending tonight on the calendar.
Yeah, shout out to Matthew
That's a
No for
group
pointing
that'll
that
be
out
implemented,
in the post.
later this summer.
I'm reading
We
this
are
really good
also
book
designing
on
a new
the war on
accessible
terror
crosswalk
by this
down
guy
in the
Spencer
Bonita
Ackerman,
Beach
writes some
area.
newsletter called Forever
So,
Wars.
on
And
busier days, people
birtherism
use both sides
is
of the roadway to park.
crazy in the context that
And
he
we
puts it
want
in.
to
It's like
make it safer for them
it's
to
like they
cross,
straight up
back and
ran
forth
out
there,
of
so it'll have
they
a
ran out of
protected
stuff.
island in the middle, as well as
They
rapid
ran
flashing
out
beacons.
of
As I
ways
said,
to
that work is currently being
animate
designed. We're hoping to get
an
that
obviously
installed
fascist base.
before winter,
They were just
depending
like,
on how the parking space will be
shit.
designed.
Because Obama just did everything that the
And then the
security
third
state
thing
wanted.
really,
So
rather
they
than
didn't
the
have
longer
anything.
term,
They didn't have anything to
design
go with.
improvements that we talked about, corridor
Dude, it's
wide,
so
which is
fucking
a
crazy.
process
Like,
that'll just be
it's
getting
not
underway,
shocking, but it's
is
so fucking crazy
thinking
how
about,
like
is there a
how
role
bad it
for
is now.
additional
Like,
signage on the corridor?
like people are legit
Affirm
calling for
and
like
remind people
non-white
of the
people
25
not to
mile
be
per
able to
hour
run for
statutory,
office.
speed
Oh,
limit.
totally.
I strongly
This is
believe
the-
that there is.
Right, like
There
in
have been some
mainstream
recent
like
changes
Yeah.
to the manual of uniform
conversation.
traffic control
It's
devices
basically, I mean,
that
the
allow
vice
us
president
a
and Stephen
greater
Miller have
range,
both
and I
been
think a more
openly talking. I mean, Steve,
effective range of
Vance
options
just talked about
for
this at a
signing statutory
conservative
speed
forum he
limits.
spoke at in
Previously,
California
we
before he
have
went to
not been
Disneyland
able to
last
sign,
week. That like,
statutory speed limits
if
using
you,
the white signs
he's
with,
trying to reframe the
black
argument
lettering.
that if you look at what
That's
the
no
idea
longer
of the United
specifically
States
prohibited
is,
in the
in
federal
theory,
MOTCD.
anybody in the world
However, the
can
state
claim to
MOTCD
be
is not caught
American
up.
by way of the
So we're
idea
having
of the United
conversations with
States.
MassDOT
So
to
the only
understand what
proper
our
way to look
options
at it
are,
is somebody who has
before we
actually
install
comes
some
from a lineage
additional
that
speed
has
limit
spilled
signage
blood
along
and
the
soil on soil for the United
Which
States.
is
Which
straight up,
makes more the argument that, like, you know, even if your family fought for the Confederacy, they're far more American than somebody who just got here last week, which, to be crass, intentionally, clearly calls into consideration both his wife and children. But still, the point stands that these guys are fucking gross and literally calling out the idea that the idea of the United States is the flaw, and what we need to focus on is only folks that can trace. Like, if you don't have family that's been buried here since the Civil War, you can't possibly be American. Outside voice, they're doing this shit.
Yeah,
right. I have facilitated, obviously, with your support and help.
Yeah, it's
And they had
really
to,
I look forward to
it's
more
like-
of this discussion in
too.
traffic and parking.
Right,
Most importantly, I do want to
It's
remind
really,
residents that the 2.3 or 2.1 million.
It's really interesting to think about
whatever
like
the-
how
Could you
it's
correct what
not that
you
it
want?
ever
Through
that
the
it's
chair,
never
it's a
been the
$2 million
case before. It's always
with a
sort of been the case,
$500,000
but now it's
local
just
match.
like
Local match. So
much
the,
more
so
of
the
an open
earmark,
threat of
that
like
is, the bid that is
they'll
supposed to
just
be,
grab you off the
hopefully
streets and
hire
disappear
consultant
you.
in September.
Mhm.
will
Like,
then
and
focus
now
the
not they won't
conversation
even
on
keep
the
it
larger
secret
vision,
anymore. Now they'll
which the
just do it
residents of Mill Street
openly
were
and then
really
have
excited
half
when you
the
guys,
people cheer
held
for
the
it.
first charrette meeting that we had.
I was thinking about like
I
the
encourage
you guys saw the
definitely to
club
hear the
like
residents' concerns. There's
FIFA
certainly room
club
for
like
improvement.
championship
Yeah.
thing. with Trump.
I
Supposedly
do want
he
to
like
stress
kept the
that
trophy
we are
and they just
at a
gave
second phase
the
of
team like
transformation on Mill
a
Street, and
second
I'm
replica
very
trophy.
excited in tandem with having these
And I haven't fact
about the
checked that. I don't
efficacy
know
of
if it's
the
actually the
configuration,
case, but
that we also find ways to
if it
do more
is
engagement
and
around
just
Studio
even the
One.
idea
Thank you
that
so much
that
for all your
could
hard work.
happen is
Thank you.
so like
Councilor King.
it's such a small like detail that just
Thank you,
proves
Mr.
exactly
Chair.
what this all is. It's like no one
Just
said
wanted
anything to
to
him like,
point
no,
out
you can't do that, because they know what happens if they do.
Page of the
you know,
reports on number
and it's
here,
like
and other
everything in this country
observations.
right now is just
And the
deciding
fact
whether or
that
not you're going to
it's noted that since,
risk
as mentioned,
somebody, you know,
the
like the
signage was
president
installed
demanding that somebody
single lane,
like extrajudiciously disappear you to another country. And so what are we going to do about that?
There's been a significant impact.
Because what's the point
safety,
what's the point of following laws if they
street.
don't apply to you, if they don't protect you?
Implementation was rolled out,
And
I was very much concerned.
the
about
Supreme
the
Court
impact
just
of that rollout,
has
because none of that was
consistently over the
enforced,
past 6
and
months
that was
just
safe, and
decided
that's
that
why I was asking
unconstitutional
questions
things
previously
are
before
now
they
constitutional.
stop sign to make
And
sure
if we
that
think
roll
that
things out with
even if we had a
supervision,
different president, if that
and
would
that we're doing
that
it
would
in exacting
stay
way.
the same,
My question to
like
the chair,
it's for this guy.
to the administration
It's all
is,
directed towards one direction, and it's
we talked
to,
about the crosswalks at Mill Swan
like,
School. One of the things
keep
we've
that
talked
guy
about in the past, we've talked
in
about
power.
on the floor, is the distance between crosswalks and the impact that has
I don't
on
know.
folks
I don't know what,
crossing where there
like,
is no
I don't know
crosswalk.
what the
That's an
point
issue
of,
down
like,
there on Lake Avenue.
pretending
That
there's
issue on
anything else to
Belmont
do,
Street,
but
folks have lost their lives. I know that this particular area,
all I
by
know
Mill
is
Swan School will
someone's
have that.
if someone's
But if you could
someone's
share,
arresting
for
me
the
now,
public and for the council, for
there's a much
myself,
bigger consideration
what is
than
an optimal,
how am I gonna deal with
distance
this in court.
between- or
It's
what is the
do I let
research
this
shows?
happen
I can't
right
remember
now?
off the top of my head, about the likelihood and the dangers associated with
The really
crossing
gross thing is
where
the
there's
reframing
too
of
long
the
of a
mythology, right?
distance
Which
between those crosswalks. I don't remember
it's
which
always been
mile, 2 miles,
mythology. I mean, that's
call it.
what every nation state is built on in some capacity. But
Through the chair, so
it's,
it's a lot shorter than we currently
like if
have
you
on
follow
Main Street.
Department of Homeland
We were
Security,
able,
their
as
Twitter
part of that
account
project,
yesterday, they made a
to
post.
add additional
Oh, boy.
crosswalks
It was a
at,
painting
Main Street,
from,
or an
he's a
additional
neo-revisionist
crosswalk
sort of
and
like
then
white nationalist
enhance the
artist. We
crosswalks
got those now.
listed at Mill Street
Does really nice oil on canvas, but his paintings are kind of gross in theory. I think the
But there's
painting
still
was called like a
significant
prayer for the
distances
homeland or
between
something
half
like
mile
that.
or more in
And it
cases. The
it's just a
optimal
picture of
distance
like
really
a
depends on the context. If
couple
you're in
that are like
a densely
celebrating the
developed
birth
area,
of their
you really
child
wanna
in
see
a covered
those
wagon.
every block.
But it like
in
it
a
skips over the whole
more
point that shit, people that were in covered
suburban zone,
wagons,
the
they
right
were all
term,
fucking
and we'll
immigrants,
go
right?
ahead
Like
and use it in
Gio made a
context
comment
like
about like
this.
family coming from
We
like
still want to
you know,
see some
stumbled
regular
off a boat as
frequency
a bunch of
because
drunken Irish.
it's
Yeah,
really
that's what they
unlikely
did. They got on a
someone's gonna
fucking
walk
covered wagon
more
because
than,
nobody
say,
wanted them in
100
eastern
yards
cities.
out of their way
And
to
they
go find a
they
safe
were the people that
crosswalk,
settled
rather
the
than
or
deciding that
colonized,
they're
whatever we're
just
fucking
gonna
calling
take
it
their
now,
chances.
the
One of the
Midwest
things
and
that I
West.
think is
That whole part is just being left
really,
out intentionally.
a good
That like yeah,
feature of the
there's never been a
corridor
moment.
in
There was
its
nobody came out of the
current
mud
state,
here in the
road
United
data down to
States,
one lane in each
and like those are the
direction,
true
that
Americans.
provides some
But that's the way the
opportunities to
narrative is
provide
being framed, and
additional
people are
safe
too
crossings
stupid either
because
either
we
too
don't
stupid to
have
see
that-
through it or
that
just don't
double
care anymore.
threat issue that you see on multi-lane roads. So the Benenda Beach crosswalk's going to be the first one. I think that's a very high priority.
Yeah, I mean, there
And
were
I think there are other
there were
locations on the
people
corridor that will want to not necessarily wait
here,
for this whole
but
design phase
we've
to-
unfortunately
to
created a
pan out,
situation
but
where
look at
they
additional
could no longer
crosswalk opportunities
retake
as well.
ownership of this country.
Sure, yeah.
And not that they ever
Thank you,
wanted
Mr.
it.
Chairman,
you know.
that was
But-
exactly what I was trying to get to.
Yeah,
and I would like as a way of an order. to
Yeah, the
request
whole thing about
provide,
like, I mean, it's
sort of
obviously everybody in this
strategic
chat knows
planning and timelines
it's all
as it
fucking
relates to
horse shit.
additional
But like,
crosswalks. I know from
it's
personal
only
experience, my
like
daughter went to the school there at Airport
now
Drive,
that you
and through
realize
walking
like
those
how
streets for the
fucking
last
it's
10
not even
years,
just like
it can
benignly
be
like
sort of
weird
a
and
dodgy
dumb.
type of
It's
game.
how fucking
And I
gross
think that,
all of
if we have an
like,
idea of that, and lastly through the
you
church
know,
administration,
patriotism in
those
general
sidewalks
is.
have been under repair for at least a decade,
And I think
hopefully
I don't know if
again.
Bill. I don't know if it was Bill,
we had talked
if he
about
mentioned
this
it on
once,
Outdoor
touched on it,
Cats,
that
or
we're
if I
getting
was
bike
reading
lane
it somewhere else. But
that
this
would
idea that
separate,
like
out.
like
Could
the
you
word
speak
homeland
to,
was not
any-
part of the deal
will
in
any
this
of these
country
dollars go
like
through that
until
sidewalk repair? Will it ever
post
be
9/11
completed
when
in
they
its
decided
totality?
they had
So
an
what?
opening to do
Commissioner?
white
Through the
nationalism,
chair. So all of
like
this- all of
to
the
start
funding from the
to start
federal
doing this
government
shit,
is
and
for
like
design
that's when we started
purposes.
hearing about like the
And
homeland and all that
the
stuff,
things we'll
which
wanna
is like
focus on are an
expressly like,
for the corridor that
you
looks
know,
toward
Nazi
more
coded
permanent
language.
and as I envision it, and as the request for proposals that we have drafted and is ready to go out envisions it, the consultant will work with us, the community, the council, to develop a series of alternatives to think about how the various aspects
you
of the
can't
corridor
just
should be
you
handled
can't
in
let them
kind of the
take
ultimate
somebody in
build-out.
front of you. It doesn't matter if you know them,
It's
doesn't matter if you
likely to
don't, doesn't
involve
matter
some
if you know
sort of
anything
separated bike
about them.
facility.
Can't let them
I
take
think
anybody
in
in
this
front of you
corridor that makes a
willingly.
lot of sense,
I
both
think, and that's not like to say
traffic
like,
characteristics, but just also
oh,
looking at the
just
recreational
like dive in
opportunities
there,
and the
but
access
like
that facility will
you gotta
provide to
you gotta
parks and other
document, you
uses.
gotta do what you can to make
It'll
sure
look
that
at
like
the-
because people are
the
just
best
literally
way to
being
configure
disappeared.
the travel lanes and the parking lanes where parking's needed, where maybe it
and
isn't.
It's very,
look at
very easy
intersections
to,
in particular, one thing we
even
weren't able to do
in
the
like
first project
quote
is
unquote
really,
more normal times,
make a lot of
like,
improvement at the intersections, which are locations where you typically do tend to have higher
my
crash
main,
rates.
I was
So
I was
looking
in
at June
I was in
Street, looking
Worcester
at
County Jail for
Airport
5
Drive,
days. No
and
grand
then
scheme of
also
things,
looking to the-
fucking
to the
nothing,
east
no big
where,
deal, nothing at all.
beyond the
I'm
original project
very
limits,
privileged. I was very
the
privileged
intersection
even during that
of,
time.
Park
But
Avenue and
the
Mill
thought
Street
occurred to
is
me
one
the
of the
entire
highest
time I
crash
was
rates
there
in the city,
of
and
if they
that's
just
an
decide,
important
if somebody
component of
just
this project
says,
is to,
like if somebody
through the
just
design
forgets or
process,
decides not to open
determine,
the door for me,
necessary
there's no
improvements there.
fucking recourse. No one from either side of, like, if somebody decides that you can't go anywhere, then what are you going to do about that? Like,
Chairman,
you're not going
I
to do
rise just
fucking
to-
shit about it.
Scratching my head a little bit just to clarify.
And if you don't have anybody that could raise us,
Mr.
you know,
Chairman,
cause a
Mr.
problem on the
Romano.
outside,
So
then
what you're saying is we've got a $2 million
ain't nothing happening.
federal grant.
Yeah, and that's like
and a
most
$500,000
most of
matching
the
local funds
punishment to
from
bureaucracy
taxpayers in
is
the city, correct?
Right.
And it's only going
is just
to
keeping
design,
people who can't get out of
not to actually
like
doing any work.
detention
that's
for
correct.
quality of life
Right.
crimes in
Right.
county jails and such.
Right.
I'm just flabbergasted.
Yeah.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah.
Something like 4%
understand, the design
of crimes
process
that police
takes a
and the
long-
judicial
because this is
system in
what the
general
entirety of Mill Street
adjudicate
is. All
are
the elements that the
violent in
commissioner just
nature.
mentioned are extremely crucial in
The rest of them are just like trespassing and
Mill Street. And so the design is going to take
drug-related
into
charges.
consideration catch basins. It's going to take into consideration water
Pretty
and
nuts.
sewer. It's going to take into consideration the middle center island. I mean, it's a significant design effort from many multiple engineers and consultants that it will involve state entities as well to be involved in this part of this process. So the design is cumbersome. So the $2.5 roughly million that's going to go invested into this is going to take that into consideration. It's going to take consideration having the consultants and the contractors work with community to get community input, try to put together this. And then at the end of the day, then they're going to tell us exactly how much this is going to cost to build the entire project. And so that can be a lot more. It's going to be a lot more than $2 million. Because these types of
Jesse
projects
missed
cost
Mo
quite a bit. Just to give you an
Bergman
example, Main Street from
looking
courthouse
stupid,
to
trying
courthouse
to
was about
gotcha
$11 million. And
Steve
look at all the
Raleigh.
work that- No, for the
whole thing.
the entire from design to the implementation was
Yeah,
over $11
Roman's
million
barking at my mom or
from here to
something.
there. Mill Street is going to be that kind of project that will have that kind of impact for that neighborhood. And so we need to do it right, and we need to be able to understand. And those dollars,
that's the biggest
are, again,
things.
they're going to be specifically only for design.
Just for comparison's sake, Mr. Chairman, how much are we spending to repave Massasoit Road? How much money do you have in the budget that you're going to do most if
Is
not all,
George
Massasoit
actually
Road?
telling us that as the real estate guy, he doesn't know what fucking roads cost?
Curiosity.
For the cost of the resurfacing itself, I'd have to get that number for you. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Can you give me a ballpark? Is
Ballpark?
it 100,000? Is it $1 million? I mean, can the Commissioner of Public Works give me a ballpark?
I'd rather report back. It's
give me that report.
it's in the millions.
I'd be interested.
Through the chair, it's in the millions.
Just to put everything in perspective, because, you know, I understand Mill Street is an important street. I understand it's been a priority.
It's
but there's a lot of work to do in the city. And when we're looking for federal grants,
boy.
and we're looking for expenditures, it would make more sense to me as just one member of this council to look for things that are going to help more streets and more general designs, but
Help
this is
what?
already done. But
Does
thank
he
you.
not? Do they not fucking understand? Like Brendan said earlier, what, like, how
I know it's my second
shallow
time.
is
I'm
your
not gonna
fucking
ask
memory?
Mr. Raleigh any questions.
Like, they address
That's
things
what
as
I-
they come up.
what I feel I need
They're
to do.
totally
I just wanna make a
reactionary.
Statement
Yeah.
based on the comments I.
But it's just killing me that these are the guys that, you know, you can't touch single family zoning. Like, where do you think that the money for things like road work and repair come from? It's based on the idea of infinite growth, right? Like, we don't have new tax sources coming in. You're going to run out of money for the existing infrastructure.
We all know.
We did that like fucking 30 years ago. And these guys are a road cost of that. Like, yeah, dude, that's.
Is what wasn't said. Unlike any other street in the city of Worcester, I'm going to repeat that. Unlike any other street in the city of Worcester, when somebody's cutting off somebody on Mill Street due to aggressive driving, they have nowhere to go but into a parked car.
Dude,
Are you out of your fucking mind, Mo Bergman? You
Oh,
dumb
yeah.
fuck! Are you
With
kidding
that
me?
street. I know
Like,
two
there are
situations
narrower streets in the city.
where
What
people
have
were
you?
cut
There's
off
there's
and they
one.
had nowhere else to go.
What the
but
fuck
into a
does that
parked
even
car.
mean, you
So when
dumbass?
If she was in road rage,
people
guys.
are passing people on Mill Street.
Oh
because
my
of aggressive driving.
God.
It's happening all throughout the city.
Jesus
I
fucking
agree.
Christ.
But what's not said, and what should be said, in my opinion, by the experts, is unlike other streets, Mill Street's problematic because when you get cut off, you've got no
Highland Street.
to a parked car. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Most of Main Street.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay.
Burncoat
Take
Street.
this time, we're going to send the traffic and parking along with Councilman Bergen's order for the price tag, the dollar amount of the project.
He's got to be the
for,
biggest
provide
baldest
time
fuck I ever seen in my
for
life. I swear to God.
It's really
Consider
just.
HG.
It's so fucking crazy how stupid he is. Like,
It's something else, man.
Council King has asked, will we consider 8G a roll call?
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mauro Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by expressing my appreciation for this communication relative to school zone signings. I filed this order that precipitated this, asking for an internal audit a bit ago. And that came after speaking with some folks on Burncoat Street that were exclaiming that there was a lack of signage, more so in different parts of the city, more of the core and the inner parts of the city than other parts. And we've been looking to getting this particular report for quite some time. This is important. I think this will set us a roadmap to save lives of our school children, Mr. Chairman. We know that the three components that will be addressed here is the school speed limit signage, the school pavement markings, where we'll say school on the pavement, and of course, signs that delineate the crosswalks. Through the chair to the administration, if you could speak to sort of the planning process, how many signs are we going to need? When I look at the names of the schools that do not have signs, do not have crosswalks, that do not have pavements, markings, it's extremely, extremely concerning. Once we begin to address this expeditiously, once again, it will save the lives of our children. It will save the lives of folks walking with them to and from school. And again, across the city, Belmont Street Community School, Burncoat Middle School, Burncoat Street Prep.
The other thing I
Canterbury,
don't understand
Chandler
about
Street,
Mode
Cityview,
doing
Claremont.
dumb stuff like
The
that,
list goes
like,
on, Mr. Chairman. Columbus Park,
there's
Elm
20
Park,
people
Gates Lane,
watching,
Grafton Street, Hurd Street, Jacob Hyatt,
as far as he knows.
Grafton
Right.
Street, Lakeview, Lincoln.
Like, who's
Main
that
Street,
for? Like,
Nelson,
who is the
North Ave,
lying
North
for?
Ave,
Right.
Quincy,
I mean,
Do you
Rice
think
Square,
they're gonna believe? Do you think
Tatnick
the
Magnet,
DPW is gonna
Union
believe you
Hill,
when you say dumb,
University Park
fake bullshit
campus,
like that? Like, what?
Vernon
Who is
Hill,
that for?
Weakest,
I really do
Alternative
think that
School,
it's
Arts
like it's
Magnet,
a circle of
East
maybe
Middle.
100
What's the
people
Voc? What's the Tech?
If that.
Now, Learning
Right.
First Charter
like
School. What's
that
the Cultural
comprises the
Academy?
entire arena
Ahuda-
of like
Ahuda,
discourse.
Academy,
that
St. Peter.
Mo Bergman,
Central Catholic,
Gary
I don't know what that
Rosen,
is. Elementary
like
school.
it's
over there on
basically
Main
just
Street.
like the I don't know.
So it
Talk to the
touches all
Commonwealth.
parts of the city.
Right.
And I know, again, kudos
Fucking
to
great.
the
Like, what is the
department
what is?
and my colleagues that filed orders pertaining
I'm
to
telling you, we
establishing
gotta
20 mile
like,
per hour
if nothing
speed
else, we
limits.
gotta get him
If you
the
could
fuck
just
out
give
of
an
there.
explanation
I know.
of how many
He's
signs are
vulnerable.
needed.
He's vulnerable.
He's the
funding
lowest
look
vote
like,
getter.
where
We
we
can
gonna get
absolutely
the
knock him
funding.
off.
Mr. Chairman, that would be quite helpful.
I think Caden's our guy.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, this is a little over 200 signs that were required as part of this process. Right now, currently, the project is not funded, so we will be looking at any other expenditure balances, free cash, or any other areas that we can try to figure out ways to fund these types of projects. But right now, currently, this project is not funded, but it's a little over 200 signs that will be impacted, that need to be done across the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to make a motion that the City Council supports the City Manager accessing funding for these signage, these school safety signage. I think that is extremely important. Mr. Chairman, if the administration could speak to how we are prioritizing missing signs, incomplete signs, et cetera, in terms of installation and relocations, through the chair.
Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, as the councilor noted, it is a significant amount of work that's necessary to bring all of these to where they need to be. Part of that is because with the recent action of City Council to establish additional school zones, we've essentially doubled the number of school zones in the city, which is a good thing. These are all locations that are proximate to schools, important walk routes for children going to school, and we need to bring those into the fold. So what we're doing right now is working out a plan, both with our partners at DPW, as well as working with the manager to help identify funding sources. We'd like to attack this in a big way, to come in and do a lot of this work at once, but we're not waiting for that. So in the meantime, we're starting with the highest priorities being those schools that we've already been working on through the Safe Routes to Schools program. So anytime we're engaged in some sort of effort to do a school walk audit or helping them with grant applications, those kinds of things, we take a look at the signage on these school zones and around the schools and identify those locations and put work orders in. Or in some cases, if there's funding available, work with contractors to implement those. So City View School is the most recent example. We were just out actually doing walk audits with, I'm going to look back at Mr. Crane, I think it was Jacob Hyatt in Vernon Hill today. So we're actively working on this, but I think in order to make the type of progress that we want to see in the time frame that we want to see, we need that bigger push that looks at a comprehensive signing package that we use a contractor for and happens at once.
Mr. Chairman, I've mentioned this before. I think the tasks that's in front of the Department of Transition and Mobility is exasperating. I have questions about, again, staffing. All the stuff that we're asking these folks to do, I'm not quite sure how they get it done.
So
I don't know what the answer is. I don't know.
I can't.
If there's a,
2 hours.
RFP or anything
are still
like that
talking
needs to go
about
out
fucking
on
Mill
RFR.
Street right now. Or
In regards to
we're
this,
talking about
but, one of the
markings
schools,
for
example,
schools, like crosswalks.
Chandler Street School. In that particular school's high volume traffic, and the Chandler Elementary School, and there's no school zone signs, there's no pavement markings, there's no crosswalk. Crosswalks aren't what they need to be there. There needs to be improvement. And that's just one school.
I'm gonna try to dip again.
Walk audits. I appreciate DTM for participating in some of those at the schools.
Back in a dinger?
Here in Worcester.
Can you hear me?
And that stuff went to committee and came out.
You can.
Yes.
But
okay,
we have to make sure this is a priority. Is the administration committing to making this one of the top priorities for our school children?
Yeah, everybody should go door knock for Caden or phone bank when that comes up.
Committed to improving safety in our city for our young people and everyone, especially the vulnerable population, especially the vulnerable road users, and that speaks to the work that we've been.
He's got the goods
on Mill Street.
We can get them. We can get them through.
Yeah. The transportation mobility plan. So we are committed to our young people, our schools, and the work that we want to achieve in our community.
Rob.
Thank you. And, I'd like to thank my counselor, my colleague.
I'll have a very, very good shot
for initiating the order to
They all got the juice.
Just don't
and make sure
just
that we
don't
are in accordance
capitulate in
with
any
national
way.
laws as it relates to
Right.
school.
Follow the
signage.
Mondani
that's
method.
Very much appreciated, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Just push. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask,
push
I
and
think
don't
this was
it's
filed.
and
you have to
I'm gonna
water it
ask
down.
Mr. Chairman, if you
everyone
would
I've talked
consider,
to. Everyone I've talked to, it doesn't matter who they are.
that this be sent to the
Worst
appropriate
case
committee,
scenario is saying
for
we need to
oversight.
get the bastards out.
Again,
Like,
if
we
you
need
think
new
the order that
voices. We
Councilor
need new
Russell
people.
filed regarding the intersection.
That's
between
baseline.
DPW
So
and Department of
if
Transition
nothing
and
else,
Mobility
just give them
as
that.
relates to
These are some new people.
placing signage, and all those things are coming.
And yeah, like they're
to interplay here in this particular order. So I would
the shit they are
report
saying is
and,
popular.
related work.
And if
So if we
you
could
lean into
please
that,
send this to the
you get
appropriate
more people to
committee
vote
for proper
because
oversight,
people
Mr. Chairman. This is
people will
some
show
very
up for a
important
municipal
data.
election
Thank you.
if they think that people are actually going to do something or actually are like full force going for the things they want.
Right.
like you're not going to get people to come out if you're like
Information communication.
politically
12,
deciding to be
emergency
more
warning and cooling centers
middle
for the
ground
last
than
2
you
years,
might
so that the
actually
public
want to be.
health-
Like no one thinks
All
that's
those in
fucking
favor,
cute.
opposed, so ordered.
Yeah, true. Truly.
12A, communication city manager, terminate information communication.
Doesn't fucking
relative
work.
to the number.
And look what works. Quote unquote socialism.
Affirmative vote
That
required for
that is firmly held
majority
beliefs.
vote of the city council.
Who would have thunk it?
We can
Who
vote
would've-
if you like. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Communication city manager transmitting information communication over the single member charter hold provision invoked on 6/17/2025. We can send that to committee or file it, or file it, I guess. All those in favor, opposed, so. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if your motion was to file that or send it to committee, where it's going to go.
I don't know,
However,
Yenny. I truly don't know
what I will
because
say
I don't know
is there
what
is a
what
distinction
calculus has
between a
changed.
motion to
Obviously, we
file
don't have polls in
and a
this
motion
city,
to adopt,
so
and that's
will
relevant
this
in the rules.
everything
So we
that
can
I've seen
report,
seems the exact same thing that we were
for the
worried
next
about last
council
time
meeting,
around.
as well as
We
to
were
that
all really concerned
differentiation,
last
what
time
that means,
around,
so that can be sent to
and
committee for proper hearing, Mr. Chairman.
nothing
Thank you.
nothing
Okay,
fixed,
so
nothing like solid has
committee, and also
changed.
has a report
Like
of
people talk more shit
difference.
about her for
Those in
sure,
favor, vote
but
MO committee, all those in favor,
I don't
opposed, so
I
ordered.
don't know like
We are on.
I haven't seen anybody
Finance items
back down from her
23A
that
to
would
I,
have that supported her before.
24A to C,
I've only seen people more in
25A
support of her
through
that
C.
that are already on her
Motion's
side.
dropped on the roll
So
call.
I don't know, but again, you don't fucking back down, and everyone that supports Natale loudly and proudly fight for her.
It's going to be really the Natale race is going to be such an interesting referendum on like the power of the police unions to
Yeah, the finance items.
really fix it, because
Right.
that's like the
which is
only that's the
23A
Chamber of
through I,
Commerce and the
24A
police
through
unions have
C,
thrown their support
25A
behind
through C.
Jose Rivera in a renewed way, I'd say, than
Mr. Mayor, I think
they
Councilor
had
Hayes
in
recused
the
himself
last
on
election.
24C and
And
24A.
I don't know. It seems like he's gonna get the amount of votes that he gets, and I don't think Natale's losing any votes. So,
Right.
it's going to be interesting whether they can put it over the top for him, or if they're just lighting their money and influence on fire because he's just a black hole where the ideas should be, right? Like he just,
I mean,
He doesn't
he
say
gives you
anything.
nothing to vote for.
No,
He
no,
is somebody
the
to
one
vote
he-
against
oh,
her
yeah,
with.
except
And
25.
I don't
Right,
know
right.
what that is. Like I
Bergman?
would love to
Yes.
have like talk about
Councilor
this more
Yes.
because
Councilor
like
GA,
Yes.
Councilor King,
who was talking
Councilor
about it?
Carlson,
right.
Like,
Councilor Nguyen,
where are you
Councilor
seeing
Hayes
it on
recused himself,
Facebook?
Councilor Basillo,
Well, we know that
Councilor
that's
Russell,
that's the
Councilor
same
Toomey,
fucking
Yes.
12
Mayor
people.
Petty.
No, he didn't recuse himself on this.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, okay.
did not.
Yep.
Councilor Ada.
Okay, yes, okay.
Sorry about that.
We're going back now to 24A.
Well, yeah, I mean, that,
24C.
obviously.
Please know the council here has
But-
recused himself. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor GA,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson, Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda, recused himself, Councilor Basillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, we are on
23F, DTM is asked to reconsider 23F.
reconsideration 23F.
Councilor Bergman,
What is this? Yes.
I think it's a
23F.
finance item for DTM.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's going to be interesting. I don't know. We'll see.
Reconsider 23F.
The long race.
Consideration vote.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Bergman,
No.
Councilor Calorio,
No.
Councilor
Ow.
GA,
No.
Councilor King,
No.
Councilor Merrill Carlson, Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda, Councilor Basillo,
No.
I guess it's important that we all
No.
keep the link to the
Toomey?
video
No.
available
Petty.
to show to people when they
No.
lie about her
10A
arrest.
is going to refer
Yeah,
to
that's
traffic and parking
that's coming
committee.
up. Another
All those
court
in
date
favor, opposed,
on the
so ordered.
23rd.
10B
I need to make sure that I am at the courthouse that day.
What's it go down to for the pool is the top 10?
Is that an L? Okay. 10L, motions to adopt.
Mr. Chairman.
What?
Just
What is
10 what?
How many people get knocked out of the
it's
at-large?
Oh, I think
primary?
it goes down
Yes,
to
this one's on the agenda.
uh,
I see, it's not, it's on two different pages.
no,
12.
12.
Yeah, Yenny's
12.
right,
Two, two for
So
each
10B
one.
to 10L is a motion to adopt.
So yeah, Mr. Mayor, just clarification. Now we've left the city manager portion because this is a combined
When I
agenda.
last time I
Numbers
wrote
are
about
now
it,
going back to
but
10.
it would be good to flesh out the theory. Is the just
We're on
1,000
chairman's
new
orders.
voters like completely blows up City Hall theory?
Okay.
Because
So the motion
I
is to
really do
adopt.
think
Like,
like
roll call on this?
100 people convincing
Sure,
10
Councilor Bergman?
more people to
Councilor
vote.
Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Does
Yes.
so
and,
much.
and again, all of
Councilor
those
Heda,
new
Councilor
votes
Heda.
all come from
Silo?
Yes.
younger,
Councilor
more
Russell?
progressive
Yes.
people.
Councilor Toomey?
Yeah.
Those
Yes.
that's the
Mayor
untapped resource. You're,
Yes.
they're not gonna all like the
format down, but,
right wing candidates in the city
Artists.
get the votes that they get. It is
Request that the city
static.
manager provide city council
They
with
get the
reports
amount that
concerning
they get.
economic impact on
Right.
property owners
The
may
with
fail
the
should
way
the
that
city
you
adopt
tap
Massachusetts
into
law,
you know,
148, section 261,
like
to mandate
unmotivated
installation of
voters
automatic
is
fire sprinkler
younger
systems
and more
in residential
progressive.
buildings with 4 more dwelling units. Such approach, including a residual effect in said adoption, may have on renters.
Oh, this is K2Me sprinkler thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to
Speaking out
comment
against a
on
public
this.
safety measure.
I want to amend also to include examples of buildings that would be impacted, as the current building codes have changed dramatically over the past 20 years since this law was first enacted. So there are very few examples of buildings that this would impact, and I think in transparency that we should have that information so that we can move forward with this in committee. And that's, I've received a number of phone calls, people querying about issues and concerns, both residents and property owners, as well as renters. So
As well as
that's
renters.
pretty clear, straightforward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Hyde.
Yeah, if Councilor Toomey would be amenable to this, I'd like to add to the report that the city manager and the fire chief also break down a breakdown of the human cost of losing lives should Chapter 148, Section 26I not be adopted. So here's a list of the human cost that I would love to see in addition to what Councilor Toomey mentioned. The risk of death and injury for civilians, the risk of injury for firefighters, health and psychological harms, long-term health issues, and any estimations on the strain on emergency services should Worcester City Council decide not to adopt 26I. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll follow that. What's that? Yeah, let's have the motion so we can have that. So let's send both to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item is
Separate
request the manager, request Commission of Public Works and Parks review all work orders related to filling potholes on Scenic Drive to ensure safe passage on the roadway. Councilor Hyde.
As it reads.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Councilor, request that the city manager ensure additional steps are taken to increase and improve communication with residents abutting Indian Lake and Sears Island regarding permanent information associated with the water body. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First, let me start by saying how much I appreciate you and Councilor Toomey, along with Councilor King, coming over to the meeting over at Sears Island. Sears Island
Did they
is going
like?
through some
Did someone hold the
pretty
petitions thing?
significant
Isn't that
changes
earlier in the agenda than the
this
orders?
last year in
check.
comparison to where they were just a couple of years ago. We had sort of got to a point where things were pretty stable. There was an awful lot of work done over there. The allium station was put in, which took quite some time for that to take place, thanks to Councilor Rose. But again, I think that for the folks over on Sears Island, Indian Lake, there needs to be a much better communication mechanism for
That's
the
crazy.
people who
That's
live
pretty
there.
cool. And
We've learned
if you go to the
that,
HTML agenda
the
now, you
lake
can watch
needed
the
to
live
be
video via a
treated,
YouTube
and
stream
quite honestly,
in the agenda.
The concern was that if whether
I'll
it be,
put a link in.
you know, an adult or a child or
If you
a
wanna
dog
reshare
swimming,
that.
they were fearful of them getting wrapped up in the weeds. The city did go over there, and the lake was treated. It's taken over a week to calm those down, and as of this morning, we literally have hundreds, and I will say hundreds, of dead fish at the causeway, of which, number one, it certainly is not something that anybody wants to look at, but for all the people who live down there, they also need to smell this. So we do have another meeting, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we set up another meeting to meet with the folks over there, and there is a real concern about what's happening over there on
So if
the
we were to
lake,
take
and
a
people are
holistic view
now to the
of
point
Candy's
saying to
district,
me is the
what
city
she has
looking for
provided the
this
residents of
to
District 2
basically turn
is a
into
lake full of
swamp,
human
or are
feces
we willing
on
to
one
do
side
the work over there
and a lake,
to
I would
get
call it a
this
pond,
lake
but they like to
back
call it a lake,
on,
full of dead fish on the
track?
other side.
And Mr. Chairman, we
That is
took
the
ride
entirety
around
of
the
what
lake and
Candy
seen
Merrill Carlson has
firsthand,
provided to the residents of
what
District
was
2.
happening.
And zero
Now,
thoughts
my
about
understanding
sidewalks
is I
until
didn't get to
approximately
go
1
over
month
there
ago.
today, but my understanding is
Yeah, there's a
the
lake full of dead
weeds
fish,
are
and
finally
in a lake full of
subsiding.
shit, and you might think it's the same lake, but
I
no,
know
it's
that
actually two
we're
different ones.
scheduled to
I've kept
do
the shit and the fish
another
apart.
tour on the lake, but
Somewhere between
again,
those two things, you get a taste of
I would
Shrewsbury
ask
Street.
this administration
Congratulations,
really
District
to
2.
work towards
Build the wall.
making
I'll
sure
take
that
my
the people who
$1,000
live
from
on
the
the
tow truck
lake,
company,
that we
please, now.
have a much better
Make sure you
communication
don't miss Taste of
system in
Shrewsbury Street. It
place,
only runs for
because what's
37
happening
weeks a
now,
year.
Certainly is not something that's working, because some may know, but there's a lot of
Welcome to
folks over
Shrewsbury
there
Street.
on the
Taste of
lake
Shrewsbury
that
Street.
right
Everyone's
now
got
they
chicken
feel
pop.
as
You
if,
can get chicken pop
they're
17
in the
different
dark,
times.
but
You could get chicken
again,
pop at the
just
bottom of
wanna
Shrewsbury Street.
share
Get
my
chicken pop at the top of
appreciation, Mr.
Shrewsbury
Chairman,
Street. It's
for,
amazing.
your help over there.
And they all
at
use the same
Indian Lake,
supplier,
and
so the
look
consistency's
forward
pretty
to our
good.
meeting next week, and hopefully we have some good answers going forward for folks, because I know one of the other concerns over here, Mr. Chairman, is that there's a significant percentage of the people on the lake who have property damage, that all of their docks
Yeah,
are
Taste of
basically
Shrewsbury Street. It's just all
destroyed
snack wraps
because
this year.
for the, first couple of years.
They cost $20.25.
Lake down. And by not drawing
Shrewsbury
that
Street
lake
is the
down,
longest
it
McDonald's
creates
drive-through in New England.
Significant financial issues for the people who live on that lake. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think they're raking the lake too, so, the last 2 years.
Okay, we're raking
I think
lakes.
they're raking the lakes.
Raking the lake.
The last 2 days.
Can't sweep the streets, but we're raking the lakes.
So we'll have a conversation about
They're
that.
skimming the streets and raking the lake.
Okay, so send that to the Council King.
The Human Torch was denied a
Thank
bank.
you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things that stood out for
Unique
me
New York.
from that community
Unique
meeting, as
New
referenced
York.
by Councilor Carlson, and that was the communication aspect. The one thing I did pledge to that group was that in my committee,
Bill,
that
you've got a Twitter
given the fact
DM.
that we have some
This is
oversight
your
regarding
Brian
lakes,
O'Donnell,
we
your
have some
personalized
oversight
Twitter
regarding the environment, that I'd be
notifications.
certainly willing
You're at my
to take
personalized
this matter
Mecha
into
Hitler.
committee as a standing item.
Wow,
to
thanks
the
for
review.
following Beta Ray John.
It was particularly concerning.
Joins the long line
the
of
visual
betas that are
of what
fans
was
of the
going on in
show.
lake, as well as folks who are testifying regarding
And host of it.
safety, safety for folks who use that, safety for children, etc. My question is through the chair. I received a call last night as well pertaining to the fish that were washing up on shore and floating. And I don't have numbers, but my question to the chair, to the administration. what are we
Maybe
attributing
there's
this
a
to?
fish mob
Are
and
these
they were
fish
sending
poison?
those
Like,
fish to sleep with
what
the
exactly
humans.
are we attributing this to? And I'd
Ever
like
think
a
about
report
that?
back on that as well through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair.
Manager?
Through the chair to the council.
We know there's a fish
due
mob.
to
We've all
the
seen the
high
Shark
level of
Tale.
Vegetation and also oxygen levels based on the weather and vegetation impacts the oxygen levels, and that oxygen level has impacted the fish, which causes the fish to die. Oxygen levels, according to the Department of Sustainability and Resiliency, has improved at the lake, but a combination of the high levels of vegetation and also the weather condition is impacting.
Well,
the
Gio,
oxygen
you see,
levels.
he sat in a gamer chair the other day, so
Thank you. And while I understand
He's
from being
become
at that
very
meeting,
cash.
there is a plan for treatment. What I would like to ask Mr. Chairman,
Gamer
by way
chair?
of an order. Is
yeah,
that we
that was the
get
other thing you missed from the Caden Davis show
a
is
treatment plan coupled with a
Christian
timeline,
came and he sat in a gamer
for
chair.
these folks. My understanding this has happened
Yeah.
to one degree or another over a past
The
few
man of the
seasons.
people.
My
And it's one of those
understanding from that
ground
meeting
gaming chairs, you know, those
was
like
that
the
there
little
was some
rocking
good
chair
work done,
ones.
Oh yeah.
on that
Oh yeah. I saw that.
had an impact.
Here's the other thing. He got up,
Invasive
no
species
hands,
kind
no
of
hands on the
sprouting up.
ground.
If you
Dude,
could just
no
kinda
hands?
clarify
He
for
stood
folks,
up.
That's sick.
who haven't been to that meeting.
You gotta
maybe
you gotta
watching,
be going to the
what
gym
it
a little bit
is
to be able to do that.
and what that treatment was like. Did it clear
Okay.
up, the lake
So-
and what impact that had on the
some people
current
are saying-
conditions down there at Indian Lake.
Yeah, so
Major?
basically, through the chair to the council, the Allen Dawson Station actually has delivered there's some chemicals there that improved the quality of the lake. That's why the lake is actually more visible. It went from 6 feet to 12 feet that
Wait.
you can see in the
A
lake.
scientist
What's
for
there,
fish or a
the
fish
vegetation that's
who is a
created
scientist?
Is not an invasive plant, it's actually a native plant that has grown out because of how good the lake is and the conditions of the lake. This plant has now
Look at
grown.
this
and has now
motherfucker spinning
taken
this.
over,
Actually, the lake is
now
fucked
to
up
address
because
the
we're too
plants,
good at taking care
We're
of it.
we're
They
too
were
good
trying to
at
address that.
we're too good
Now
at
that these
nurturing
native plants
our
have
species.
started to take over.
Actually,
And then
actually, the
should
causeway is full of
so
dead,
much.
disgusting fish.
It's nothing but fertilizer. And
So we're trying to
Yeah.
address all of that right now.
Yeah, the lake is doing
I do
so
wanna
good
say
because
that
people
the
are
condition of the
draining
lake,
their
the quality of
fertilizer
the lake,
downstream
is
into
probably
it,
one of the best that
and
they've
that's
ever
why
been,
the
because
fish are
of the work
dying
that
because
Allen
they've
Dawson
done their
Station has done.
jobs.
God,
and
what a
they've ascended to
Lakes
heaven.
and Ponds program. But
What
due to the
a
fact of this native
horrible,
plant,
horrible.
and
He
the
has 8
oxygen
comms
levels
people
is what's
he's
causing
paying,
the impact
right?
at this lake right now.
Like
Thank you. And
bigger
through the chair,
than
I've
a
taken the
newsroom,
liberty to
any
speak to
newsroom
some
in
of
the
the
state.
state stakeholders.
And
in
he's
regards to
rolling out
this. And it's
lines
my
like
understanding
that.
the administration may have as well.
You have 8
Actually,
comms
it's
people.
Good we
For
killed the
folks,
fish.
You have a
what
director
engagement
of
has
communications
happened by the
and a
administration,
communications
on
administrator,
behalf of folks.
and you're
with
still
state
so fucking
stakeholders
bad
through
at
the chair.
communicating.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah,
And
there
I
needs
feel
to be
sorry for
significant
whichever one of you has
conversations
to
with
watch
DEP,
this show
to
every
be
week.
able to allow
But-
us to
I hope
use,
it's someone who
techniques
personally
of
likes us
native
at
plants.
least.
Yeah, that would be
It's
good.
basically nuisance plants that are working on and trying to get permitted to do the work there. So DEP has allowed us to go in there to provide some.
declare the whole council a
plan,
nuisance plant.
what I'm reading here is that the planned 1.5 feet drawdown will restart this winter. So again,
Could you repeat
Is the
that?
art?
the
I thought the
drawdown
Facebook
of
comments were
the
turned
lake will
off.
Start this winter.
Is that
and
not-
The drawdowns, they cannot be conducted to prevent ice damage. So there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done. We've been in conversations with DEP. They've given us the permission to move forward. So over the next few months and into the winter, we're going to.
Guess what I recorded?
So there will be a
Candy
drawdown, is
talking
that
about the
right?
fish.
That
I
is
got
correct.
it.
Thank you. I know that, and I want to just kind of state this for the record, that, we have folks who live on that body of water who this significantly impacts. And we also have folks who live in the close vicinity who access that lake. And we have folks that come from far and near that access that body of water. And the question they keep asking me through the chair is that a state body of water or is that not? And I know we went through this a little bit with regards to the water ski ban, but if you could kind of share how that works. I have based on this elementary understanding that it's a state body perhaps and we are responsible or something like that, but do you have that knowledge? And if not, we can get that in a report so we can just make sure that folks outside of the community groups that are meeting on this also have some education through the chair.
Through the chair to council, I do not have that knowledge, but I know Jackie does, and I don't want to call her up because she's now in a different department.
Okay,
But
she left.
we'll be back with a report on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll send that to the manager after the report's requested. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're on 11D, request the manager reach out to the appropriate representatives at the state to receive permission to draw down the lake level at Indian Lake to address water quality and stormwater concerns. Councilmember Carlson.
It'll be good for the fish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Working with our folks at the state level, along with all the work that Katie has done, she did send me an email which
awesome.
said that they would be drawing.
I have
the
a
lake
song I'm
down,
working on where
that they're in
I
the
sampled
middle of
Rocco's
the
Modern Life
permitting
theme
process,
song,
so
and
that
that might be a
it's
good
down.
candidate for that
We
one.
will not be drawing it down. We used to
Rocco's
do
Modern Life.
Dude, B-52s?
Fred Schneider, baby.
Anyway, sorry, Jackie, you're sitting over there, so I got, you know, but it will be like half of what we historically have done. But again, for the people who live over there, the drawdown that we'll do is enough for them.
I gotta like
their
watch
docks
Rocco's
not to
Modern
get
Life again.
damaged. So I appreciate
like-
all the work.
I feel like that was
from
some
the
high art
administration,
kinda hiding
and
in
really
plain
wanna
sight.
give kudos to
Some real,
Katie because
some
she's been
borderline
very
kinky
good
shit in that show.
with,
The
keeping me
Facebook
in
comments
the
are
loop
not working.
on a daily basis, and as far
I just
as
wrote
the
"Boo, this
fish,
city stinks,
she's going
boo,"
over there
and it
tomorrow
did not
to,
post it. And there's
That-
no one
take a
else
look at
with
that.
any comments.
So
That's
we're certainly
They took it
working
down.
our
I
way
remember I was
towards
trying to comment the other
goals
week, and I
that,
couldn't.
The people on the lake had asked us to do in my communication with my constituents over there. So look forward to the meeting on Monday at 5:30. And we'll be going for another boat ride to hopefully see that it's nice and clear. And
Oh my
that
God.
They're going on
my
boat
understanding
rides?
is that the
We should put a great
weeds,
white shark in
as
there.
of today, have finally
At least a Mako.
decided that they were going to, I guess,
Oh
go to the bottom. But there's a lot of folks over there right now that what they're doing is they're actually raking them out. But as people reminded us, that is
Fucking-
exactly how
This goddamn board is a fucking
Officer
homeowners
Manny
association, I swear to
Familia
God.
died was with those same types of weeds that we currently had at Indian Lake. So people got
Imagine-
very nervous.
I don't know,
but
man. It's just like-
appreciate all the work that's been done by the
You have
administration.
one of the most high
and
profile
look forward to, a new path
abductions
on
of the
what
new
we're doing
forest
at
removal
Indian Lake.
machine
Thank
in
you.
the city. You have a
We'll send
police
that
department
to
that
the,
was investigated by the
city manager.
feds.
All those in favor?
And
Okay.
every week we meet up and we talk about some
Mr. Chairman, just
stupid
really
fucking
quickly,
bullshit
I
and
appreciate
get the
this,
city manager to
the
say
work
stuff like,
done,
actually, all
responsiveness
this
and
seaweed is
communication
good.
that I have with
We
the
actually
representative and other folks,
purposely killed the
extremely
fish.
important. That being said,
The
question
fish
that I
were
was
eating our
unable to
seaweed,
answer
so
is I don't know if you could speak to it now.
Can't have that.
There's some sort of a contraption there with it's green. I don't know if it's raking the leaves out or what that is, what that's doing. If we could just get an answer on that, so I don't know if you know what that is through the chair. Do you know what that is?
Do you know the contraption I'm talking about?
To the church, yeah, there's a system that we've now deployed there to try to rate that. It's basically, it's like a version of like a water lawnmower that's trying to take over, that's trying to...
Oh God, what a gift from the universe. What time is it? 8:33.
Clear it out. And so we've deployed that there. It's taken some time because it requires a lot of work, but that's something that we've deployed recently.
It's like a water lawnmower. Oh my God. It just keeps getting funnier.
But there still may be safety.
It's like a water lawnmower.
If it's less
Oh my
visible.
God.
I know that folks have been.
That's gonna be like the DMT trip is setting in.
Help with that.
I'm about to take my
I
last
look
breath.
forward to kind of the ongoing
It's
work.
like a water lawnmower.
Have that oversight in the appropriate committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just
Thank you.
smile and wither away.
We'll send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so
Shit, I need to
ordered.
find it down.
Okay, request the city manager provide counsel with report concerning the regulations relative to the installation of new billboards in the city. For request of
God.
report include information relative to the current practices for installing advertisements.
See,
on
this is another
existing
thing that
billboards, as well
I'm
as
pretty
best practices
agnostic
used to
on.
maintain billboards in other
The
communities.
billboard thing.
For request that the report include information concerning banning
It, it is funny to see Candy like trip over herself to like be like, I
Yes,
was the
Mr.
one
Chairman,
who supported the
right.
billboards.
I think.
'Cause
everyone knows
Like
that
when she said that I am the
there was
only
a
District 2 City
75-foot
Council candidate
billboard
that was at the meeting, and the
originally,
meeting was at the same time
went
as
to
Human
the
Rights
planning
Commission.
board for over in the Indian Lake area, which then
Priorities.
was reduced to
That's
a
just like Rob's
65-foot
on the Human Rights Commission. That's why he
billboard.
wasn't at the meeting. So stupid.
And Mr. Chairman, the entire community over there at Indian Lake showed up. They went to our meeting that we had earlier, and then we all left there to come here. And, you know, the folks over there, in terms of quality of life for these billboards and the flashing lights and neon lights, it's something that they all came out for, and thankfully the board turned it down, so it was defeated, which, you know, was something that the neighborhood really was thankful for, because again, that's in whether it's their backyards or their front yards, and with
Or their
that
side
really
yards?
came these other orders for us to look at. I mean, currently, what is it that we do have? What are the best practices? And, you know, the possibility of us, you know, and what we're looking to do is, quite honestly, is ban the billboards going forward, not looking to ban the billboards that are currently, that we have in the city of Worcester. And my understanding is that we have a significant.
It's exactly what
amount
Worcester
of
needs. It's to create a
billboards
protected class
in the
of
city.
billboards.
Also did the
Native billboards only.
homework on it as far as what does it bring into the city for us as a city. What do we really get from these billboards? And quite honestly, we get very, very little from these billboards. And there's all kinds of safety studies saying that these billboards and them being, you know, on the highways and close to the highways.
Gio, please don't bring up
that,
fish.
Quite honestly,
It's very
they're
painful for
a
Candy.
safety hazard. So look forward to this.
It's like a
order
lot of
going
lawnmower.
To economic development.
Okay, so we'll send that to the manager for report back, okay?
That's fine.
That's all you went, okay, I just want to make sure I get it right. Okay, all those in favor?
Mr. Chairman, just for, I guess, clarification. So it'll go to the manager and then come back to
Yes.
us?
Subcommittee, yeah.
And I'm not looking to be difficult here, but I'm looking for this
Time of
to
your fucking life.
come back to us
Citation.
fairly soon. Like,
She needs it to come back before the election,
Try for the
because
August
otherwise she
meeting.
has nothing else to fucking
Try
talk
for the
about.
August meeting, maybe? Okay.
hopefully, if that could
She actually did that
happen,
out
I
loud,
really
too.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
Okay,
she
we'll
just
send
did
it
that
to
out
the
loud.
manager.
And he agreed with it.
All those in favor,
But this
opposed,
is
so
the
voted.
I was looking for a pen. This is the
Candy Merrill Council,
the
requesting
tax
members of
break
the
for
council
landlords?
with a report
Yep.
and recommendation
Wow,
concerning
that's
a
awesome.
potential program where municipalities can offer tax relief to landlords that rent their units as federally determined affordable rates pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 50, which was signed into law in 2023.
Oh, here we go. Here we go, Joe.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I get to listen to a lot of people talk about it's definitely the number, if not, we have a number of number one issues, but this affordable housing is
The
definitely
fuck?
out there when it comes to number one issues facing Massachusetts.
What the
country,
fuck?
definitely the city of Worcester.
We have a number of number
This
one
all it
issues.
does is
God,
ask
municipal
to look at this
elections
program,
years get these people
which was signed into
in a
law back in
fucking
2023.
spin.
2024, the governor let municipalities access this, and if we have if we adopt this as a city council. And be very clear, when I was listening to people speak, if anybody ever, if this does go through, and what the cost is, to any landlord, we have to give tenants their rights. We just want to give money out to reduce rents, if at the same time, we don't have a good landlord. So, which is very important.
Dude.
There's a lot of some of our three-deckers, probably $1 billion worth of deferred maintenance, if not more, here in the city of Worcester. And some of the stats, just want to read, which I thought was interesting. From 2013 to 2022, the Worcester Housing Production Plan states that Worcester saw a loss of 7,600 rental units priced under $1,000, while units priced over $1,500 increased by 12,300. Furthermore, the number of units priced above $2,000 increased by 486%, rising from 756 to 4,435 units citywide. A trend driven not only by new construction, but also escalating rents in the previous affordable properties. This is a big deal. You know, we all know that. You know, we hear it. We're in the neighborhoods. We're talking to people who cannot afford their rents here in the city of Worcester. The housing burden here is where nearly 40% of the households spend over 1/3 of their income on rent here in the city of Worcester. So 3/4, yep, probably even more for some people. And we hear you loud and clear. So this is not a panacea, but this is, to me, when we look at this, is another tool in the toolbox, similar to what we do when George Russ brought up ADUs.
I hate that phrase.
Right now, we have about 30 units that ADUs, I think, have been permitted, or at least 28 permitted here in the city of Worcester. Inclusionary zoning, all these things is just looking at and see if we can build some tools to help people. And this is more we have. We're not depending on the state to do this. This is something the city of Worcester could do without depending on the state.
No, you are depending on the state to do this because it's a state law with a local option.
To try and make it even stronger here for people. The real thing is that we need to build those. And we build a lot of.
He didn't read it. He did not read the thing.
Good stats over the last, I might get it wrong a little bit, at least 1,000 units in the last 2 years maybe, and then we had 1,500 units with 20% affordable in those units here in the city of Worcester. We have 3,500 units that are in some type of planning stage. Doesn't mean they're all going to go through, but we need at least 12,000 units here in the city of Worcester, if not more, over the next several years to really look at the population is going to increase dramatically by 2050, and we need housing now, and we need housing in the future. I know the state had the $5 billion they put forth for hopefully that plan goes into effect this year and start building. We have Worcester Housing Authority building their 2 units and their 2 buildings, rehabbing them, which is important, but also we need to increase the number of units here in the city of Worcester. And this is something I'm looking forward to get back and see if it's feasible and see if we can have that discussion in committee going forward. Thank you.
District 5 City Councilor, Councilor Candy Carlson, District 2 City Councilor, followed by Atel Hajai of District 5.
Thank you. As the mayor just said, this isn't, the end-all, be-all by any means, but certainly, as we've stated, is that there are so many things that we need in our toolbox to try and help what's happening with Worcester's housing stock. And as you just heard about the accessory dwelling units, while we say there's 31 of them have been proposed. But since we did the ADUs, we basically have 2, is what's happening. And while we have all the right intentions, it's just not happening fast enough. And as we looked at the vacancy rate, Worcester's vacancies have declined to 2.1%, which is significantly below the healthy market rate of 5.8%. So that's certainly what's helping drive these high exorbitant rents. When vacancy rates
Yeah, how much of those are
remain too
just?
low,
I
prices
want to
increase
know
and
like what the real
households can
number of
become
empty
stuck
units
without options
in the
to
city
move
is,
within the
because
local market.
the
We heard
vacancy
that tonight.
rate
This
doesn't
is
account
a common
for
phenomenon across central
the actual
Massachusetts
units.
and
There are.
eastern
It seems like there are
Massachusetts.
units that are
When
like
we look
off
at
market
the naturally
that are
occurring
vacant.
affordable housing, NOAA refers to privately owned rental housing that is affordable to low and moderate income households without public subsidies. In Worcester, 33% of units are NOAA, according to Mass Inc.'s Gateway Cities Housing Monitor report, which was in 2024. Again, as we heard earlier, there's 6,700 new housing units were added, ranging from building types from single-family homes to buildings with 20 or more units. I think if we have the opportunity to help people who are renting, and we can help the homeowners who are in those different three-deckers. I know just in my neighborhood, there's a lot of folks who are in these three-deckers that, no, they're not renting them at this point. If we could get them, number one, to rent. Number two is that if we could give them a break on their taxes, that's certainly an incentive for them, and certainly we need to make sure that these units are safe units for the people who are renting. But again, I was very happy to sign on to this order because I think, again,
This is also
it's
bizarre.
another tool.
That doesn't
in the
make any fucking
toolbox,
sense.
And is it something that we can do? And is it something that,
So
as
Joe framed this all around
city,
deferred maintenance. We just came out of a 20-year period of quantitative easing with near zero interest rates. Like, why are people that were sitting on all of this equity not investing in their properties?
Or renting the units, she's saying?
But Andy's talking about like they're not being rented. Like, is anyone asking why? Like,
right, that's what I mean. Like, what? Like, if she's saying that there are vacant units that aren't being rented, which was my question, but she seems to be saying that it's because of taxes that they're not renting them out. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You'll still lose money on taxes if you're not getting any income from the units. You're just paying the mortgage and the property tax.
This program, I certainly think it's worth us looking at because, again, we talk about that we've done.
This is one of those things where she can say she proposed
like current housing
a plan, but it's specifically designed to not be.
We talk about that there's 1,900
used.
units that are under construction, including
Bill, I can't hear you.
467 affordable units.
landlords who have all committed to vote for it.
But when will they be done? That's always the big questions. We have proposed projects that there's almost 4,000 units that have been proposed, including another 306.
Right, which was what I would expect. But this doesn't change the matrix for these people. This isn't going to cause them to rent those units now.
800 doesn't get us there, and we struggle every week or every time we meet, quite honestly, in this council chamber, and we continually hear about those who are buying three-deckers, and when you look at a three-decker that, quite honestly, used to sell for a couple $100,000, and now they're selling them for $700,000 and $800,000. The individual who's buying that certainly has a mortgage that's pretty
I have a lot of deferred maintenance at my house. I will commit to voting for anyone who can get me a tax break so I can do over my bathroom.
This particular order.
I'll vote for Slate if you can
because
get
I
me a
think
kitchen.
We can be helpful to some folks that are here in the city of Worcester. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Hadjian.
Mr. Chair. So I am going to start with something that I typically think it's very important to start in any policy discussion. And as someone whose professional field is policy making professionally and at the city council, I think that anytime we propose any policy, we need to dissect, analyze, and look at the unintended consequences and impact, and most importantly, in the context of Worcester, who any housing policies are meant to help and who do they actually help. So I'm going to start with our shared values. So we can all agree that we have an affordable housing emergency, a tenant displacement crisis, a whole lot of people entering homelessness, and the rent is too damn high problem. We agree that small owner-occupied landlords are vital providers of naturally occurring affordable housing in Worcester. We also agree that small-scale landlords can help us keep tenants stable, and that targeted support, when deployed based on data and patterns, can incentivize these property owners to accept tenants with subsidies while minimizing their financial risk. I have to say, based on the work that I do and the trends that I see in the city, this is not a trend that we actually see amongst a lot of landlords, meaning that they do not accept people with subsidies. So one of the questions that I thought as I was writing my remarks today is, we know the problem that we're trying to solve, but I don't think we've resolved for whom this particular tax-related program that was passed in the tax bill by the governor is actually trying to support. So I would like to paint a picture that I think many of us have heard before, but I think it's worth mentioning. The monthly payment for someone like my mother on Social Security is $1,557 or less. For someone on Social Security to afford rent, their landlord would need to keep the rent at $317. The fair market rent for a two-bedroom rent apartment in Worcester right now is $1,661. For 3 bedrooms is $2,008, whereas the median renter income in Worcester for a regular renter is $52,000. So a regular renter would need to work almost 80 hours a week to afford rent. Under this program, at least in the way that it's written, the maximum income allowed is 200% of the area median income, which in Worcester, because it includes Worcester County, it's $117,300. So in other words, the maximum income allowed under this program would be $234,600 in terms of how much somebody would need to make. The rent at that maximum threshold would be $5,000. So if we truly wanted these units to stay affordable, the council would need to incentivize those who are truly struggling to make rent. The rents would need to get set at the lowest amount possible if we truly want to keep those who make between $35,000 and $58,000 a year, where most of our residents live. The majority of tenants, many of whom we have heard come to City Council, many of whom contact me professionally, many of whom who contact all of us in our neighborhoods, are squeezed so tight between high housing costs and stagnant wages. That is the crux of the housing crisis.
A dipper
And it's in
messed
this
my
space
computers.
that those living at the 30% AMI,
So I gotta
making
uninstall it.
$35,000 a year, would
Doesn't
need
work.
a landlord to keep their rent at $800 if they can afford utilities, childcare, groceries,
I don't know why Mac is
groceries,
so
and
weird about that stuff.
healthcare insurance. Those making at 50% AMI, which in the housing world we call moderate low-income tenants, or $58,650 a year, would need their rent to be kept at $780 a month to afford rent, utilities, childcare, and groceries. These, Mr. Mayor, are our firefighters and police academy recruits, our young graduates, our seniors, people on disability, the people who take care of your elderly parents, bag your groceries, the people who prepare your food in restaurants, our neighbors squeezed tight in our triple deckers. Our residents, our constituents, my constituents, the people that I talk to every day, are getting buried under housing costs, grocery bills, utilities, and now risk losing health insurance. So I want to make sure that we're asking ourselves and are answering the following questions. How does this proposal solve the problem and directly support the residents most in need? How does this program strengthen the 3 pillars that contribute to secure and affordable housing, stuff that Mr. John has mentioned in the housing production plan? And for those that don't know, we're talking about affordability, making sure that our housing costs are manageable for residents, and that quality and safety of our housing stock is safe. Now, Worcester, if people will remember, has experimented with natural occurring affordable housing program as recently as a year ago, when the manager allocated $1 million to landlords willing to receive $15,000 incentive to keep their units affordable at 60% of AMI for 10 years. Mr. Dunn, through the chair, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that program.
I forgot about that program.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunn, could you very super briefly speak a little bit about some basic information about the NOAA program that was funded by ARPA at the recommendation of the city manager? How many landlords did we serve? What changes were made to the program? How much money did we end up using? And where was the rest of the money allocated?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilor, as the whole council will probably remember, we had recognized a few years ago the importance that naturally occurring affordable housing plays in our overall housing stock and the vulnerability that it has, particularly with a lot of the stories that were already shared tonight about new owners and paying certain amounts and then having those larger mortgages and the experiences we were hearing from renters. And so we wanted to be creative. It was, I think, the first program of its kind in the Commonwealth that I'm aware of, where we piloted it with $1 million allocation from ARPA, and we were trying to come up with a structure that would really come to a sweet spot in terms of the value of that benefit to the owners with what we hope to achieve on stabilizing those rents through deed restrictions. So the original framework that we had come up with was a $15,000 grant per unit in exchange for a 15-year deed restriction. We had very limited interest with that. We had effectively nobody looking to do it. So I think we missed the mark a little bit on striking that balance, because we wanted to create something that was enough of an incentive where we had participation and could utilize the pilot funds, but not be such a strong incentive that, you know, didn't make sense in terms of the prudent use of these public resources, or have so much interest that we didn't have enough to support all the interest. So I was really trying to come up with what's that sweet spot. So we made a change
couldn't make it
to
good.
that, where we increased it to $25,000 per unit for the 15-year deed restriction, and also came up with a secondary option of $15,000 per unit for a 10-year deed restriction. Through that, we did have 17 units participate across across 5 different owners. So the total amount that was funded was $425,000. So some moderate success there. And then we really kind of just started to run out of time. I think we probably could have utilized the rest of the resources, but certainly with the deadlines that we have with ARPA, we closed the program and shifted the remaining dollars to rental assistance, because that was also an important and persistent need that we were seeing in the community. So we had some moderate success with that, 425,000, 17 units, and we're able to obtain those deed restrictions without any local taxpayer dollars. It was obviously the federal funds.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. How many landlord incentive programs do we have currently?
Through the chair to the councilor, that's a little bit of a broad question. I think when we're thinking about the smaller properties, I think is maybe the question, like around that. We've been trying to target some of our programs around like the 2 to 4 unit type properties, or in some cases where it's owner occupied 1 to 4 unit. So we do have a little bit, I would say, more programs and assistance for owner occupied types of properties versus like investor owned types of properties, but we do have both. A couple of things that we also did with ARPA, if you remember, we had an owner-occupied housing rehab program that was really targeting some properties that were suffering from keeping up with improvements, code violations, owners that just didn't have the resources to address some of those code violations. So we had $2.3 million of ARPA for that program. We've had a robust lead abatement program and healthy homes program across both ARPA as a funding source, as well as the dollars we get from Housing and Urban Development, the federal government directly. That includes both owner-occupied properties as well as investor-owned properties. So we've done a great job. We've had probably one of the more respected lead abatement programs, I would say, in the country. I think since 2007, we've had about $15 million of federal funds and have successfully abated over 1,200 units in the city to make sure that we're, having more healthy environments for our families. We did the Worcester Housing Now program, if you remember. That was funded with CDBG dollars, so we do use some of our CDBG dollars every year for housing-related investments, and that was again targeting the 2 to 4 unit properties. And we did have 2 tracks for that application, one for owner-occupied and one for landlord or investor-owned. We've definitely had more success with the owner-occupied version of that. We have not had much success with the investor-owned track on that, and it could be again with them figuring out what are the dollars, what's the benefit to them to address some of the rehabilitation they need, but what's that trade-off with the deed restriction. So that program, both for owner-occupied and landlord-owned, is $50,000 a unit in exchange for a 10-year deed restriction, and you have to use it to make the necessary improvements to the property. It's not like the flexible nature of the ARPA program we had, where they didn't necessarily have to make further investments in the property. The other one I think is worth highlighting or noting is that outside of the housing allocations that we did for ARPA in our community-based programs, we had an application from Worcester Community Housing Resources that was funded, and they proposed the Landlord Assistance Program, and they were specifically trying to help facilitate the challenge that we've heard time and time again of voucher holders not being able to find an apartment within the certain time frame that they have due to a variety of reasons, and we believe part of that is stigma. So they were proposing some of it related to staffing, so creating those connections, creating that kind of network connecting voucher holders and the continuum of care clients with owners that have available units, but also included $1,000 kind of stipend or incentive to those owners, those landlords, and unfortunately that was not very successful at all. So the total ARPA award on that was $186,000, and they only went through about $20,000 of that. So they've been in contact with us about where do we go. ARPA's kind of running out in terms of the time frame. Could we reallocate it? Should we do something different? The idea, they were hoping to support 80 voucher holders, but because of a lot of the challenges that we know exist in terms of creating those connections, it wasn't as successful as we had hoped with that, or that they had hoped for that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. I don't need you to write a report on this because you've reported this in your
CDBG. It's a
report to
club that
economic
used to be open in
development that
New
you submit
York.
to
It was
council, but I just wanted to make sure that
kind of
folks could hear it directly
a
from
stomping
you
grounds of a
verbally.
lot of
The
influential punk and
multitude
rock
of incentive programs that we
creative
have
artists.
and where some of the targeted
It's a pants store
thank you,
now, I
Mr. Dunn.
think.
Through the chair, I'd like to ask a couple of questions to Mr.
Yeah,
Murphy, if
yeah.
possible.
I saw a television set there back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw a television set and the Shrunken Heads.
Thank you,
and-
Mr. McCarthy. Through the chair, it's very confusing for
You saw Shrunken Heads at CDBG?
to understand.
I saw Shrunken Heads at CDGB, and I saw Patty Smith's. I saw the Patty Smiths.
Tax abatements
Damn.
that we manage as a
Yeah.
city. What is the overlay amount that we put aside to manage those abatements that we offer?
So through the chair, the budget sets out an amount of revenue, an amount of expense that the city will undertake during the course of a year. But simultaneously, much of our revenue comes from the property tax, and we know people will apply for abatements, they'll contest the amount of their assessment. And so we also raise what's called the overlay. And the overlay is there for the sole use of the city assessor. And if someone is relieved of, if someone's assessment is modified, it's abated and reduced, that means there's a reduction in taxes owed. That reduction is pulled from the overlay and then transferred over to the city's operations to ensure that we have the money needed to undertake the expenses that have been approved by the city council. This year's overlay is about 3.75 million. It gets finalized. It was in the budget document, but it gets finalized during the budget adjustment period once everything is certified by DOR.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. And speaking on that, on the process, if city council is to adopt this tax policy, what process would us as city councilors, what would we need to do?
So through the chair, the criteria of the policy are critical in determining what that might mean for the overlay. All of the abatements provided here would have to be compensated by transfers out of the overlay, the approval of the assessor and the transfer from the overlay. So undoubtedly, the overlay would have to increase as a result of the use of this program.
that would mean that city council, either through depending on when the program's implemented, either through the budget process or through the budget adjustments, would be approving an increase in the overlay each year going forward.
So during budget season?
Through the chair, it's during the budget season or the budget adjustments in the fall.
I've asked this question before, and I tried to do some research on this and couldn't find any information, but does the assessor's office know whether, for example, a property owner who might be looking for an abatement is an LLC?
Through the chair, it's not something that would naturally come to the attention of the assessing office. They wouldn't look for that information. It's not relevant to their assessment or the way they process a taxpayer's information. That said, if the name or the title on the property is an LLC, it would be obvious. But again, that's not something they're looking for at the time.
So potentially an LLC managed by a principal would ask for an abatement, but the assessor's office wouldn't know, for example, if the principal of the LLC lives in the city, or if it's somebody from New York, somebody out of country. We wouldn't know any of that information because we don't have a way to research it.
Through the chair, I think the key is that the city assessor's office wouldn't request or require that type of information.
Great. Thank you, Mr. McGurthy. And how many staff do you usually have working on abatements in the assessor's office?
Through the chair, there's 9 staff currently. There's 10 funded positions, 9 filled positions in the assessor's office. Generally, it is a group effort. Certain properties and abatements are applied to various members within the department. The big time of year is always the beginning of January to February, when the abatement process occurs, and January through April even for some of the exemption programs. So it's all hands on deck when abatements are being processed.
And Mr. McGurthy, and maybe through the city manager, is all this information that I just asked you and Mr. Dunn, is the report coming out of your office? Are you collaborating with economic development?
Mr. Manager?
To the Chair to the Council, it will be a collaboration between both departments.
So it will be a combined report?
Yeah, it'll be a collaboration. Yeah.
Okay.
But most likely the report will be submitted by economic development, but Tim McGurthy will apply some efforts to that.
I'd like to make a motion for all the questions that I asked both of you to be included in that report. Thank you, Mr. McGurthy. I know I have 3 minutes. I'm going to try really hard to get through the rest of my remarks. Really helpful information, and I'm only asking these questions because I do want to make sure that whatever policy the City Council adopts in reference to this order, that we are truly making a difference where it actually matters. In my estimation, and this is just me, if we're going to use taxpayer dollars, they need to be used in service amongst most vulnerable residents who are in desperate need of relief. Take Fran Boshari, for example, a multimillionaire property owner who took my constituents to court a day after the building collapsed on Mill Street and a day after they lost everything. Are we going to give people like him a tax handout? Take, for example, the multitudes of LLCs who own properties and who we have no way of knowing who they are, where they live, how much they care for our community.
Belly up at the causeway.
Are we going to give them a tax handout? Take slumlords who are getting rich on the back of our seniors and families with kids, only to provide rat and cockroach-infested substandard housing. I'm asking the question, are we going to give them a tax handout? And if not, how are we going to make sure that we do not? We have different strategies in place in the housing production plan, the Worcester Now Next plan. We have a multitude of strategies, landlord incentive programs that Mr. Dunn went over, things that our community and housing experts have talked to the city for a long time. We have these landlord incentive programs that are targeting moderate to low income to extremely low income residents and those exiting homelessness. Why aren't we using taxpayer dollars to make sure that those are expanded and strengthened? Mr. Manager and Mr. Mayor, I am ready to support any housing policies, and I'm happy to support you and collaborate with you. But I do think we can do more. We can implement these landlord incentive programs that prioritize our seniors, veterans, first responders, educators, paraeducators, restaurant workers, and those exiting homelessness, the very people that I serve on a day-to-day basis, and those on the verge of being evicted. We can revamp and get rid of exemptions in the rental registry to make our housing stock healthier. We can invest in a universal basic income program for residents choosing between food, medication, rent, or utilities. What we do know with certainty is that trickle-down benefits have not worked in this country. They never do. But targeted interventions based on data and based on the people that are struggling the most do. I'm not fully convinced at this point in time this tax relief program puts assistance directly in the hands of our educators, our classroom aides, our essential workers, our sanitation workers, the very people who keep the city running and our lights on. I'm not convinced at this point that it directly supports and incentivizes first responders who graduated the police or fire academy to live in Worcester. Those that are choosing to live in other municipalities because Worcester is out of reach, out of time, and out of options. Our limited resources.
Suspend the rules then? You want to keep
May I please ask for suspension rules? I literally have 1 minute.
Okay, roll call.
Jesus.
You're almost there?
Motion to suspend the rules.
Oh my
Do you
God.
want a roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I already said that, yeah.
We're not doing a roll call?
Yeah, I said roll call.
Oh, okay.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nian? Council Ahita?
It's so stupid to
Yes.
take
Council Russell?
time
Council
to
Toomey?
do a roll call. for that.
In the interest of time, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would like to send after this meeting some questions that I'd like to, for Mr. Dunn and especially for Mr. Dunn's department to add to the report. But let me just close with this. I'm not trying to sabotage this order. I'm trying to ask questions about a policy that can have unintended consequences and impact, questions that will, an impact that will affect taxpayers. But most importantly, that I want to make sure that if the city council is going to put its backing behind this policy, that we are using our limited resources and any and all subsidies and any and all efforts to target and support those who can no longer call our city livable, affordable, a place they can afford to raise their families, or age in place. I am happy to work with your administration, whatever expertise and help that you need to see to it that either this program or something else goes directly in support of our tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager.
Mr. Chairman.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo my colleagues from this, my colleague, Councilor Hajai, from this perspective. We definitely want to make sure that this is having the broadest impact possible for folks and for the people that came forward today. I've stood here and others have stood here over the past years and months and weeks and talked about people whose rents were raised $800 in one-shot deals. Folks who are on fixed incomes as well. And as part of this, I certainly support anything that's going to make inroads. The questions that I have are related to the draft ordinance that will be necessary for this, Mr. Chairman. As we saw with the inclusionary zoning that was discussed, that was watered down. It was less broad than it needs to be by the majority of this council. When we take measures like this, we need to make sure that's having the broadest impact for folks who are most vulnerable, Mr. Chairman. As relates to the specific language of the Mass General laws, I was unable to find any attachment with that law, Mr. Chairman. So I would ask that law, by way of an order, be provided to the council to be sent to committee as well. There's references there to the
I linked to it in my post.
That we have to have. It's references to the fact that the city sets parameters around this.
It's very
and I
easy
think
to
it's
find
very
out that
important for
law.
transparency purposes that be outlined and delineated. And further, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that a prospective draft ordinance be produced to be sent to committee as well by way of a motion so that people can actually dig into this. We want to make sure that, again, this has the broadest impact for the most people possible, Mr. Chairman. And in that way, any questions or concerns that have been broached can be addressed. I'm very concerned, Mr. Chairman, that, you know, with some of the efforts that we've made, we've seen that folks who are living, owning homeowners who live there. What's the term? Folks who are living in the home and renting out, and folks who are investment landlords. That, you know, there's often a different approach there, and we have to sift through that and make sure that folks who are getting abatements and the like are going to, again, be far-reaching. So I would support this going to committee for further evaluation, but we definitely need the details. It's important that we are able to see the Mass General laws itself and what a draft ordinance would look like to be part of that debate. We know with this process, it's got to go back and forth. We could be a year and a half, 2 years from now, looking to finally get a draft ordinance to consider. And this isn't for finalization, it's just for discussion, so that the public can kind of see visually, and the committee and the council can see what that would look like. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anything else? Send that to the manager. Couldn't agree with it. Pretty much it was all said by everybody here tonight. And,
Pretty okay.
So we get criteria around that, as Mr. McGurthy was saying. So we'll send that to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, next up, requesting a manager by council to report detailing the feasibility of creating a municipally owned grocery store. Councilor Jenny Pasillo.
Don't do pity. I'm Joe Petty.
Mr. Chair, I would like to start by just asking Mr. Clerk if I can amend the item. If I could amend it to say, request the city manager work with community partners, state and federal delegation to explore feasibility of creative grocery store solutions to expand access to affordable groceries in the city.
Through the chair to the council, yes.
Okay, thank you. I can say it again too if you need it. So last July, the Worcester Community Food Assessment came out, and I know we all read it. And according to that assessment, the Worcester County Food Bank saw a 32% increase in households seeking assistance between 2023 and 2024. Our city's poverty rate is 20%. That's nearly double that of the state and the county. Prices for groceries are rising faster than the overall rate of inflation. I know that we all know the grocery store. I go to Market Basket with Councilor Russell every Sunday because it's more affordable, and we're lucky we have cars and we can go there, right? Groceries are out of control. Lincoln Street has not had a full-service grocery store since October 31st, 2024. Aldi's is not predictable. I stop in at Aldi's. You cannot plan dinner at Aldi's for a family of 5. Target has a large frozen food section and some fresh food. It is not a grocery store. Residents in northern Lincoln Street have to take the bus to the hub, transfer to go back to Market 32 on Pullman Street.
That's actually not true.
Go shopping, then return to the hub and transfer to go home. That is not food access. That's an obstacle course. Over the past year, the city, my colleagues, the administration, everyone has been
listen to the bus guy.
Mr. Dunn and his office and the city manager have worked to
take
speak with the landlord to find a way to facilitate a grocery store takeover where Stop and Shop
What
was.
number is it?
My colleagues have supported all of my council items relating to food access for Lincoln Street residents, including looking
Anyway,
into
one of the
daily
buses
tables.
goes back inbound
Mayor Petty and I met
from
with
Target
representatives from
up
Stop and
to
Shop before the store
West
closed. We
Boylston
had
Street.
discussion,
Jump
can
off
we
there
stay?
and take the
Why are you
14
leaving?
to
Just to
Market
get
32.
get a better idea of it. We were able to get 2,000 turkeys for Thanksgiving for the neighborhood, which I appreciated. The administration and I tried to find a way for the WRTA to make a special bus route 2 days a week from
Mr.
Lincoln
Mayor.
Street to Market 32 on Pullman. It didn't work out. For me, this is just one more idea to help a neighborhood that does not have a full-service grocery store.
There he is.
For neighborhoods like Lincoln Street, This
bear.
is not government overreach. It's
I
a
love your
response
TV
to
show,
market
sir.
failure. This is not about replacing the private sector. It's about collaboration.
Connie.
When there is a clear market gap,
Yeah.
like the absence
He's
of
Jeremy
a grocery
Allen
store,
White, and
the city
I
has a role
am,
to play in supporting
Jamie-
community-led efforts and
Jamie
encouraging
Lynn
investment
Curtis.
that strengthens our local economy and improves the quality of life. It's about building a local food economy rooted in public service, not just profit. I am not trying to undercut local entrepreneurs. This is not anti-small business. I love
Oh,
Hiders.
you
I
love it.
worked at
That's Mr.
Hiders.
Mike.
The Asian supermarket in Webster Square is great. I'll always stop in at Bosky's on Burncoat Street. Bodegas are wonderful. Hiders is wonderful. You can't get fresh seafood at a bodega. You can't get, there's no pharmacy at Hiders. Grocery stores are
But you
so
can
much
buy
more
live
than just
bullfrogs at
food,
the Asian market on Mill
and
Street, and that's pretty
neighborhoods
fucking
need
rad.
them. And I was thinking, there are so many groups
Yeah,
and
the-
people
the
in this
seafood section
community
there
doing the
is,
work, and I really just
is
want to be
out of
helpful
control.
on the city end.
It is more
and find
absurd
a way
than the
to
Boston Aquarium.
facilitate and make a connection.
I used to bring
We've got
Oliver
the
there and tell him we
Coalition
were
for
going to
Healthy
the aquarium.
Greater Worcester, Center on Food Equity, Worcester County Food Bank. The Food Hub, I love the Food Hub. It's wonderful. I have friends who have done it. It's a really, really cool thing the city does. Regional Environmental Council,
Barry, you wanna play
Food
the fireman?
Research and Action Center. We have Congressman McGovern lives in Worcester. We have a state delegation, a federal delegation.
You don't know
There are
about
so many people who can help us find a way, a creative, outside the box way to get access to healthy, affordable food. So I'm happy to explore a public-private partnership, for-profit, nonprofit, for-profit hybrid, a cooperative model. What matters is that it works, that it gets food on shelves and into people's homes. And when residents spend their dollars at a city-supported community grocery store that offers fair prices and fresh food, that's the market deciding that access matters. So it would be amazing to have a grocery store on Northern Lincoln Street. If Market Basket would take the place of Stop and Shop, I would still want a model like this because we're the second largest city in New England. It would be really great if we could set an example and just find a way to think outside the box and get people access to healthy food, affordable food. At the end of the day, that is all I want. Residents throughout the city are dealing with food insecurity. These are our neighbors, our friends, people all over. You don't even realize it, but they're having to make decisions between rent or food, medicine or groceries. Am I going to pay for childcare or the doctor's copay, or am I going to get groceries today? And it's not okay with me. I know it's not okay with anybody. Working families, we are all falling behind. And, at the end of the day, I just want people to have access to food. This is a feasibility study. I'm not asking for, the city manager to build a municipal grocery store tomorrow. We will all work there. That's not what I want. I just want to explore options for the city, and we could lead by example and do something really
Oh
great
my
for
God.
residents. Thank
I
you.
am so excited for the opposition to this that we're going to get from George Russell.
Wow, round of applause at 9:22.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
We got Councilor King, followed by, Councilor Russell has his hand up first. Councilor King. Sorry about that.
Okay, that, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
what I was
you can
mentioning
take the
is
31 to
Councilor
West
Priscilla's,
Boylston
good
Street and then the
Chancellor's
14 down
fine.
the hill to Market
Mr.
32.
Chairman, I just want to be clear. I'm happy that Councilor.
But the point
Priscilla
stands that it's a pain in the
amended her
ass, and the
item,
14 doesn't run very
to
often, and the
take out,
31 doesn't
and
run
correct me if I'm
enough.
wrong, Mr. Clerk or Councilor Priscilla, take out the part about having the city of Worcester actually own or run a market. And I'm happy that that part of the conversation was removed. I think that our city manager has enough of things on his plate now, and we don't need to get him a butcher's apron and put him to work running a supermarket.
Shut up.
But, Mr. Chairman, I've talked with the city manager before about this, and I'll say it
Troller.
again.
No, I'm not.
We have a food hub in Union Station. That the city
I'm done
supports.
on the
I'm
buses
hoping they don't,
for
help
at
us with
least
this process.
6 months.
I'm
Maybe I'll go
hoping
back.
that
Probably will
the
have to go back.
manager and the authority that is in charge of the train building, the Union Station, the storefront that's on the back of it, that this city and that authority has tried many times trying to lease. I don't know why we haven't roughed it in for plumbing, for a cement floor, why we haven't put a floor down that could be used for things like a market, like a restaurant. Even
They haven't
have
put a floor
different
down
options
because
cement floor is
they're
poured
waiting
so that
for
people could see it. I would
the
encourage
business that goes in
administration
there to
put that
decide where they
property
want the
out,
plumbing.
for an RFP with a minimum bid of $1, $1 rent per month.
Ask
We're
me
not
how I know
generating
that.
anything from it now. We haven't generated anything from it for as long as I can remember. Why not take a property like that and ask some of our local markets to consider opening a branch there? Even put in the RFP that they have to already have an established location. One of their small businesses are able to step up and take that property and put a market that provides fresh food right next to the bus station. Right next to the bus station. How great would that be to utilize that? And
So
there's
why
property
can't the
that
city
we've
do that,
scratched our
George?
heads with,
I don't.
as a city for
can't wait
as
for this
long
guy
as
to
I
be
can
gone.
remember. That would be a perfect
Gonna get
location.
replaced by a
And we've
sex
got
pest.
so many good small businesses in this city running markets and retail operations now. Why not give them an opportunity to do that? So, Mr. Chairman, I'll support the amended item, and I'm happy the council amended it, and I thank you.
Seriously, Camber, for a group of people who fancy themselves like big proponents of small businesses, I don't think anyone here has any idea how a fucking business
I
works.
certainly appreciate this particular item. What we heard
For real.
described earlier was a food desert, Mr. Chairman, coupled with a transportation system that's inadequate and falls short.
It was perfectly
and
adequate when Brian was behind the
while I
wheel.
appreciate the amendment,
Yeah,
it
you
almost
guys all
goes
missed
back
your
to the
shot.
drawing board.
Andrew Marsh is the only one that
Reaching out
was smart
our
enough
community
to take a
folks,
ride.
Our state stakeholders, which I think we've done.
And DJ Madar. DJ
and I
Madar
don't
came on
know
Monday.
if it's feasible for the city to run it. Certainly, we have some challenges running many things here in the city. But I do appreciate the spirit of this particular order, Mr. Chairman. As it relates to the food deserts and the efforts made by the folks on the economic development team, if it's through the chair to the administration, if you could just share what those efforts have been.
Mr. Manager?
Recruitment efforts or whatever it is that has occurred of late.
Through chair to the council, this
Camber,
conversation.
are you
with
asking
property
about the
owners,
buses?
Developers, conversations with organizations that have had interest, things that have been recommended here, like Daily Table and others. It's constant conversation with all of them, right? We understand not only the Stop and Shop at Lincoln Street, we also had the Price Chopper who closed down on Cambridge Street. And so we started having a conversation with Price Shoppers and those property owners and
in
the other
about
Price Shoppers that we have here in the
a
city,
month,
Island Street,
the starting pay is going to be
et cetera.
$29 an hour.
And so
That's
we've
pretty good.
started to have
Yeah.
conversations
It's 23,
with a lot of them.
$24.50 right
There's
now, I
nothing
think,
concrete
$23.50
that
right now.
any indicating other than, that they have
But
some
it's going to
challenges
bump
with
up
performances in some of these
measurably.
locations. And so
And
that
the top end,
leads to a
what you can get to within like 4 years, is going to be like $40 an hour.
location here, we gotta close this location
It's a
there.
good job,
And then
honestly.
we try
It's
to
a
work
great
with
fucking
property
job.
owners and other developers.
They
the city of Worcester
also
for many years has been trying to
have a
bring
pension,
Market 32 to the city. Not
which
Market
is
32, Market
exceedingly rare, and
to
you
the city,
can, because it's not actually a government estate job, you can still claim Social Security. So you can double down on
Again, those are efforts
retirement even before you get into like a 401k or 429 or whatever.
Folks even here, the Gala Foods folks, the folks in
Pretty decent benefits.
Southbridge, Big Bunny,
It's a good job. It's honestly,
conversations of saying, hey,
I
what
highly
about
recommend it to
Worcester? What
people.
about expanding in Worcester, et cetera.
And you
So
get a free
right now,
CDL
that's-
out of
that's
it,
to the
which
extent
is
of the
fucking
conversation
worth
with
its weight in
property
gold.
owners or-
Yeah.
Or way more than its weight.
Thank
It's
you.
very
If
light.
we get a
But
report back on those efforts as well.
get your get a
I heard
CDL
little
if
bit.
you
I, of
if you have
course,
the
as
opportunity.
many are very sensitive to any sort of negative impact on bodegas, corner stores, etc. That's a concern. I know we had, I'm not sure if it's considered a grocery, but we had a agency over there on Water
because on a
Street
short time
that
frame,
closed down, recently,
production
that offered fresh
is a much more
vegetables and
lucrative
things of that
job.
nature. as well.
And I also love it.
Maker
It's the only job I've ever truly
Maine,
loved.
that's what I was referencing. You know, the need
Besides
is
doing this
certainly
Twitch show
there,
with my
and
friends.
That's
I
right.
don't know if there's a way to encourage
You better treat this
small
as your
businesses in that
primary
aspect,
job.
in terms of filling that void.
I know I do. That's why I'm
To
always
me,
late.
the chamber is here.
Well, 'cause you're so
advocating
excited.
against
Well, yeah.
this
Well,
because of
that
concerns with the
and
bodega.
that's
What
your
I'd like to
leverage.
hear is ways of
In a
enhancing
cashless
those
economy, that's
opportunities
your
for those
leverage,
sorts of
right?
business ventures. Because the reality is, the challenges that they have, the Scholar Foods.
I'll have you know, Travis, we have upwards of 21
whatever, the
subscribers. Okay.
smaller owned,
Travis, we get
folks,
paid, but like I said,
who
it's a
have
cashless
places
economy.
like Maker
Yeah.
Maine. What are
I
those
don't know what's so
challenges
hard to
like,
understand about that.
as we tried to fill the void? Again, I don't know if the city run.
I don't know about you guys. My check has been coming in regularly for the last 2 years.
Travis.
I respect the
We need
amendment.
to dress Travis up like the
to this
interns in
particular
Life
thing,
Aquatic.
But we have some major concerns here regarding making sure our kids have access to healthy food.
Intern, can you turn the city council feed up?
And the other thing that I would like, Mr. Chairman, and I thought about this quite some time ago, is an exact definition for this body to go to public health or wherever it needs to go of what is a food desert specifically. You know, what are those parameters? I think we've discussed
Yeah.
it here, but well,
Trouble,
we've
that's-
seen
yes,
it,
that's
explored it,
exactly
so we
right.
can identify where in the city, we have it in our mind, right? But we can identify, delineate, and confirm
No,
where in
Travis,
the city
do your
actually
thing.
are those
We're good.
food deserts. And what are the
Oh, I
additional
wasn't
ways that we
serious.
can address that, Mr. Chairman? That was like I'd like to see. I appreciate Councilor Pasillo's leadership on this, and I'll support the item.
Thank you. Councilor Colorio?
Thank you. The way that it was originally written, I could not support that because
Oh, you don't
in
say.
any government-run grocery store, you got less choices, not more, less availability, not more, and higher
What?
prices.
What government-run grocery store have you ever fucking been
I'm
to?
asking if we could hear the amendment one more time, and also too is, I'd like to, one thing that,
The dumbest
was
people
interested in
alive
that was
sit
a
on this fucking
conversation
board,
that
dude.
The Councilor Pasillo was talking about is, and maybe the city manager can answer this through the chair.
And what about what she changed? How she amended it changed that
What
part?
was the reasons that we couldn't run a bus to
Right.
32? Like, what was, why?
Because they don't have enough
weren't
drivers
able
to cover the
get
routes that they
the
currently
LTA
have.
On board with that, it seems like that would be a no-brainer.
It's not a
and-
no-brainer.
and I'm
It's
wondering,
absolute.
and it sounds like it was a
Like
great idea. So
the
I'd like
idea
that
that
question
you
answered
like
as
could
the
just
clerk could read the amended version one more
pull
time.
a bus route out of thin air.
Yeah,
Councilor Pasillo,
right.
you have your amendment.
Vastly underestimate. I understand that. I
Oh,
appreciate.
Thank you so much, Councilor Cloro.
like
So I
Priscilla,
changed it to
Jenny's
say,
like smart
request
ass
the city
for
manager
sure.
work with community
Sure.
But-
partners,
but
state and federal delegation to
pretty
explore
obvious
feasibility of creative grocery store
not gonna work.
solutions to expand access to
in
affordable
the
groceries
short term.
in the city.
These buffoons are trying to figure out how much a road costs after 20 years on this body, and they think they know what a bus costs, or how much a driver costs, or
And
the benefits that go along with it.
and
The bus.
you have to take into account that the WRTA is
Mr.
not
Chair, to the council, I don't
a
know
Worcester
specifically, what
like
the reasoning was.
department.
I do know
It
there's two
is
separate
made
buses
up of
to two different
like
routes. So to have
10
a bus
towns,
go
cities and
directly from
towns.
Lincoln Street
Like
to Pullman Street
you have
might
to
be
the amount of
some
people you have to
issues
pull
because
together
it's
to get
two
something
different
like that
routes, two different
changed, and then on top of that
areas
you have
that they
to
need to
like
address.
Unless you're
But
Gary
that's something I
Rosen,
don't
then you
see.
can just tell them whatever the
We
fuck
had some
you want to do, no matter how crazy it is, and they say yes. You know that's actually a great idea. Bus routes
they,
should be free.
the drivers hate that fucker.
I hate to belabor, but I want
Which
to
is
be
so
careful.
funny
I wanna
because
be
he's
very
always
careful on
standing
how-
out on the street
how
corner
this
and
is,
just
intent
getting buses driving by him all the
amendment is
time,
before I decide
and
which way I'm gonna
drivers
vote
just
on.
talking
So
shit about
I
him.
can ask my colleague directly, but what I'm trying to clarify is, does the amendment intend to have any potential for city ownership of this facility, of this grocery
Jesus
store?
Christ.
That's what I need to know, because if it isn't.
You don't
I
need to know
support it. If
anything
it
about
does,
this
I
because
can
it's never
say
going to
that I
happen.
don't believe
Like, what the? Why are we
city
talking
does
about
much.
this?
It's so
City
funny too
government
to be like we
does
shouldn't
much well
feed
when it
people.
comes
We
to
shouldn't help
adding
feed
more
people
things
because
on their plate.
they might
Not
only
this
have
city
one
government,
mac and cheese
city
brand to
government in
choose
general.
from.
Our plate is full.
Yeah,
Fuck
We should be
the fuck
focusing on
off.
what we can do better, not adding things that we've never done before. So I really could be supportive of it if it doesn't involve the potential for for city ownership. So I don't know how to clarify
What is
that.
so wrong about city ownership?
other
Like,
than-
what?
other
Why
than
is that
hopefully,
like the red line
my colleague
thinking
can
across?
comment on
It's
that.
not.
The
It's
city
just they know
owns
it's
a
it's
ballpark.
something that they know it's an animating issue for the fucking
Yeah, I'll try to comment on that.
800 people that vote for
I
them.
was involved with Council Basillo and community partners in this discussion recently. One of the models of a municipally owned is not that the municipality would have its own employees, its own employees.
Yeah, it's like Polar
and run
Park.
the
You
actual,
lease it out to a company that owns
supermarket or grocery store. One of the biggest challenges with grocery stores, and especially with the different new models, cooperative models that they have, is that many of them do not own the property. And so because they not own the property, they're subject to a triple net lease that can impact their ability and their margins when they're trying to sell these.
Oh
units.
my God.
And so one of the ideas is that the municipality will own the property and
Yeah?
lease it back to a nonprofit or cooperative that would do the work, but then can have a better control on the lease so that the lease is lower and their margins to be able to sell the groceries, et cetera, would be better. So again, I think my conversation with Council Basillo is seeking to look at all these models that are popping up across the nation and provide a feasibility of what are the options that are best for Worcester and what we think would be a good choice for us.
So if I may, through the chair to the city manager, the only ownership interest would be that of a landlord. Is that correct?
To the council, that's something that I understand currently right now. I don't know if there's any other models where actual municipal employees are bagging, are doing cash registers,
No,
et cetera.
I'm not suggesting that, but I am suggesting there's liability, even
Correct.
as a landlord.
Correct.
In we're getting into the business of owning property that has liability potential.
Correct.
Slip and fall accidents happen all the time in grocery stores.
Oh
And-
my
and
God.
things you
Slip
do-
and fall accidents
Yeah, I'm
happen
not
in
sure my
Union
questions
Station,
were
City
answered
Hall.
as much as
Slip
it
and
could be.
fall
Appreciate
accidents
the attempt
happen
to do that. But let me just say something else that my colleague,
upon
Council
gracing
Correa,
a police
touched
officer's
upon,
fist
and
or the back of
also
his
Council King, although
hand.
he may not have intentionally touched upon it, and that is that, bus service, bus transportation system that falls short. That's the comment I heard.
Oh yeah,
I
they're
haven't even had a chance to have a
during
agenda
public
item,
comments.
Before the service. And
I guess
Public
Mo
Service
is just
Transportation
fucking
Department, 'cause it's been
straight up
rudderless for the last
dicking
year and
around
a
on his
half.
phone.
The WRTA,
Which isn't
is responsible
surprising,
for that
it's just
subcommittee.
funny that
I
they keep
understand
doing
there's
it.
now been an appointment to chair that subcommittee, but
Yeah.
the WRTA continually comes up in conversations, and I know that all of us agree it's fare-free is a good thing, but being fare-free doesn't mean it's running well. And part of the reason it needs to run well is it needs to address the concerns of the people that live in this city. So when I hear and I did take the liberty, Councilor King had mentioned, what's the definition of a food desert? Well, we'll wait for an official definition from this body. But I did look it up, and transportation's a critical element of a food desert. So, I mean, I am frustrated in the fact that for the last year, more or less, we've had no feedback from the WRTA and the concerns that we have. This is an issue that does reflect, I think, not positively, on the routes that WRTA has and people not having the ability to access supermarkets. And I'm sure there's more than one food desert, if I can use that definition, in the city of Worcester. So if we decide to establish a store as a landlord, where are we choosing to put it? And what are we saying to the other people in other neighborhoods? I think personally focusing on the transportation, the ability to improve the transportation is
So-
probably
Great, approve their
more of a
contract.
long-term
Pay them more.
solution
What's
than
the-
opening
what's
up
the-
one store in one particular location.
What do you plan to do about that?
I
You
would
have to have
like
enough
the
drivers,
amendment,
recruit
had
more
to have
drivers.
said for the city
Are you,
of Worcester not to have any
are you
ownership
going to
interest in this at
propose
all, because I
more
think
city
that
money to the
something that
WRTA,
gets
or like what? Or are you
the
just
way
going
it stands
to
now,
bitch about it?
will be
Yeah,
a-
he's gonna
it'll be a
blame it.
last-minute decision, as they say, and which way I go with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I hate these people.
Okay, so we have, as we have Council Pasillo's request a report from city manager as amended, along with the reports that have been requested. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Gloria,
No.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Aida,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Did Candy vote yes?
Yes.
Yeah, Kenny voted yes.
Next item is request city manager, request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility provide council with a report investigating the feasibility of making Lane Street a one-way street. Council Haji?
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager party to the Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority to install fencing along major railroad crossings throughout the city. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On June 26th, a group of young people were by the railroad tracks on Atlas
Kate,
Street.
about to
And
read the police
unfortunately,
report.
They were trespassing. Unfortunately, Isabella Brady, who had headphones on, lost her life because she was in the tracks and the train hit her.
Who had headphones?
Tragic that this young woman lost her life, and it could have been prevented. I think the MBTA really has a responsibility to ensure that on their tracks, when there's known potential egress, and there were two very visible paths that were there that have been used by people in the neighborhood, that they should have installed fencing. I'd like to amend this order to include all known paths leading to the tracks in Worcester, and further to include appropriate signage, and also have the MBTA conduct an education program in the schools to make sure that as part of school safety, that they also know that they shouldn't be walking on the railroad tracks, and that it's against the law, and it's a safety
I think they
issue.
know they shouldn't.
I think as far as I was asked by somebody who's going to pay for it, it's my understanding that fencing like this would be paid for by the MBTA capital program, so it would not come from the city itself. But I think that it's incumbent upon the MBTA. I think there was just another death, I think in the Boston area recently, that they really need to take a look at this. And yes, there is personal responsibility, and we understand that,
Kate.
but we also need to be stewards.
Why are you getting up here and talking about something that's never going to happen, just so you can work in that this girl is personally responsible for dying?
Right.
Safe for our community.
What the fuck, dude?
I'm just heartbroken for her family.
Yeah, I
hope
bet.
that,
Not enough to not
this can be changed
Yeah, I
and
fucking
shade
bet.
her.
moved, along by the MBTA. I know that they take into consideration serious issues like this, and I ask that they take a look at the entire tracks along the city of Worcester, within the city of Worcester, to make sure that there aren't any areas that could be broached by the public. Thank you.
So now to the Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would add CSX in there as well.
She's trying to get a
because
police
those
train.
tracks are
Yep.
not just
That's what it
used
is. She wants a police
by the
train.
MBTA. And my understanding, dealing with a similar
We should just explore a subway
incident
system.
when we tried to get
Yeah.
Sure Worcester can
fencing
handle that.
put up in another area.
We spent so much time in the past hour and a half talking about everything that we absolutely cannot do.
For that fencing.
And now we're like, oh, but we're going to get the MBTA to come do classes.
Is that it was
Okay.
more than
Fucking
an
idiots.
act of Congress to get a very small section of fencing. So I would suggest, from the little bit of experience that I have with CSX, it takes a lot to move them in terms of repairing their fence. Mr. Chairman, one of the school teachers had reached out to me and asked if I would mention to you as chair is if there could be something in the schools to educate these kids about being on those train
Wow.
tracks. But
What
again,
that's a good idea. We should have like a way to like have democratic oversight of the
And it
schools.
certainly is something.
Some
we
sort of
should
department
look
of
at doing,
education.
but
What,
I
yeah,
would
what if
say
we had like a
take
committee, right?
a
That
ride
kind of like
down
just
to
did the school
Lake
stuff.
Ave And if
no, that could never work.
No, he's not. We can't do that.
fence the length of Lake Ave, I think that, I mean, it certainly should be done. But it's also an investment that I think we're going to need our partners in the state and federal government to get this done. Thank you.
So send that to the manager as amended. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the city manager routinely provide city council an update copy of the streets.
All right,
and
I
sidewalks construction progress
gotta
report.
dox my
Further
mom
request
for a
the city
second,
manager
but
provide city
she's
council
watching
an
the
update
stream and she
concerning
just texted
any
me. Wait, they don't teach
upcoming
sex ed, but they'll
issues
teach train ed?
occurring in the city. Councilmember
That's
Carlson.
good. That's really good.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager to prioritize the expansion.
They
of
don't
the
teach
services
sex ed,
provided
but
through the city's,
they'll teach CSX ed.
Clean
Yeah,
program,
right.
As well as the city manager's clean team. Councilmember Carlson. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city
The
manager request
abstinence-only
permission
model
for
of
transportation
walking
authority.
on the train tracks.
City council report detailing information compiled from the formal traffic studies conducted at the intersection of Carter Road, Brigham Road, and
Yikes.
Bowen Street. Report should include information concerning feasibility of installing four-way stop signs in the intersection, as well as short-term measures that can be implemented at that location. So I'll speak to it first.
Yeah, my mom was a Twitch streamer also.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you, and I'll be quick here. This is something that was brought to my attention. People who live up there asked me to put this on. Not sure what the right answer is. Also, all I remember is myself driving up Morton Street from Pleasant on a dark rainy night. I went right across, without taking the sharp right. So it can happen, and so I'm not sure what the right answer is. Maybe we've looked at this already. Maybe if Mr. Commissioner wants to come up and speak to it, if there's any plans that might be already there is plans. Oh, okay. I was asked to put this on, so.
Commissioner.
I was asked to put this on. I don't know.
I don't
Through the chair to Mr. Mayor. We actually have
know what this
an
fucking
always
thing
stop
says.
that will be implemented later this year at this location. It's going to take some.
The mayor doesn't have the ability to call around the office, see if anyone has a plan.
To make it appear like
Yeah.
We waste all of our night.
so that drivers understand
Right.
it. And it's not just the signs. We'll be using the LED rimmed lighted stop signs so that they're more highly visible because it is a very dark location, as you had indicated. So at night, those in particular will stand out and be highly visible to motorists. And again, that's already been ordained by council, and we expect that that'll be installed later this summer.
Okay, good. Thank you. So we can follow
Wow.
this item. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay. I have something to say.
So the motion is to file.
Have a speaker.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to speak on this particular intersection. I put forward a number of suggestions that were unanimously supported by this council over the past couple of years, including rumble strips and otherwise, and also as the road continues on to the intersection with Salisbury Street. And I was out there with the commissioner. He's not here anymore. Oh, there he is. Along with Commissioner, is it Sterling? Is that his name? Westerly, the new guy. A couple of weeks ago, we did a little walkthrough with the community and an audit regarding resurfacing as well. So, through the chair to the administration, if you can speak to the timeline with respect to resurfacing. I was over there on my two-wheel motorcycle. There's a lot of gravel that's up. It's very
he's got a
unsafe.
two-wheel motorcycle?
Whoa!
Motorcyclists and folks on bicycles, etc. So a couple
I
of
was over there on
things.
my
There's a
two-wheel
four-way
motorcycle.
stop there. There's also concern a
As
little further down regarding the apex.
I know that there's
elevation there.
other kinds of motorcycles,
Where there was
but
some
it's pretty
further
funny to say
discussion about safety measures. So you could just share through the chair from the administration.
Does
some
that
of
imply
the,
that
work
Christian has
that's
one of
gonna
those
be,
three-wheelers?
coming on Moreland Street.
He's got a T-Rex
At that
or whatever
intersection
it's
and
called.
further down towards Salisbury Street through the chair.
He's got a sidecar motorcycle.
Manager?
Yeah, through to the council. Yeah, this is something that we've been working on quite a bit, not only with yourself, but also Council Haji. I'm trying to look through my notes here. There's a lot of updates related to Moreland Street. Basically, there's going to be one of the issues that we had on Moreland Street was a water issue that needed to be done, and that delayed the entire work and the resurfacing of the program. We're going to try to do some temporary short-term fixes as quickly as possible, but then the actual work of resurfacing won't happen till next year. But that's something that we're committed to doing right away. I've committed to the council that we're going to get on this as quickly as possible. DPW, this is one of their priorities to address. That street is in really disrepair, and they're going to try to make some minor repairs in the immediate because there's a water issue that they have to come back to address for a long time.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, when we were out on our walk, there was a gentleman there that talked about a fatality that occurred at an intersection as you come down from the Carter Road in Moreland towards the Salisbury Street. We talked to that gentleman. There was some discussion about kind of the sight lines. I know I was working with Councilor Haji on that. And this person has been asking for a remedy here, Mr. Chairman. He says for a couple of decades. So I was wondering through the chair if we have a timeline designated for that. If not, we can get a report back on what that time is, given the skepticism of some of the folks in the neighborhood through the chair.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are a couple things happening there. The location in question is a rise in Moreland Street where you can't see the driveway and the cross street that immediately follows that. And there, just to be candid, there frankly aren't any obvious solutions that jump out when you go and look at it. So that's one of the big challenges here. There are some pedestrian improvements that had previously been planned at that location that are under construction now, so a crosswalk that presently exists and isn't very useful will be moved to a safer and more useful location, and a little bit of sidewalk to connect it to other areas in the neighborhood where people walk and want to cross the street. In terms of the site distance, that's something that we're still evaluating to try to figure out what the best solution is. We will report back on that this summer. I don't know what the solution is going to be at this point because, as I said, it's not something where there's a standard obvious solution to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that the public knows who have interest in this area. It's an area that I've been focused on for some time along with Councilor Haji. There's been a number of orders put forward, and we're seeing the realization of those orders occurring in real time, Mr. Chairman. In addition to that, you know, and this isn't an order, this is just a suggestion to the administration. If there's a way that we can communicate the pending changes, what we're doing in that area from the communications team, I call them the spin team, your team there, the communications folks. Yeah, okay, the city spin team, whatever it is. If we can get those folks to communicate some of this stuff out, because the folks in that area on that street is extremely skeptical. Because this has been an issue for quite some time.
Yeah, can we get the city spin team to lie a little bit about this?
Maybe a walkthrough.
That's what they do, right?
Maybe not, but some sort of communication.
You
to the
know,
public
like a liar.
about that area, because it's in dire need of being addressed, and we can't forget our cyclists and our motorcyclists with respect to the gravel and the upturn of the surface there. I know we're doing some new stuff with surface material, but it's very important before someone gets hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. So send that, we're going to file that. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Request to be made by council an update concerning maintenance timeline schedule for all water facilities, including the pool at Crompton Park, for the requested manager, including any update information concerning feasibility, constructing, and maintaining additional pools in the city.
headphones hurt my ears. Ever had that happen?
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
No, I won't be that long. So,
When my cauliflower ear flares up.
and no,
Look at
we
this
had the
guy
issue, Crompton
bragging
Park.
about how
Talked to
much he's
Sam
been grappled.
Didn't open it timely because he had some issues. with
Heavily
the-
grappled.
Not sure what the terminology, the pumps or the valves weren't done right. And you don't know that until you put the pool on, which you don't know until the day before or a few days you're supposed to open. At that same time, I think the state opens their pools a little bit earlier than our pools, I think. But I remember that when it was over 100 degrees out, it was 105 that day back, was it almost the last week of June or in June? The Shine Pool closed for several days. I contacted Michael Moore to get that up and running, to get that pool fixed, which took several days because once you have a pool problem, you got to empty the pool, you got to put it all back.
Man, I never thought I would have a real big issue with the way that Joe Petty says pool, but
Here it is.
turns out.
So I get all that. So just, I'm not sure
Speaking
what
of
we can do
pools,
for maintenance.
we have a
this year. So
month
next year
before
we
the
know
next
if we
one
have
of these
issues ahead of
streams.
time. And,
Can
on
we
that.
commit
Mr.
to
Chairman,
on
this is
air
usually
right
talked
now
about two
to do the
pools,
pool
Mr. Chairman.
stream?
And,
We have the pool,
and thinking
we
about
have
it,
the
I think we only
location, we
one
have the
pool.
plan,
You
we can
just
pull
think
it
about
off.
'cause we did a lot of spray pond.
Yeah.
I think
mean,
chat
I'm down.
wants it. Chat,
And I know that
sound off.
the manager
Pool
said
stream?
there's Other, I think Commissioner Parks is looking at that.
If they don't sound off, we're not gonna
which
do
I
it. That
think would
just
be great.
makes sense.
I think that's
And,
I think that's what it comes down
we
to.
should be looking at on the other side of the city. Where we
For
don't
around
have-
$500 on Amazon, we can get a actual inflatable hot tub, like bubbles and everything. I mean, I know they're not giving them away, but they
Not
hold
bad,
the
though.
minimum for up to 8 people.
Well, all right, that's baseline. We know we have that. What if we get one of those
Mr.
big
Chairman,
metal
yes. One
watering
city
trough,
pool,
the
Mr.
circle
Chairman,
watering
105
troughs
degrees.
from Tractor
I've
Supply,
talked about this
and I have a sous
at
vide.
length,
So
Oh, yeah.
with respect to
we could,
the potential and
Slowly cook
opportunities we have
ourselves?
with our
yeah, we could
funding,
slowly cook ourselves.
for our parks.
I mean, that's what a
And I talked with
jacuzzi
this
is.
Administration, I talked with the past administration
Man
under
soup.
CM Augustus. I've talked about it here on the council floor, and about how pools can bring folks together. We have opportunities for
Been talking about it for
exercising,
years.
recreating with the seniors, perhaps earlier in the morning. We have swim classes at the Boys and Girls Club and other places, but opportunity for folks to learn how to swim. And as I always say, the difficulty folks have, there are people in this city that never get to the beach. They never get to the ocean. We have some of our water bodies that were closed down a lot last year, I think over at Indian Lake. Quincy closes down time and again. But we have one city pool in the largest city in New England. And we've had opportunities where we can do
I'm not seeing
hybrids,
speed up.
where we have splash parks and pools, just like we have at our only one in Crompton. We had that opportunity over here in Maine South, and we didn't use the opportunity to make it where it's.
Oh,
a
yeah, we're
pool
definitely calling it a
and
hot
there's
tub
some,
stream.
Water spray park aspect to it. Same
Also,
thing over here in Tacoma.
I will be wearing a
over at
bathing
Greater
suit,
Brook
by which
Valley.
I mean I will
With
be
that
wearing a full
project, I've
suit.
talked with the manager repeatedly about this,
And
as
bathing.
well as other
And bathing,
stakeholders,
yeah,
prior
because
city,
I am
prior district
a
councilor
professional.
Sean Rose.
I'm a
current
broadcaster
district councilor Jenny
first and
Pasillo.
foremost.
The opportunities there to do exactly that, because we also have adults, folks who are housebound, who are unable to access, and some folks who live near, who
Y'all are gonna have to pay a
housebound or
lot more than
unable
the
to
subscription
get
for this
around as
channel
much,
to see
due
belly
to
button
poor
from me.
transportation, et cetera.
I'm not
Public
saying it's not
transportation,
possible. I'm just saying
and
it's more
they are not
expensive
folks
than what you're paying
that are,
right now.
The closest
looked
thing I
upon,
own is like yoga pants.
Well, they are looked
Bill or
upon in a
Brendan,
very
do you want a
discerning
Speedo?
way if they enter into.
Speedo? No, but this season I did buy,
If I
and
go into
they're
a spray
downstairs.
park
I'd be
by
happy to show
myself,
them off. I'm really proud of
my
these.
bathing
I get a
suit
pair of
on,
5-inch
everyone's
short,
giggling, but
suitable
it's
for
in
swimming,
fact, it's
in
limited, is the point. It's
Rhodesian
not all
brushstroke
encompassing.
camo. So I mean, they are so
and there's
offensive on
a
so many
discerning eye class
levels. Like no matter
cast
who you
upon
are,
those folks.
these shorts
Similarly,
should offend you. And if they
with
don't, you're offending
elderly,
me.
similarly with other
But
folks,
I mean,
we
still this
have
day,
to
it
do
is the best
something
camo
here.
pattern ever created.
It's a community
but man, are they cute?
void, and I encourage the city manager once again
See, this is what
take the
you can get,
appropriate
folks.
efforts.
This
And
is
I
what
know
you
that
can
there's some
get.
prospects in one part of the city, perhaps that the
Yeah,
Parks
save that for
Department
the
and that
stream.
commissioner will come
Don't
out
keep
with.
that early.
But we want
That
to make
sounds
sure
incredible.
that they're as close as possible to the heat islands that we have, because when I drove by during those 105-degree day weather,
think you mean
the state
dry
pools
Halud.
and the city pools, it's like a line at Six Flags. I've said it repeatedly. You got 50, 60 people waiting and waiting and waiting.
I don't like those comments
in
at
line
all.
for extended periods
That
of
is
time.
too familiar
We've had
and
those
weird,
families that
and I
can't
don't
get in.
understand
You have
them.
2 family members and one outside that can't get in because
references
of,
how you were a little
the
worm
lack
when you were
of
talking to
resources,
Kate.
Mr.
That's
Chairman.
all I
We
was
really
thinking
need
of.
to look at quality of
Maybe.
life and the health components and the community engagement aspects of this. We must have more pools. Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request City Manager requests the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility provide council with a report concerning any means available to the
We
city
may
that
never
could
see this
restrict
stream.
commercial vehicle usage from the development at 1015 Pleasant Street from using Biltmore Road. Council Bergman and Councilor Hadrian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did hear from some of the residents there. They not only do they not oppose the building that's going to be their neighbor.
There's a lot of
they
lip
support
smacking
it.
tonight.
I believe it's a drug and rehabilitation center. But their concern is that there are 3 egresses, and 2 of which front Pleasant Street, the third of which is on Biltmore Road. Biltmore Road is a small.
I'm sending you a
dead end
42-minute file
and
of
really can't handle commercial
intro
vehicles
songs, so that should cover
very
it.
well, and there's no reason commercial vehicles would have
I
to
hope
go
we
there
don't make
because
people
there's
wait
a separate
42
exit
minutes to
and
stream start, but
Pleasant
now we know
Street.
we're covered.
I don't.
We are
check
covered.
with
We're
co-
covered
with
for
code.
if we
I don't know
all
if there's any
are constipated at the same time.
restrictions on the access roads that can or cannot.
Can
be
we start
used.
the stream
I know
and have
the
the
use
toilet
is a matter
stream?
of right.
That's
And then again,
750.
This is simply asking that there be an inquiry made through the various administrative departments to see if perhaps a developer could just get a phone call and say, hey, you're welcome to be in the neighborhood, but there's a street here of residential houses that can't accommodate large commercial vehicles going down there. So it's really a situation that perhaps just some communication between the administration, the appropriate person within the administration and the developer could try to resolve. And hopefully it comes to that, because I think everybody could live side by side very nicely, given the
I
circumstances.
know you were referencing the
And I think there's
constipation,
gonna be
but I like to
problems,
think you were
particularly with
referencing
the winter weather. There's
Mhm.
absolutely no way a commercial vehicle can turn around on that street if they decide that that becomes a major use of egress for them. Thank you, Mr.
Big
Chairman.
time harkening.
Councilor Hadrian.
Just a quick question.
Very good point.
More for clarification. Does
He's not
this
even a Harkonnen, he just
order,
works for
given
the
that
Harkonnen.
the developer is going to open that facility very soon, would
And he
need to go
applied,
through
you know,
traffic
it's
and
not like
parking
he was
Yeah.
enslaved here.
No, he wanted. Yeah, he
Commissioner give us
chose.
a report, and then it will go to traffic and parking? I'm just trying to figure out what would be the best,
We'll get a
fastest
report.
solution. Back a report, okay. So once we
I
get a
gotta
report,
focus
it will
this
go to
camera.
traffic and parking for action? Okay, Mr. Manager, may I ask, please, if we can expedite this, given that the folks are very agitated and they would like to speak to the developer as soon as possible? Thanks.
Okay. To the manager, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Everybody wants to sign on to that as amended? Yep. Okay. Request city manager consider upgrading the 311 customer service program to allow for text messaging to residents with timelines, as well as updates for addressing service requests and confirmation when the service request is completed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I utilize a 311 program like I'm sure many of my colleagues do, and I know much of the public does. The challenge with it is once you report something, you do get a confirmation number, but then it kind of gets lost in the system. So those of us who get packages, and I know all of us do, whether it's through Amazon, UPS, nowadays you get a notice from the carrier that the package is en route, and then you get a picture when it's delivered, and everything is like in a nice, neat package that you know time frames and you know the result. So it would be nice with 311 if you could get some sort of communication that the time frame of your request is anticipated to be, let's say, 2 to 4 weeks.
Much as
And
I find
then
him
perhaps a
agitating, I agree
prompt
with
that
this.
your request is being attended to, and then perhaps a picture when it's done, or at least a confirmation the item has been completed. There have been times, and I'm sure all of us are in this situation, where if I see a street sign in one location, unless I go back past that street sign, with all the other things I'm responsible for, I wouldn't necessarily know whether it's fixed or not. And it'd be nice for me to be able to respond to constituents by saying, I just got a notification that the street sign is fixed. I think with the technology today that we have, this shouldn't be a big ask, and I don't think it should be a big cost. And it'd be nice if we could upgrade the system to accomplish that. So it's basically a question to see if it can be done technology-wise, how much the cost
Yeah, I've never
would
used
be.
the 311
If
app.
the cost
to be
is
fair.
cheap and the technology exists,
I've only ever
we
crept
should be
it.
able to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager requests the police chief provide counsel with an annual report concerning body-worn cameras used by the Worcester Police Department. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're all waiting for this, this report to come. I'm sure it'll be very interesting, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Requesting manager requests the source to provide counsel with an opinion as to whether a counselor or a counselor who has immediate family, who is a landlord or tenant, and therefore has a financial interest that has receives or pays rent, must recuse themselves from all matters affecting housing, rental costs, or controls. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, this item is one that I put out just in the eyes of just trying to be transparent. I'm not trying to eliminate people or exclude anybody or anything, as some of the folks commented on social media and here today. One of the callers said that something to the effect of they related this to be something similar to the tax rate vote, and that's my understanding. I'm just trying to make sure that the city solicitor comes out and explains it more to the general public than anything, that it is similar to the tax vote, and it's something, you know, when you're dealing, because otherwise we probably wouldn't have a majority of the council. Yeah. So I'm just looking for the report to the administration as it reads.
Okay. Send that to the administration. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item. Requests the city manager provide counsel with a report regarding the steps the city needs to take to initiate Central Mass Substance Use Disorder and Mental Health Fund. Such fund should be pulled into a municipal fund requiring proportional financial contributions from Worcester and the surrounding cities and towns in Central Massachusetts to support coordinated long-term solutions to the crisis that is housing treatment, mobile outreach, public health infrastructure in the city of Worcester and surrounding areas. Further request city manager requests city solicitor to provide counsel with a report concerning whether any legal or legislative pathways such as home rule petition or state and neighborhood legislation is necessary to implement such fund. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For years, I've been asking about possibly doing something similar to what the schools do when they have children who have been unhoused, who are now living in Worcester. McKinney-Vento Act requires the sending district, if they're going to school here, to pay for partial payment. And then also, if they need to go back to the home school district, Worcester would pay for the transportation. And so there's a sharing of that cost, that burden. And so, you know, not necessarily that particular thing, but a similar issue. When we have such an impact here right now with folks who really just a terrible, terrible tragedy of being addicted with this scourge that's all over the world right now with drug addiction. And yes, Worcester has a lot of programs and facilities and services that assist people who are in the throes of addiction. And so what happens is that cities and towns say, go to Worcester. As a matter of fact, we all know that police departments will drop people off at Union Station or drop them over the line, you know, and say, hey, you know, go to Worcester. They'll take care of you.
What does Bill say,
Recently,
citation needed?
I know the health department conducted a survey in a small area. I believe they averaged out the cost of the impact for folks between the 911 calls, between the trips to the emergency room, and all the other issues that we're dealing with our unhoused population. Roughly, in this small area, the sample, it was costing about $500,000 in resources, local resources. And if you average that out for all of the folks that are here,
It's like
that's
one
an
cop.
awful lot of money that's going into these services. And certainly, we want to help people. That's the goal. But we should be getting some support. Coincidentally, the city of Boston last week filed, I believe it was last week, filed an order for a hearing regarding a similar thing. And basically, they said the same thing. They've invested significant financial, logistical, and personnel resources towards addressing conditions, which we have. We're doing the same thing. And so they also said that they're disproportionately bearing the burden of the crisis response financially, operationally, and politically, while surrounding municipalities benefit from the services without contributing to their sustainability. And I will tell you, too, there are many of these surrounding towns outside of Worcester that have no services at all. There's absolutely nothing for these people. And so they come here because there's no support. There's nothing for them to do. And so it certainly seems to me that it's reasonable, as we have with other regional programs, the cost sharing.
Oh, my God.
Program in the Commonwealth, similar to transportation, emergency preparedness, et cetera.
If there really is evidence of like Shrewsbury bringing people over the line, yeah, Shrewsbury should pay Worcester some money to help support.
Bill, while you were gone, we learned that everybody knows other police departments from neighboring communities will drive people to Union Station and drop them off there.
Oh, everybody knows that.
Go to Worcester.
Everybody knows.
Sometimes they just go to the town line and drop them off. Go to Worcester.
With the cost of this. And I think that this is a reasonable request. And I think that we possibly should also have a conversation with the city of Boston and see if we couldn't.
I'm glad I didn't hear that.
Put some more support at the legislature.
I mean, it needs, everybody knows it.
Come up and actually do something. It really is not fair for the city of Worcester to be burdened so greatly without any remuneration or support from the cities and towns where many of these people come from. As a matter of fact, I believe in that may have been the same report or one's close to it, but it's my understanding that more than half the people are not from Worcester. As a matter of fact, I think it was even higher than that. So who are here, who are unhoused.
It's usually a tell when you wipe your nose after you say something, Kate.
I hope my colleagues understand the intent is to help.
But real talk, if there's a way to get a bunch of towns around us to give us money to help the unhoused,
to help our city, so that we're not.
I'd be interested in hearing.
The cost.
I don't want to sound like I'm agreeing with Kate, but fuck West Boylston. Make them give us money.
Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
fuck West Boylston in general.
to
But like,
this.
it's just a very one-sided. Like
I'm
more
not-
than half
I'm a
of the
little
people who live in my
skeptical
neighborhood and have bought a home in the
prospects,
last
but
10
we'll
years
sign
are
on to
not
this. I
from Worcester.
support it.
I'm not from Worcester.
Fucking
Is
freeloaders.
based on the following. We know that, as mentioned, we're not Boston, but we are a hub of services.
We should
Folks
charge
come here
Auburn
for
to be
services,
close to cool.
for
We
proximity
should
to
annex
those
Auburn.
services, proximity
And
to
then
shelters,
turn it into a
proximity to
fucking
treatment,
gravel pit.
public transportation, food pantries, etc.
Launch so many rockets from their farms.
And that's a part of this. And yes, our surrounding folks should do more. However, the Central Mass Regional Public Health Alliance has disbanded as of April of 2025. A 15-year coalition ended by mutual agreement. In the statement from our public health, it indicated that that was intentional. Those include the towns of Shrewsbury, West Boylston, Grafton, and Worcester. And they also pursued funding in concert. And their disbandment was specifically, as in statements from all of those entities, Worcester, Shrewsbury, Grafton, West Boylston, to pursue funding to deal with public health issues independently. So I'm hoping that this particular order is successful. What I would like is a detailed report on that disbandment. I've read the press releases. I've talked to some folks in public health, but I would like a written report outlining the pros and cons of the dissolution of the dissolving of the Central Mass Regional Public Health Alliance that was created for coordination and funding streams. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll send that to the manager along with the reports.
Separate?
Yeah, well, he's requested a report separate from this, so we'll send that along as amended to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Request city manager review the exit of the City Hall parking garage to repair the techno warning strip at the location, which is in the extreme. This repair and heaving, creating a tripping hazard. Further request the city manager review and repair the
Tipping hazard.
broken and missing sidewalk tiles on the sidewalk.
Why does this have to
facing the
come
Hall
to city
On
council?
the Worcester Common side.
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Honorable Bergman requests city manager requests Commissioner of Public Works inspect the.
You know what I heard?
and
Joe
walls
Petty's
abutting
not a
Burncoat
tipping
Street,
hazard when he
Klondike,
goes to Joey's.
Monterey, Brighton, Covent Street, Bellingham, and Devon's Road that are adjacent to the current sidewalk reconstruction to immediately determine if any public safety issues are occurring. Council Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if the photograph that was hopefully
Send it to 311, Mo.
ever made it, but for those that are familiar, and maybe all of us, there are these, and I know Councilor Pacillo and I have spoken about this. before.
Pacillo.
There are these
Why can nobody say Jenny's name right?
pillars, that abut the streets mentioned along. when
I like that
the-
her and Natale just shared a moment.
That was really great. That
Historical
was
in nature,
really
just to
great.
Have
We're
signs
like
on
sisters
them
now.
indicating the streets. Those have gone to some degree of disrepair. There was some confusion or uncertainty for some time as to who actually owned those. And I think ultimately, the determination was made that the city does own those. So I think it's really been a question over the years of funding to try to start repairing those. But what's happened now is the sidewalk adjacent on Burncoat Street to these concrete pillars is being replaced. And if you go up and down Burncoat Street and you see these side streets that I've listed, the concrete sidewalks are underneath the concrete pillars, and they're literally causing further deterioration of the concrete pillars. You can literally touch the pillars and pieces are falling off in your hand, and it's clearly because of the work that's being done by the subcontractor. So if there's a way to try to minimize any more damage, I hope that can occur. And if there's a way
Every now
to
and again,
perhaps
George,
ask the
it's fancy mustache.
subcontractor for some sort of compensation for the damage that has
He
happened.
likes the sound
that
of his
would
own
be
voice.
better. But I certainly think the city needs to know about it, and certainly the DPW should have an opportunity to consult with the subcontractor and see if they can.
We still haven't got
mitigate the damage.
petitions, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
It's fucking brutal. This is fucking
So,
brutal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Councilor Bergman, for putting this on. I know we've
You should have
spoken about it
mispronounced
before,
his
but this
name.
is a really great motion.
Counselor
And,
Bergman.
Yeah.
you know, again, these contractors come in and they do work on the sidewalks, and you see these beautiful pillars that are historic to the neighborhood, and unfortunately, they weren't in the best condition prior to the construction, and now it's even worse. So I think it's such a great idea to try to hold them accountable and see what we can do, whether it's using CPA funds, anything, just to restore these pillars. They really do mean a lot to the neighborhood. So thank you, Councilor Bergman, and I'd love to sign on.
okay. as
Are these the
amended,
Burncoat pillars?
Sent that to
Yeah.
the
That's
city
awesome.
manager.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to mention.
Can we re-erect
thank
the
Nico
wall
and
between the
whoever
buses and the
coordinated
boxes?
I didn't realize the photograph was on the screen, which is even better than being in the packet. So thank you.
Okay. Those in
I-
favor,
we
to the
didn't see the
manager, those in
photo.
favor, opposed, so ordered.
Shut the fuck up,
Resolution
Mo
that the City
Birchman.
Council of the City of Worcester
It's kinda like an
hereby
underwater
proudly
lawnmower.
recognize July 19, 2025 is Equatorium Day, Equatorium's 200th birthday, and encourages all residents to join in celebrating the milestone and the remarkable legacy of the Equatorium.
Yeah.
Community. For that, the City
She's
Council of the
sipping.
Worcester hereby extend its sincere gratitude to the Equatorium for enduring contributions
Yo.
to the enrichment of our city and to the residents.
Nico.
With the best wishes for continued success in its mission to inspire a passion for science, nature, in another 200 years. So this weekend is the 200th year party. If people are interested in going, I want to thank Noreen
Going.
Smith and Katie and Deb and the whole team up there for the work that they do. So,
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna touch it all.
No, Councilor Merrill.
I'm gonna go party with a Stegosaurus.
Yeah, I
Go
think you're
look at
automatically
that
signed on
sad
with the roll
bird.
call, but you can all sign on, yep. As amended, all signed on. If you want.
If people vote for me, I'll
Council
free
Bergman?
the otters, and everybody can pet
Council
them.
Florio?
Yes.
Council GA?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morrow Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 13A, Communication City Manager, transmitting information communication detailing on honorary street sign process guide to aid residents through the process of petitioning for an honorary street sign. We can survey
Street
the
sign.
rules and we can file that. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 13.
Opposed.
There's nothing to.
Awesome.
I said all those in favor opposed. I said opposed.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's spicy hour.
Okay, Communication City, we have
Opposed.
13B to 13C.
This is the
referring to
only
cooperation
benefit of
with
these
the
meetings when they go
committee.
ass long.
First one.
Yeah,
communication
you start to get
persons
them-
running
you start to get 'em,
information regarding the process used to other
raw.
communities in the Commonwealth.
Getting a little
processes
hangry.
regarding
A
residents
little
petitioning
punchy.
the elected officials. We'll send that to MO. What's that? Oh, Council Bergman was first. Council Bergman.
Birchman.
Thank you.
Councilor Bergman.
I would suspect that.
Did you hear him call Jenny
Councilor Russell
Pacillo?
Pacillo?
feels that he might
Councilor
get the
Pacillo?
award for the most
Somebody else did it tonight,
misunderstood
too.
slash misrepresented item of the evening, but.
Unless it was just
I'm
mowed
gonna
twice on
challenge
events.
him that. I think I'm
Somebody
gonna-
called her.
Chillo, or it was like
I'm
Italian
reading the
version.
order.
Yeah.
I know what the chairman's order was because I made it. City clerk.
Pasillo?
Is hereby
Somebody call her
requested to work
Pasillo.
with the city solicitor to provide city council with a report concerning the roles of residents in the city council when placing items on the city council agenda. Somehow, that has morphed on social media and elsewhere into there being items on the council tonight.
Oh, my God.
Asking whether or not the city council
kidding me,
should
Mo?
vote to allow residents to file petitions. Just doesn't
That's-
say that. Doesn't say anything like that. This came about because two reasons. One,
I
there's
watched
language of
the
the
MLO
charter
meeting where
that
you talked
raises
about this.
questions
That's
about
so
what types of
disingenuous.
petitions should be filed by
Oh,
residents and what types can't. And then there are other communities that we're aware of that do things differently than we do in Worcester, but raises questions on whether or not we're following our charter correctly. We heard Framingham requires 300 signatures before a citizen's petition can be put on the ballot. The city of Cambridge, which is often quoted here by my colleagues, is a very progressive city. You can't, as a member of the
He's
public,
talking
put a
like Trump.
petition on without having two councilors endorse it beforehand. So we don't do any of that. And I think it's a good thing that we allow free access for the public to petition the city council. So I'm going to ask the city solicitor what the different roles the public has versus
So
the
then
council
what was
has
the
in
purpose
submitting
of this
petitions.
order?
I just want
Right.
to make it clear that, you know, the hostility towards this item tonight, unfortunately, is not only unfounded, but it's totally inconsistent with the language of this order. I'm going to repeat it again. Yes, the city clerk being and hereby requested to work with the city solicitor to provide city council with a report considering the roles. Doesn't say no role, doesn't say
Yeah,
excluding.
but what is
role.
the
It says
goal
the
of
roles of residents in the city council when placing items on the city
what is the
council
goal
agenda.
there?
Very disappointed, but not necessarily surprised, given where we are in the calendar year of how this has been so misrepresented. But let me talk to the city solicitor through the chair, if I may, and ask a few questions.
Just think, if you can convince,
Through the chair to the city
if you can
solicitor,
convince
with respect to the report
10 people
that you gave, that was in
to
response
vote
the chairman's
against Mo
request,
Bergman,
is that
you
correct?
never have to see him ever again.
Yes, that's
You
right.
never have to
Request
hear this ever again.
before
You
you
just
vote,
need
could I give you a copy
to
of it?
convince as many people as
I have a
possible
copy of it.
So
to
what
vote
I just repeated
this
twice,
fall
and I won't repeat it
and
again,
vote
is that
for
accurate as far as what the
everybody
request
but
was?
him.
Correct.
And based on your report,
God, he's so fucking
can you
annoying.
provide some feedback
Yanni,
to this
this is what he
council
was
whether or
talking
not
about.
there
It's
are
election
different
season.
roles with comparing the residents and the councilors when placing items for petition on the city council agenda?
Fuck this guy, vote him out.
Solicitor?
Yeah, through the chair. So the most distinguished role is that city councilors have access to information that is afforded to them through the city manager, through the administration, through our charter. So that any order that relates to information that's under the city manager's authority as an executive function of the city is a right that's afforded to the city councilors. Other than that, residents may petition government for any matter which is within where they statutorily are authorized, such as a zoning law, a zoning petition, or any matter that's within the jurisdiction of this body.
So if I may, through the chair, to the city solicitor, basically summarizing your, and I don't want to misspeak, so please correct me, summarizing your report, the items that are under the exclusive control of the city manager can only be petitioned through the council, and every other item basically can be petitioned by the public. Does that sound correct?
Correct. Yep.
So there is a difference, but the public certainly has a right to petition
That's
the council.
correct.
It's
Thank you.
That's not what the report. Oh my god.
He's such a fucking baby. He just kneecapped his own
I know.
item to try and own the
Thank you,
fucking
Mr. Chairman.
libs.
Can we take 20A with this in the interest of time?
So
Which one?
20A.
So
It's the one I held from last
so
session
silly.
about, I think it's 28 here.
Okay, 20A is...
The chairman's order, another chairman's order about public participation.
Yeah.
Mo Bergman,
Chairman's order,
classic
request city
fucking
manager
corn
requests
cob.
city solicitor provide council to report detailing if the CHR requires public participation to be open to non-Worcester residents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on these matters and preface my statements that this has nothing to do with campaigns. This has nothing to do with the time of the year. Any allusions to that?
Come on, Christian. Don't
as
say
this
this
has been
stuff.
a matter that I've been speaking on
Don't
consistently for
let him
the
fucking
last 2 years, this entire
don't-
term.
You don't
and we
have to
can
do this.
delineate when and where.
It-
and
it
how.
makes you look
I've done
like
it
you're
on the
lying.
council floor. I've done it in the subcommittee, and here we are again. And I can say this, Mr. Chairman, over this past term, we have thickened the lines of transparency rather than thinning those very lines. This council, by a narrow majority, has reduced the authority of councilors, and the influence of councilors by reducing speaking during budget hearings. We have also canceled meetings due to public protest, dissent, and concern, which is also a mistake, Mr. Chairman, giving the message that you can disrupt city government. We know that when the Capitol was stormed on that January day, that they went back to work after deaths, after threats, after a siege, an attempt to overthrow a government, Mr. Chairman. And now, as a result of public dissent, here we are, we have conceded those council meetings. We have had citizen petition after petition denied. I would perhaps, think that perhaps it's been more than we have in the past. I don't have those numbers, but we have significant concerns about that. We have been threatened
All right.
with litigation
This-
by the ACLU for
I know we have to watch the meeting,
petitions,
but we do.
citizens petitions
But
being denied here
this
in the city of Worcester.
Mr. Rogers video that
And
just
then
got
we allowed
posted
the
to
same
the
petition.
Worcester subreddit.
And then we
is
did the right process.
so worrying.
And
It
took a
is
vote
so
and
concerning.
voted
I
those
just watched half
petitions
of it.
down, but at least the vote
We
was
ha-
taken, Mr. Chairman.
We'll have to watch this at the end.
These chambers have been the source of
Mr.
unrest
Rogers-
due
What
to
the
the aforementioned
fuck?
Neighborhood.
Article 20A talks
It's,
about,
it's some
item
conservative
28 talks
humor.
about participating
It's
by city
really
residents
funny, but not
only.
in the way that's intended.
This, Mr. Chairman, continues to lead us in the same direction, an all-out assault on civic engagement, Mr. Chairman. There's no other way to sugarcoat
Oh,
this.
it's these.
It's exactly what it is. We ought to be in these times with questions about government and political matters. We should be opening up the blinds. We should be allowing people full transparency. And it's something that I've fought for quite some time. And we've heard the following. We've heard that from elected officials that some meetings are taking too long. We're hearing that some folks don't want to hear the public speak for too long. We've seen some of the, I'm starting my time. You might want to get me off the mic here. We've seen folks say that there's too many people speaking. We shouldn't suspend the rules. We should suspend the rules. Perhaps we should look at what other communities do. We've heard references from elected officials saying, hey, in the past, we didn't allow anyone to speak. And while there's no motions that way, those comments are intended to influence the public, Mr. Chairman. We've heard folks say that public dissent and outrage is off-putting. I'm not quite sure what the motion will be here. I hope that we vote this. I hope no one files anything. I hope that it's simply a vote to a yes or a no. But I will not be supporting this. If you go back and you listen to subcommittee comments, you'll hear comments around the fact that, hey, this is what they do in other municipalities. And none of those comments are related to expanding civic engagement. We now have a process where you have to walk in downstairs, type your name into some database, sign off on some form in order to pay a parking ticket. That's what's off-putting. That dispels and limits civic engagement, Mr. Chairman. We've gone a bit too far there. I hope the manager takes a look at that and has some reconsiderations. But this is, again, the people's house. The folks have a right to petition us.
Yeah, but
and I
this
got
is
to tell
weird.
you,
It's really,
you know,
really
as far as this particular
really
report
bad.
goes, I don't give it any weight, this interpretation.
Who is that? Why are they
You know
doing
why I
that?
don't give it any weight? We've been doing business this way. The past
keep
city
coming up
solicitors
on, like,
have interpreted
social
this
media, and I kind of
in a more liberal way.
just passing by. I feel like they're trying to get
and
our
all of a
attention
sudden,
somehow.
We have a very conservative opinion
gaming the algorithm.
with respect to public participation, with respect to petitions that are coming forward. In these times, it is not prudent for us as government elected or government officials to cast any doubt on public access. This isn't about folks making things up. There's a clear pattern here over this past term, and we're going down a very slippery slope. I will stand against it, and I will always support civic engagement. We need more of it, not less, and I'm looking forward to the commissions and things that have been created over this past few years to be a part of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Hadji?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I ditto what Councilor King said. I watched the MLO meeting twice, and I watched it very carefully, took notes, listened to the back and forth between the chair and the city solicitor and the clerk, and I am struggling to understand what problem we're trying to solve. For years, the city council has had a procedure. The residents can come and petition their elected officials on a multitude of items that arguably fall under the day-to-day operations and management of the city manager. Just the traffic and parking committee, there's over 20 items on any given month the Council Colorio has to run through, and the majority of those petitions are put in by the residents. So when I read the solicitor's opinion, I'm struggling to understand, A, where is this going? So what problem we're trying to solve? I see different things. I see that the solicitor asked at the meeting for some assistance from the city clerk and the city council to help the city clerk and her office to try to streamline petitions. And that there's confusion around who can put petitions and who can petition the city government. that confusion didn't arise and didn't surface until we had a resident or citizens petition regarding the Gaza resolution and the conflict that we had between a similar order or a similar resolution that Councilor Bergman had put on a similar topic. And so while I understand the language that this order is asking, I'm very clear about it. What I'm not clear is the unintended impact and consequence and the path that these two particular orders are going towards. In the city clerk's letter of the cover letter, he recommends that essentially that any petitions that get denied go through their city councilors. So that's recommendation number one. But when I read the city solicitor's opinion, coupled with the questions that the chairman asked the BMLO committee, it sounds to me like what we're asking for is a clear answer on whether residents can preserve their right to petition their elected officials. And we have heard over and over here again by the reaction of the public that is how the public is interpreting. Whether that's not the intention of the order, that's the impact that it had on the public, on myself and other councilors. So I would like to ask the city solicitor a couple of questions, if I may. Madam Solicitor, are any petitions that are brought in by residents on traffic and parking, on road resurfacing, on any functions that fall under the purview of the city manager's day-to-day operations, are those by charter not supposed to be on the agenda?
Through the chairs, first of all, I don't know what petitions go on
All right.
day-to-day basis.
Well,
My
I found the
response, in
thing
my
that's going
opinion,
to
was
finally
answer
break
the
my brain.
question. There's certain
What is it?
areas
Oh, the thing you
that
sent.
the residents
The comments.
by law,
Oh, yeah,
there's
yeah.
a statute
About the
that
shadow-
creates that right
the shadow
to
Yeah.
petition a government. Other areas such as
It's on.
access
It's
to
in
information,
Worcester Political Dialogue.
that's
You
Yeah,
can go
it's,
find
it's
it.
fine.
Express
We
right
probably
of
shouldn't say
interest
who
of
said it,
counselor.
but
That was my response, and that's my
But
response today.
it's
Okay,
pretty
thank
funny.
you, Madam Solicitor. So what I'm hearing you say is that petitions that residents are already putting on the agenda.
I don't think
resurface the
it's
streets, asking
necessarily
for
a
traffic
good tip,
light.
but it's an
Much of what
entertainment.
we discussed for the bulk of the meeting today are not explicitly prohibited from being petitioned
Sensitive
by
teeth
residents.
and cookies and cream.
Through the chair, the charter actually doesn't.
I don't know what the hell you kids are doing on the Facebooks these days.
Identify
I'm
what's
just
called
really
a
impressed
citizen
that that
petition.
person
That's
is
what my
a top
report
contributor
says.
in whatever
The
forum
charter
you
only
pulled out.
requires that
But
citizens
they are
or residents
really
speak
putting in the work here.
and are allowed to speak at city council meetings.
Okay.
So an interpretation which has been confirmed over the last 20-plus years, because I have opinions going back, it's
I'm
not
trying to think
my
of what's
novel
worse than the Boston thing.
is
Is like
that,
Smaug the Thunder?
right to access is something that is specifically given to city councilors through the charter. Because other than that, there's a separation of government. So the government, the administration of the city falls under the city manager. And that's why you have that right to access of information.
Does the city charter explicitly prohibit residents from putting any of the petitions of the nature that I just mentioned?
So through the chair, the city charter doesn't talk about petitions.
Okay. It talks about residents being able to essentially
Speak and address the city council.
to the council. But our
Which,
interpretation
the way you
of
do
the
that
word
is-
petition is an ask on a cause. It's what I think I heard in your, I read in
Well,
your
the word
report.
petition means you're petitioning your government, so it would only make sense that it comes from the citizens and the residents.
So, Madam Solicitor, if you can just hang on for a
Okay.
second. So
So-
I'm not, again, I'm not sure, and maybe I'm not understanding right. What problem are we trying to resolve right now?
Through the chair, I was just responding to an order, and a chairman's order, there's no problem in my eyes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Solicitor. So I'd like to make a motion for the City Council to preserve the residents' right to keep the same process as we have thus far, meaning that residents can petition their city government. We can certainly get a report. I'd like a vote on up and down on that, because that vote is going to delineate whether we're trying to resolve a problem or not. Our residents have the right to speak to their government in whatever way it is easy for them. We should facilitate that, we should make that easier, and we should encourage that and not do anything to further put our residents a big wall between us and our residents. So that's my motion. And again, for the city clerk, that is for the city council to vote tonight on maintaining and preserving the right of residents to petition their local government in the same way that they have done for the past 20 years.
Councilor Bergman, the second time.
This ought to be good.
I'm not surprised I have to stand up for a second time.
Shut
There's
up,
nothing
you
in this
fucking
order that says we're trying to.
So then
take away
explain
the right
what the
of
purpose
residents
was
to
of
petition
putting
city
the
council.
order
You can
on.
twist it 100 ways. There's nothing in there
What
that says that
were you
MLO.
trying to
We
do?
discuss many aspects of the city charter.
Why did it
that are
need to
questioned
be
by the
clarified?
public and questioned by the
Unless
councilors
you're
as to what does it mean,
seeking
why do other communities
some
do it different,
adjustment
what are
of
the
some
various
kind.
roles of the various parts of city government.
What
I
what
have
what,
no
what
issue
precipitated
voting yes
this
to
conversation
preserve
in the
the
first
public's
place?
right to
Why
petition,
did
because
why
Tell
did
put
you,
it perfectly.
Jeff-
What problem are we
The
trying to
question
solve?
was there is a difference, is there a difference between what topics the public can petition the city council for and what topics they can't? And we heard from the city solicitor.
Why
that
are you
some
trying to
topics they
find that
can,
out?
and
What
some topics
about
they can. That
what has
doesn't
gone
mean
on is
the
a
right to
problem for
petition
you?
Has been threatened or challenged. And again, if there's a question, which I think I heard, or a statement that there's confusion
You
with
guys
the
are sending
public, it's
some
probably
brilliance.
because people go
Brendan,
online
I
and
can't
post
commit to
things
watching
like
another
there's
Worcester
tonight's
City
city council
Council.
meeting, 2 items.
I think
that
we should
pertain to
stream
whether
them
Worcester City
simulcast.
Council should vote to allow residents
We'll
to
just
file
hit
petitions
the mute
and go
button
through the
based
city
on
council.
whoever's
Gets
left.
posted.
Brendan
Because
just
that's
sent us
not
a
what the
Worcester,
items say.
England
And that's not
City
what the
Council
items are
meeting
about.
on
So again, I'll
YouTube,
go back
and
to what I said earlier.
my brain's gonna
We've
explode.
never had an issue in MLO.
But it ended
talking
6
about
hours ago, right? So like,
questions that
look where we're
people
at right
have.
now. If
Oh,
we time this
shit.
out
They started
correctly,
early.
it's a whole
Son of a bitch.
a straight 12 hours
The reason
of
why
Worcester
others can
City Council.
disagree. It's taken a path that Council Bergman and others perhaps are trying to limit the public's right to petition. Never said that, never intended that, and that's not going to be the consequence
So
of what
then
this
what
order. By the way,
was
this
the
order
purpose?
was simply voting for a report. There was no vote to be taken tonight.
Hey,
It was
listen,
simply asking.
I'm just asking for a report
We
on
have a
whether or
report,
not
and the report's
everyone
fine. I
in
heard
the
from
city is a
solicitor
human
there's
being,
distinction between
in
the
which
two types of
races
things
may
that
or
the
may
public
not be
and the
human
council
beings.
can
That's all. I'm just
petition
asking for a
and I'm
report to find
satisfied
out.
with that.
I'm hoping to find out
Having
everybody
it
is,
gone the way it
but I'm
went as
just
far
asking
as
for a
what the
report. I'm not
implied
asking us
implication
to
is something
put
that,
anybody
again, I'm not
into some
surprised
sort
with,
of
but disappointed. Let me just finish,
zoo of
since
any
I have a
kind
couple more
based on
minutes,
what
with
races
some
we
other
find out
things that
aren't
have been
human.
said. I don't think the right.
I'm just asking
the
for a
rights of
report
the
about
public are
how many
diminished by the new
of
security
the people in
this
the city are
building. I
human
applaud it.
beings.
And if nobody else has said it before, I should have said the city manager's evaluation. Thank you for the number of years that the employees in this building have felt concerned that people come in and out of this building without any sort of security whatsoever. The public, I'm sure, for the most part, if you ask them, despite the inconvenience of parking and otherwise, applaud the fact that they don't have to wonder
No.
in a heated conversation whether or not
No.
somebody walked in this building with weapons.
That's not why
But
you
the police
did it.
department, if you ask them privately,
The
would
guy
tell
that
you,
actually
"Thank you."
assaulted
So they
somebody
don't have
you
to
want
worry
in the
about whether or
building.
not somebody has a weapon in the duffel
They let him
bag.
go with a
So when
slap
some
on the
people
wrist.
say that
You
the rights of the
fucking
public
idiot.
have been
Shut up,
abridged
Mo.
because of things
You
like
big bomb
security,
fuck.
I say
In a
quite the
duffel bag.
opposite. People that now enter this
You guys are
building
watching
come into
Falling
this
Down too
building
much.
feeling like they're not threatened.
Anytime I've carried a
whatsoever.
weapon
If
in
that's
my
infringing
in the city
somebody's
hall, it's in my
rights,
waistband,
then
like a normal
please,
civilized
please
human
tell me
being.
how that is.
What the fuck is going on here?
what is that?
I think I know whose voice that was.
Sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Manager.
to the council, to the chair, to the council. I just want to give an example to try to contextualize what the roles and the opinion from the solicitor is providing here. There has been moments where residents have submitted petitions requesting a report from the city manager. That's where we're trying to define that residents cannot do that. Can residents petition to put a handicap sign? Can residents petition to pave a road or whatever it may be?
Why are you
Absolutely.
trying to
Residents
change what they can
petition
petition? Why are you trying
but
to
for a
find
resident
out?
to petition
Why are you
in the
probing?
council structure, asking for a report from the city manager, et cetera, that's where the roles change. That is the role of the city council, not the role of the resident. And so that, I'm just to give you an example, because there's been petitions in that effort that either have been denied or have been told people, you can't have those petitions put forward because that's the role of the city council, to ask the city manager to come back with reports on X, Y, and Z related to the operations. So that's just an example of the delineation of roles between a resident and a city council, just to provide an example.
Wow.
Okay.
You can't ask me to do anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That is
Just
very
for
interesting
clarification
considering
purposes
the
for the
email
public,
that I got
I said that aspects of the
from Ellen
steps that we've
Chemitz
taken here in
today.
City Hall
They're writing
have
about
gone
this
a bit
week.
too far. I supported.
She had a petition asking for the WPD to like identify
metal
themselves.
detectors,
Oh shit, my
that you
camera's
walk
not
through. But we also have a
the
system where
WPD to
people are
ask
entering
ICE
their
agents
names
to
into some
identify themselves.
database,
And the clerk
these
rejected
times
it
they have
because
concerns, or their
the
name and
manager
who
has
they think might be in the database,
has an
regardless
executive
of what
order
they may
on about
say.
ICE.
Then there's a signature that's
So
required.
since he's done that, that means that
with respect
you can't
to,
file petitions about
them
ICE.
being in the city hall, that is also off-putting. So this
There.
by no means is about.
Yeah,
I might not want to park
sure
that
they
fucking
feel
Land Rover on the
safe,
street anymore, dog.
or that they.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That there's no weapons here. I certainly support that. I do have significant concerns that if someone declines to sign, scoot through chair to the administration, what do they
Fucking
sign?
tires
when
are
they come in?
expensive. I'll tell you what.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, it's just an acknowledgement of the conduct policy.
You just happen to have a nail collection that you like to take
And
for
so
walks.
I don't. I don't do nothing.
Signing under duress,
I don't got nothing.
conduct policy that they've received or they agree with it or whatever the case might
Just
be.
dangerous
And
place
if
to put
someone
your car.
declines to do that, I'm not quite sure what happens. The concerns is regarding liability of accessing the People's Hall, which is what City Hall is. And trying to go pay a parking ticket and having to sign some document. And again, folks have concerns in these times with what's going on with immigration and the like.
What's going on with
about,
Wolf? What happened?
Where names go. That being said, Mr. Chairman, this particular item that talks about getting a report back on detailing if the city charter requires public participation to be open to non-Worcester residents. Again, just a report. But it's a report that could lead us to a place where we're asking for some sort of identification, ID, papers, passport, I don't know. But it all leads in the same direction. And again, we've been discussing this on the floor for probably 3 years, different aspects of this. So certainly, thank you for the metal detectors. No thank you to a requirement to add your name to a database through technology or signing a some sort of document pertaining to how you're going to behave in City Hall when you come to pay a bill.
Filed charges against
That's
Wolfpaw
off-putting. That
for
reduces
stopping
civic engagement.
I think
Piccolo?
so, actually. Yeah, I think it was like a trespassing charge.
Unless we're running.
I mean, not a
some query
trespass.
checks on
What am
these
I?
names. I don't know what the heck we're doing with it.
Like a assault
hey,
charge.
Hey, it was brought up that this stuff's. Hey, it was brought up by my colleague that this stuff's going to make sure we don't have. Well, you know what? We're putting names in some sort of database, and we're writing out that folks are signing some form to get in City Hall. What happens if they don't? I think we'll be subject to litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Priscilla?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just procedurally, I'm trying to understand. So 13, B, C, and D, these reports were asked for. We now have the reports. They're going to go to MLO to be discussed at length in MLO.
Correct.
Through the chair to the council, these are informational reports based on the conversation that took place in MO. So they asked us for a comparison of other cities, and then it was also asked for the solicitor to bring back a report. So that's how the report came back. So my question to the body tonight is, what is the direction that you're going to give the city clerk and the city solicitor moving forward after tonight?
I see.
Rule 2 states that councils have the ability to bring resolutions.
Huh.
They have the ability to provide orders and ask for reports from the city administration. Are you amending Rule 2 tonight to allow residents to do the same?
I see. And then, so basically, if a resident wants to ask for a report from the city manager, they can go to any of us and we can then ask for the report on their behalf.
Come on, Jenny.
And that's how it's always been done.
No,
Through
that's
the
not
chair,
how it's
so
always
that's
been
correct. So basically, in the past, resolutions are brought forward by residents. There has been disagreements on this body to file those resolutions. I've been questioned why I put the resolution on. It started back in October. We had a citizen's petition that was put on that the members of this body, 11-0, filed. I had directions after that to be a strict interpretation of Rule 11 by this body. And then there was another petition that was denied, and then it was asked to be brought back again in January. That's what happened. So
No, thank you so much. And I mean, really, I know we say this every time these rule changes come up, but really, I think it would just be great to look at the charter as a whole. It doesn't even mention petitions in the charter. It just seems like every few weeks or every month, something really contentious comes up. And I just don't understand what we're doing. If we could just look at the charter as a whole and have a commission, fix it, update it, that's fine. But you could change this rule next term, or it could change tonight and then it could change back. It just seems, it's a lot. Thank you.
Okay. So we have oh, shoot. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, you know, words
Dude,
matter.
what
They
just
really
happened?
do. Words on social media, words on this council floor, words matter. They really do.
And to that end,
I think
sausages and
that's what
peppers.
we all have to keep in mind. And just like, you know, I mean, Council Bergman made the comments about social media and stuff, and it's true. When you put out there on social media or on this council floor, you say there's something going on when it's really not. It's you know,
There
you're
is
basically
literally
starting
something
a discussion in a different
You don't
direction.
want people to be able
I
to
received
file
an email
petitions.
this,
And
Jenny-
you talking about it this way right now
9:44
is
a.m.
more of that.
from a
Jenny just
resident
said it
up on
out
College
loud.
Hill.
Jenny just said out loud what
Resident
you
that
all are thinking.
I've interacted with on other occasions. Hello, George. I'm writing to express my hope that you will vote against limiting the public's voice in petitioning the city council. I believe items 13B and 13C will limit residents' voices in government and would appreciate you voting against the agenda items. Thanks and have a great day. I responded by doing a screenshot of the items that were on the agenda tonight.
Kind of a bitchy way to
I said
respond, George.
attached is a screenshot of the actual items the clerk is sending along. No vote is being requested to stop resident participation.
Yeah, today.
Only reports about what other communities are doing. I personally have issues with petitions the city council members and residents put
I'm not
forward
voting to
that are
do
not
a
in the
genocide
purview of the
today.
city
I'm just
council. There are
voting
currently
to
rules
see about the
in place
feasibility of building a
prohibit
camp.
this,
How
which are
other
not
people
always
have done
enforced.
genocides in the
But I-
past.
I signed it.
How am
We
I
don't-
supposed?
And
How am I supposed to know whether or not
response
it's a
that I
good
sent
idea
back
unless we
was at
find out how much it's going to cost to build a camp?
We're not
Mr. Chairman,
prosecuting.
I'm not ready to change any rules tonight.
We're just sending
I don't think
the
there's a
bombs.
need
I
to
don't understand
because
what's going on.
There's no item on the floor.
I don't understand why you guys think that
before
we're at
us
war.
properly that calls for any changes. So I'm ready to support the administration. And you know that comment you made, Mr. Manager?
I'm gonna file a petition next
about
week
the,
that's asks for information on the
report. I
feasibility
got
of
just that email,
building a
and I don't
guillotine on the
think
front steps
I
of
can't
City
remember
Hall.
ever getting an email
This is
like
not
that. I know it's kind of
provocative. This is
unusual.
just me
It was from a
asking for a
person
for
that
a
lives on
report from the
Massasoit
city
Road,
manager on the feasibility
person who
of.
has the
Right.
same
It's
name
just a
of
report.
I'm
someone
not
that was on
asking
social
you
media
to help
trying
me build a
encourage people
guillotine
to
on the
come to
front steps of
place
City
where
Hall.
you're
I'm
disrupting
asking for a
playground.
report. You
I still
dullard.
responded to that resident's question. If it was the person or not, I have no idea, but it had the same name. And he asked, because he had put a petition in asking for a report about whether the hallway of the city council, of City Hall, City Hall's hallways could be used for public protest, just for, general protest. So I said, and he said that he was told by the clerk, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but that's what he said in his email, that he was told that he couldn't ask for a report and he had to go to a councilor. So he came to me, because I'm his district councilor. I think he CC'd the mayor's staff at mayor at City of Worcester. I responded because I knew the answer to that. I dug up the old report that came from David Moore from years ago, and I sent it to him. Is this the information you're looking for? So a lot of times, many of us as council members could get the information to people and cut to the chase and answer their questions anyway. So that's what the process is about. And I, for one, am not ready to change that process tonight.
What?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have a second time?
Yep, Councilor IGI.
It's a little frustrating to hear my colleagues mention that words matter when my constituents in District 5, people who came here to petition City Council, are called rioters, where members of the City Council have used words to harm myself and other council members. They have used words to accuse us of things that aren't factually true, like causing a riot or inciting a riot. That is dangerous, and that is when words are used to target and being weaponized. That said, I am very crystal clear and have been very transparent as a matter of my own operating as a city councilor that I will use any platform I have to communicate with my constituents on matters that I think are important. And it is very frustrating right now to delve into a discussion that we're spending a lot of time trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist. The majority of the petitions that have created controversy aren't the petitions that are requesting the city manager to provide a report. If that's the case, then yes, we should filter the residents to come through us. Under one of the side notes, the city solicitor mentioned in her report is that even saying that requesting city council to request city manager for a report is not allowed. Why? If the residents are asking in a polite way through the city council to make a request of the city manager, I don't understand why that is any different than a petitioner coming to me and saying, Natale, could you please ask the city manager for a report? Furthermore, the city clerk provided examples specific to speaking to communities that do not allow residents to file petitions. The path that I see forward based on all this information is that we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. If we are afraid of taking topics of conversation that create anxiety and create political inconvenience for members, then let's be honest and say that. But these reports do not solve a problem. They're trying to solicit information on a problem that doesn't exist. I would rather try to figure out how we use our time as city council members to facilitate, to support, to enhance, to make it easier for residents to ask their city officials to hear their concerns. That is why I am asking again on the floor, my motion is to affirm that the city council tonight votes to affirm the practice that we are currently practicing and have been done for so many years, that residents continue to petition their elected officials in the same way that they have done. The city clerk, the city solicitor, the city manager's office can figure out the kinks if there are exceptions to that. I am not in favor, because I see a path that, like Councilor King says, goes towards a non-resident friendly, non-civic participation friendly way.
Okay. Councilor Ojeda.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. I just want to make sure by the end of the night that I have a
First time we've heard him tonight.
If a
Want to give us a 10-minute speech on tobacco?
puts in a petition that is supposedly not allowed, but it should go to, potentially can go to one of us, one of the councilors. Are we notified? Are they notified? How is that process? I'm not.
What?
That hasn't been mentioned.
Yeah, through the chair to the council. So basically, I'll bring up an example this past meeting. There was a resident who was running for office, that put on a petition, and there was a city council that put on a petition. So in this case, it was the same exact language. So the resident was trying to solicit the clerk's office to see what the order was brought by the councilor. There was a story on Mass Live. You should follow it. It was a couple of weeks ago. So in this example, we need guidance from the city council. Who has precedent? Does the resident have precedent, or does the city council have precedent? Who gets the item sponsored for the agenda for tonight?
So, is it based on who files it first, or is it someone, is it that resident just not allowed to?
Well, through the chair to the council, so we asked the solicitor, and in this case, it was an ordinance change, so the city councilor was going to sponsor the report tonight, and then we asked the resident that they can speak on tonight because the council already brought the order forward. But these are examples that are coming up on a weekly basis. Other examples are on Rule 2. It says that members of the city council can sponsor orders, resolutions, and reports of the city manager. Petitions are not specific what the resident can bring forward. So if we're going to have a discussion on tonight of what is appropriate for the petitioners, which technically the discussion should happen in committee, that's why the reports came forward.
Yeah, all this is
based on
fucking
the city council
shady how
rules.
this is playing out.
Basically, that has to be clarified.
Yeah, the goal
those
is
are the
very
issues
unstable.
we're dealing with. Rule 11 leaves it all on the clerk and the solicitor. It is my recommendation of the council, if they want to vote on tonight to have the same rights on petitions, then they should strike Rule 11. It says that we should allow all petitions, and then this body can decide if they're appropriate or not.
Okay.
That's okay.
Clear for everyone?
Good play, Nico. He's trying to get it off his desk.
I agree. So
I think what you're asking is, if a petition comes in, and we don't allow it, do you tell them to go see a city councilor?
correct. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
None of these people, they're all just so fucking stupid.
Yeah, they don't
like,
know what they're
they,
voting on. It's like, we're gonna get rid of petitions.
Are we notified, or are any other council
I
notified?
don't understand Nico's example. Like, if they had got a petition and it was identical to
if it's
something the
not
council's
allowed, we
report,
usually
why wouldn't you
respond
just
via
put them both
email.
forward
Right.
and
Give them a contact
just
to
ignore
city
it? Like,
council,
the
and then
way you
they
frame that,
select
someone has
the
to get
city
credit
council
for
that
it? Like, what do you
Right.
get a star in
In
your
those
forehead?
cases,
Is
this
that
is not a large number of
small
petitions being
town
rejected.
bullshit? That
Tonight
is.
you had, I don't know how many petitions you have for traffic planning and so on.
I'm trying to find the article on Mass
The
Live that
concern
he's
is,
referencing.
I think I
we are
found
not
it.
clear right now as an office.
How far
And that's
back
what
did
we're
you
hoping
go,
to get
Bill?
direction from this
April
council, the
23rd.
committee, is what is the role of a city councilor?
I'm basically
And
professional.
what is the
reviewer.
role of a resident when it comes to
Put the link in the-
petitioning certain items for the agenda?
Thank you. You're Prince.
And I think, based on what I'm hearing tonight, I hope that I have some clarity after this meeting.
I don't think you do, but
And based on, I'm sorry, 13 C, B, C, and D, that's not exactly what we're talking about. That it's a little different, correct?
Through the chair to council, that is, basically, a solicitor brought an opinion. It was going to go to committee for further discussion. We already had a discussion in committee previously. There is a comparison with other cities, how they deal with this sort of issues. So that's what the clarity is from.
what's the issue?
From my perspective. So hopefully tonight I have some more clarity.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm going to sit still confused.
Okay, so we have a motion to.
Or maybe he was talking
confirm the
about Keith's
practice of
billboard
the,
petition.
Current petition.
I think you might be onto that with the one you shared, Bill.
Council Russell?
Yeah, on that motion, I'd just like the city solicitor, if she would
You
please.
drop it in the chat yet?
I can't drop it in the chat.
That item that.
So somebody could do that.
Council already proposed. Did you get the?
This whole
verbiage
exercise
of it?
is starting to make me think that it's just Nico dislikes
through
these
the
meetings
chair.
slightly more than we do.
I think I understood was a motion to reaffirm the current practice, but honestly, that's not a consistent practice, so I don't think that's a very good motion to make. That's why we're here today, because the question keeps getting asked, and the clerk is asking you for guidance, and I'm not interpreting, I'm not, making this new interpretation. Every council body changes Rule 11, Rule 33, Rule 55. It's constantly getting changed a little bit based on the council body. So to reaffirm the current practice is not, the current practice changes every council body, and it's not very consistent, so.
When was the last time
What?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you, through you to the solicitor. And so that's my.
I don't remember them
my-
ever having a
my
vote to
feelings of
change
not being able to
anything
support it.
about
I just want to make sure that
the council rules.
my constituents that count on me to speak up for them know that that is a reason why. Because where the practice is not what it's envisioned, is what the solicitor suggests. So I'll be voting against that item.
Okay.
It would be funny if she just spilled the beans on Joe Petty, like just rewriting the rules.
Right.
Like unilaterally.
I mean, that's what they're fucking doing. Like,
Well, I mean, and they
clearly,
vote on-
clearly they all decided how to play this, and then they're like, "Oh, Mo, you put this item up."
And they vote on the rules when a new council starts, right? Like every 2 years.
Right.
So why
Yeah,
wouldn't we just do this when a new
Council
council?
Bergman?
Yeah.
Council
Right.
Calorio?
No.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No.
Oops.
Okay, these items are going to go to MO for discussion.
Roll call on that, please.
Okay, all three of them together? Or?
Does that include 20A?
No, we'll get to that in a minute. So 20A, I'm sorry, 13B, roll call. The motion is to send to MO committee.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
I didn't get the item, Mr. Chairman. I was
I'm sorry,
distracted by the.
we're on 13B, C, and D. We're on 13B.
And these are to send them to committee?
Yeah,
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
yes. Okay, communication, city clerk, transmitting information, communication of the rules of residents and city council, placing items on the city council agendas. Motions are sent to committee.
Roll call, please.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, communication, city clerk, transmitting information, communication detailing how municipalities handle signs being displayed within the council chambers. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
Just 1 second. I'm just looking at the exact language here.
Are they wrapping up? I fucking wish. We're on 13. The agenda goes
What's
up
the
to
number,
20.
Mayor Petty?
13D.
Imagine if they like, I don't know,
Wait,
like
I got it right here. Hold on.
you can put on the agenda that we have this amount of time to talk about this. Like you can schedule that in
He jumps around.
so that you're not going to midnight. I don't know. It's not a very good summer
Communication, city
schedule
clerk,
that you just
transmitting information, communication
have one
detailing how
meeting
other
that's 6 hours long.
municipalities handle signage being displayed within the council chamber.
No.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
Oh my
Send
God.
it to committee, right?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would change my vote. Yes.
Okay, Mayor Petty.
Was it 13D?
They had to stop because they knew she voted
You want to vote?
the wrong way, that they had already decided she was going to vote.
Say yes.
Right? Yeah.
Can we recall or reconsider the vote so we know who voted for what? Like, I don't even know who voted for it at this point.
Okay, let's reconsider this vote, okay? Let's do it again.
Are we voting to reconsider the
To
item,
send
or are
the-
we just doing a redo of the vote?
Redoing the vote.
A redo of the
I
vote?
don't think people were confused what it said and.
Distracted.
okay.
So,
So,
Mr. Mayor, we can redo the vote if you like.
yeah.
To MO?
Drunk,
Council
mate,
Bergman?
yeah.
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council G.I.?
Yes.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Difficult to do on
Council
camera,
Nguyen,
but I
Council
trust
Ojeda,
her.
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, next item is 20A, request city manager, request the city solicitor provide counsel to report detailing if the city charter requires public participation open to non-Worcester
Mr.
residents.
Chairman, did you skip over 14?
I'm going to go back to that. We took this item up with the other
okay.
items.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
No.
Council King,
No.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
No.
Council Pasillo,
No.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We're going back to 14. Okay, reports to the planning board. First one's at 14A, refer to the Economic Development Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 14B, refer to the Public Works Committee.
Mr. Chairman, on that item.
14B,
Yep. Mr. Chairman, on 14B, I know the traditionally we send them off to committee, but this is a routine item of a street that was already previously a public street. The work was done, that the planning board and the Public Works office has already approved. I wonder, is it okay to just vote it, or does it, by statute or some other regulation, does it have to go to committee? Because otherwise, we'll be having this builder is trying to sell some houses on the street, so does it have to go to committee?
I'm going to reaffirm it, but I think it has to go.
I'm trying to hook it up for this guy.
This one here? No, this one's the Public Works.
On 14B, I'm talking.
Okay, so we'll send it to the manager for implementation?
Well, no,
Yeah.
I would vote to approve.
Okay, vote to
That'd be
approve.
my motion, to just approve it as opposed to sending it to committee.
Okay.
Mr.
The
Chairman,
motion.
real quickly. So currently, is this street, is not property of the city until we vote it? Is that what it is? What is it? Is that right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Through the chair to the administration. So this city is currently not property. I mean, this street, Modoc, or what was formerly Modoc, is, once we take this vote, will be property of the city, correct?
Through the chair to the council, yes.
Okay, thank you. I support expediting this as well.
Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have reports of the committees next. First is Public Safety, 15, motions to accept 15A and 15B.
I wanna go
Those in favor,
home.
opposed, so ordered. For the Public Works, accept, adopt.
Was
on a
that
roll-
15A and B? I missed that.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to record a vote on 15A.
15A, the
you
motion
ran
is to
through
file.
that.
So the motion is to file it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want a motion to file, which the committee already did. You want a roll call on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Could you clarify that for us?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
clarify
okay.
what we're doing.
So we have an item from Public Safety. Public Safety. this
Whenever they
item
get
is
off the script,
15A.
they're like,
Public
wait,
Safety
explain this to me like I'm a
recommends
child.
petition be placed on file, correct? So the motion's already been made to place on
I
file.
know you already had to do
By the
this
subcommittee.
All right, so-
before the meeting.
Okay. It's just the file. Oh, you have a question on the
Excuse me,
process?
Mr. Chair, as Chair of Public Safety, maybe I could explain this. It was asked by the petitioners that we withdraw. They asked to withdraw, and we placed it on file.
Okay. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Significant questions around this particular petition.
Oh, yeah, this is what the police
and the
union
impact it would have and could have had on
telling Kate what to do about
folks who
the
have
DOJ report petition.
claimed victimization here in the city, women who have claimed such. And the reason why I wanted to roll call on this is that there was not any explanation for this from the petitioners other than I want it. At least from I watched the meeting, I heard today, there was no reason given. There was no discussion. There was no sort of
Yeah, Kate just read the email.
about,
It was a pretty fucking funny meeting.
well, that this was going to be withdrawn because it goes against federal regulations or laws, that they knew it wouldn't happen. I just don't understand. So I do not want to be recorded as supporting a non-explanation for this filing, so I will either abstain or vote in opposition to 15A. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to
Mr. Chairman,
file.
we received an email from the petition,
Say his name.
That's the,
So the motion is to file.
Rick
Roll
Cipro.
call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia, Council King,
Abstain.
Councilmember Carlson,
yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 15B was motion to file. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 16A, accept and adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Oh, we're getting there, folks. We are getting to the end.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman,
Se-
Mr. Chairman, could we go back to 14B and just do a reconsideration, just so it won't have
Oh,
to
okay.
wait?
Okay.
We forgot to do that, I'm sorry, so that it won't have to wait till the
Okay,
next meeting.
14. So go back to 14.
B, just to vote no on the reconsideration, so it won't have to wait 3 or 4 weeks.
14B, okay, reconsideration for the public street? Yeah. Okay, motion for reconsideration. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Calorio,
No.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
This is reconsideration, correct? Is this for reconsideration, correct?
Apologies, no.
We got you.
okay, we'll start again. Council Bergman,
I'll start again. Council Bergman.
Could you repeat the item, please?
So 14B is the public road.
So this is a motion for reconsideration?
Correct.
No.
Christ
No.
almighty.
No.
Council Agia,
No.
Council King,
No.
Councilmember Carlson,
No.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
No.
Council Basillo,
No.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
No. Okay. We did, I think we did 16A. Did we do 16A yet?
Yep,
We just did that one. Did we just do that one? No, we did.
Come on, Joe.
17A to 17AK, the motion is to advertise the proposed ordinances from traffic and parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not
Council
sure what that
Toomey?
is. Sounds like
Mayor
it's
Petty.
in the building or on their end, but sure.
I thought someone was listening to something on their phone or something.
Yeah, it's none of us.
We have 18A, motions to adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Next meeting is in
Yes.
August.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, 19A to 19D, ordained on a roll call. Roll call.
August
Council
19th.
Bergman,
Yes.
Council
For
Calorio,
exception.
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are on 20B. Order of Council King requests city manager consider providing city council with a report concerning the expansion of the Shannon CSI funding parameters. Said report should include information that identifies how the changes in the funding parameters may
We
impact
are
youth crisis
so close,
responsiveness, as well as update concerning the related selection committee member planning and selection process.
Mr. Chairman, can we lay this on the table if that's the next step? This gentleman that I filed this on behalf of is, I believe, in Atlanta, and unable to attend virtually due to.
I think we can do 4 votes, you can hold on the privilege one more time.
Am I'm
That's what
hearing
I would
something in the
like. Thank
background.
Yeah.
Am I hearing that?
Yeah, so
I think it's
Bergman?
I think it's on the council
Calorio,
end.
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Like, is there
Council
someone
King?
yelling in the hallway or something?
Yeah, Travis, mute their stream for a second.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yeah, it's on.
Toomey,
Somebody yelling in the hallway or outside or something.
Report of the Committee on Public Works upon the
John is
communication
doom
of city
scrolling
manager
through
recommended
crazy
adoption of
fucking
an
videos
order
on Reddit.
for city-owned 5161 Seaver Street.
John, are you
Upon
still in the
Public Works,
building?
The Office of City
Anybody still in
Manager
the building in
for
chat?
disposition purposes and authorizing the conveyance of properties, recommend adoption of the company order.
Mr. Chairman.
Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, this came out of committee with a 2-to-1 vote. I was in the minority. You know, overall, I respect the manager's, you know, role in figuring out what space can be used. And I think it's such a nice building. And I asked the facilities manager for some numbers, and he's I think they're using about 25% or thereabouts of those two buildings, about half of one of the buildings. And when you take the amount of money that's being used to heat the buildings and cover them and take care of them and deal with whatever, it still only comes out to be, even using only 25% of it, only comes out to be about $18 a foot. So for us to change, to give that building up, for the city to give it up, and to go find space elsewhere, but I know the manager has had some moving plans of different uses of different other facilities. But I would think if we used 100% of that building, you'd be down to like $4 or $5 a foot, which is pretty cheap. So
thank you.
I just thought it was something that we should look closer at. I know there's been comments about parking. I know that the previous use was a college type of setting where a lot of the students had vehicles, so they had a lot of parking that was reserved for residents. But I just had reservations about it.
Okay.
But, I know I'm just one vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlson, followed by
Thank
Councilor
you.
King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Being part of the committee.
I was one of the 2 votes on the committee, Councilor Priscillo and myself, on this particular item. And Mr. Chairman, at this point in time, my recommendation
Did they
is
say what?
that
Did they say what?
we agree to give this back to
The arrest is for?
city manager for him to do what he sees fit with
I like to
this,
think Candy saw the shirt in a
facility.
store and asked
Again,
the person,
the
I like this
facility
color,
is
but
a
do you have one that
nice
resembles a
facility,
Glad bag?
But quite frankly, if we're not using it, why is it
Yeah.
that we continue to keep it? And we've also, you know, there was talk about one of the, you know, that for the schools. There was an agreement made, Mr. Chairman, when Mr. Augustus was here with the neighborhood, when those 2 facilities were purchased, that for that neighborhood, that they would not be selling that to a school that was bringing school buses in on a daily basis. And quite honestly, I mean, that's an area that I represent, and those folks have been through an awful lot over there as it is with WPI and the parking, and we finally got all of the parking resolved over there with the resident parking, which took several years. So I, for one,
fuck is the
coming
point
on
of this
committee,
speech right now?
was in support of
Just say the word parking 10 times.
giving this back to the manager
I don't know,
to
dude.
do what he sees fit. Thank you.
And Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to preface my statement by saying this. We know that one of the interests that we have here is the Nativity School. We've expanded to include girls in their educational programming. And I want to make this very clear. I'm not voting in support of this, but I'm also not voting against the Nativity School. If in fact this gets passed, I hope they're successful in securing the building, Mr. Chairman. What I do know, this is a school issue as well. As indicated, it wasn't just the city manager. We took a vote as a body that we would retain that property and that those properties would also be used for Worcester Public School purposes. And we've heard that was before the Worcester School Committee that the mayor chairs. And we also know the significant needs of facilities for Worcester Public Schools. They're talking about $6 million to get a building up and running for Worcester Public Schools. We know that new schools cost
Candy wouldn't
$250
have
million.
the
We
guts
know
to talk
that's
to the
$10
outdoor
million to
cats.
fix the old Fanning building.
Oh, that'd be
I
so
know
awesome to
right
have
now
Candy on.
that is almost a death trap for kids.
Be like, so what's
that are in
your
that building.
what's your freaking deal?
Versus 10 million. And sure, there were some assurances made to that community, but we don't know what's going to happen when another school moves in.
That'd be so
We
good.
don't know.
Hi, Candy. Thank you for joining
And
us.
we
So I guess
have
I'd like to
our
start with,
alternative school
what's your
settings,
freaking deal?
where we have people essentially
Be like-
call going to
Be like
going
Adam
and taking
Freeland
classes in the
interviewing
barn.
Andrew
We
Cuomo.
go to the building over there behind Pizzeria Delight, where there's an alternative school. Why can't they have a nice school facility? Sure, it's not a full-fledged public school. We also have other programs that are in need, Mr. Chairman.
There we
as you're
go.
well aware of, Chair of the school committee.
Misty on a bullhorn.
These needs can be met, and it's nickels on the dollar, quite frankly.
Misty on a bullhorn,
To not
nickels on a
have this
dollar.
as a resource for our public school students
Let them know that they.
is one thing. We know that the
And
Nativity School
over at
Calling
Indian
for
Lakes,
them.
we got a
also
water lawn
members of the
mower.
city and Worcester community members, those students and those
It's a night of
teachers,
poetry.
administrators.
It started with that
But
comment.
our public school kids
Dirty Jaren
are
next week.
also
Catch me
having
performing water
great
lawnmower.
needs for their facilities. And as
Yo,
long as
congrats
folks
to
who
the
vote for
Dirty
this
Jaron
look
folks for
themselves
publishing
in
their
the
own zine.
mirror, when there's another
Yeah,
school
that's
Published a zine of
functioning,
poetry. I'm so stoked for
it's
them.
not a Worcester Public School, K to 8 or K to whatever it is, or 5th to 8, whatever the grades are, so be it. I won't be one of them because I'm not gonna support this vote. As mentioned, the city manager has said that there's other spaces that are being looked at. I will also say that we right now have city council
You can't return,
staff
Cali
who's
Runner.
We've had a commitment to archiving that we've had.
Yeah,
numerous
they ain't
meetings
gonna
on
let you in
the
it
past.
late at night like
We have
that.
Division of Youth Operations. We have standing items for cultural.
That would be too transparent.
Cultural
Metal
centers
detector operator
that I
went home
filed
at 8.
back in 2020 that have come before us recently for Black community centers.
I mean, they're for sure
cultural
gonna get sued over all this stuff, right?
for
At
all
those
sorts of things.
city
We
halls.
heard today,
I would think so.
That we have a lot of challenges. There was discussion around HHS going over there.
But every civil rights
folks
organization right now
access
has
them. And
bigger
we
fish
know
to fry.
Also, that there are
Yeah, for sure.
elevators that are working. We know that for example, over there at the old Fanning building, those elevators don't go up and down like they need to.
They go side
We
to
have
side?
kids getting stuck on certain floors within the past couple of months.
Like a zip line?
And there's significant fire safety
It's a Wonkavator.
issues there that have remained to be unaddressed for years. Again, $6 million or whatever the case might be, sure. And in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, as this goes to the city manager, I ask that he rule out whether or not we're going to lease that facility and gain some income. We're
I thought we
already
didn't want to be
renting
property owners.
school facilities and paying rent for those facilities. And we have an opportunity here to incur some revenue. And if you look at that community, you look at all of the schools that have purchased and sucked up property there, housing, et cetera. This is an opportunity for our kids. It's an opportunity for our workers. This is an opportunity for students and alternative school folks and folks who are differently able to be able to access and to move about, to have an opportunity. So I support Nativity School. If they get this, good luck. But there's other options here, and I ask that the city manager pursue them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to support the manager's recommendation here and this 2-to-1 vote in the subcommittee. So just to be clear here, the superintendent was very clear on this, that they didn't need this building. And there's so many other priorities. We have a facilities master plan we're working on. We have East Middle, which is starting the process of, and that school will probably be the next school that needs to be done. We have Burncoat Middle maybe. which is gonna be who knows how many millions. But we have such a list of our current public buildings that need to be rehabbed. We some sense to bring them into line. And a lot of them are old. We have some built still that we're still using, built in the 1800s, and we need some work. And this was a minimum, I think, of 6 or 7. It could be even higher to do that. And there's a strategic plan involving the Fanning Building, I think, and so there's more to come on all this. But I just want the public to be clear. The superintendent was pretty clear that they didn't need this building at the school committee meeting. And I understand the issues surrounding this, that we could find something to use it for, but I think the neighborhood was told we wouldn't put a public school in there too. I thought they were told that. I could be wrong. But anyways, we will, I'll support the motion.
Hear me out. Public grocery store. That's what we can put in. Municipal grocery store. God damn it. Tired brain.
So yes vote would to support it, no vote win it. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Okay, so the vote here is to
People are
report.
posting on Blue Sky pictures of Donald Trump's like ankles. You
Report
seen any of this?
support the
Yeah,
manager's recommendation of
and the
Dr.
makeup on his
Francis,
hands.
own 5161
This bitch has
Cedar Street,
dropsy.
Department of Public Facilities, to the Office of the City Manager disposition, purposes, and
Yeah,
authorization.
they
of
didn't
the
got the
property.
bruising on his hand for
Recommended
months.
the Dr.
Yeah, that was
Francis
pretty good
come
too.
aboard.
The edema is more
yes,
fun
we
because
support
it means he's gonna have a heart
To one
attack.
vote from the committee.
Oh, Mr. Chairman. Oh, never mind. It's fine.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Moro Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Chairman, it's a disposition of property, so I wonder if we could do a motion for reconsideration.
So we'll do a reconsideration.
Did you guys watch the Daily Show piece on Elmo?
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
No.
Jon Stewart
Council
talked to
King?
Elmo
No.
about
Councilmember
Elmo
Carlson?
going off on
Council
Twitter
Nguyen?
being
Council
racist
Ojeda?
and
Nope.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council
piece
Russell?
of art.
No.
It was
Council
wonderful.
Toomey?
Yes.
What happened with that? Was it a hack? I'm assuming.
Mayor Petty?
Well,
No.
depends on who you ask. Elmo likes you to
Motion's
think it's a
adjourned.
hack,
No,
but
All
no,
those in,
no, no,
all those in
no,
favor,
no.
opposed,
Vote
so
no.
ordered.
Sorry.
what the hell just happened?
Kate, I don't know. They're like voting to end the meeting or something, and she still just can't get her shit straight.
Yay. Well,
Oh my!
that's,
Wait. So my computer died out there. Kate couldn't figure out what the vote was to adjourn.
Voted
Yep.
wrong to like adjourn or something. It was just she's just started like yelling, no. Like it was.
Oh my God!
Just
It's like, let's keep this
What
party going.
what
Oh my God!
It's happening.
a dumb city. 5 hours and 45 minutes we're about to hit. Look at that. Some good news to end on. What a dumb meeting. What a dumb most of council that we have. We gotta get the bastards out. We gotta get one bastard out. And then we'll go from there. Listen. Volunteer. More importantly, convince your friends to vote this fall. Convince them to vote for good people. Find out where they are, if they are registered to vote. Find out what their district is. Convince them to vote for the best possible district councilor, and give them the slate of cool at-large councilors to vote for.
It didn't work out for us so well last time, but I was going to ask.
No, we're not doing that. Don't even.
Okay,
bring it
phew.
up. Don't even
I got
fucking
nervous.
talk
I got
about that,
nervous.
Travis.
I got
God
nervous.
Damn, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah.
But you know, it's just there's just not a lot of votes that would change that we need to get. So donate if you can. Volunteer if you can, and just keep talking shit. And That's the only way.
It's
That's the only way. We can't. We're so fucked on a national level that the only thing that we have is to try and hold the line here in Worcester and push it back a little bit. So do what you can. Do things that are uncomfortable. And come on Thursday. Ralph's 6 p.m. It's outside. We're doing the outdoor stage. Where you got a great lineup of comics: Logan O'Brien, Mark Anthony Lewis, Maria Dickinson, and me and Sean raising some money for Rob Bellata. You don't want to listen to Candy Merrill Carlson talk anymore. Takes forever.
They don't.
She takes for fucking ever to say a sentence.
She does.
So it's just the worst. She's the worst.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean to talk to people about the candidates. So many people, rightfully so, don't pay attention to this shit. And so they just don't know who's cool or who's not. So they leave things blank a lot of times. So just keep it going. Come hang out with us on Thursday. It's going to be a fun time. Even if you can't donate anything, come on, hang out, sign up to volunteer for Rob, and just come down and have a fun time with us at Ralph's. That's it.
Have some giggles. Have some
The
laughs.
world is terrible. Things are being defunded left and right. Federal funding for PBS and NPR are gone as of today. So Elmo should probably at least be selling the chance to write racist tweets. Probably should be getting those sponsored. But, also food programs are fucked. So, come down to the Hot Dog Safari on August 16th and spend some money and donate some money to the Worcester County Food Bank because they're getting squeezed right now too. An organization that for years has had a surplus of funding is now pretty much, having its back broken right now. To say nothing of the smaller organizations like Woo Fridges and all that. So food insecurity is about to become probably the most prominent issue in this country. So this dumb thing that we do is maybe important now. So come support that and don't make me look.
Vote her out.
Vote her out. Vote them all out. There's also the Ralph's is doing a Renaissance fair on
it looks dope as
August
hell.
2nd. We're doing some stuff with it. Hot Dog Safari and Woot Nanny are both involved. So
Did I see something about a joust?
Yeah, a mechanical bull jousting competition.
So sick.
Trying to raise some. We actually really need to make our money back on that because the Hot Dog Safari is paying for the mechanical bull. So please sign up. Please enter the contest for the love of freaking medieval
Date again,
god.
Brian?
August 2nd at Ralph's Rock Diner. Get your cosplay together. King Richard's Fair sucks. Don't go to that. Come to this. Come to this Ren Fair. It's gonna be a fun time.
Nobody tell Jeff Caliber that we're doing the Worcester Renaissance Fair.
Yeah, no, different thing. No, you did not miss the Hot Dog Safari t-shirt deadline. That is July 28th. So follow Worcester Hot Dog Safari. Follow at the Hot Dog Safari. We got some great merch this year. The shirts are Red Sox colors, so you got something to wear down at Polar Park.
It's great.
Yeah, it's gonna be some fun stuff. So I don't know. We're thinking August 19th is the next meeting, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll do some stuff between now and then. I think we do have to cover Worcester, England city council meeting.
That'd be fun.
They have a better chair.
That would be fun to do in the interim.
Yeah, that's enough for me. So one of these weeks in the interim, we're going to do that.
Start calling in. See if we can petition them.
Oh, we should petition them. Yes. yeah, so make sure that you are subscribed to Worcester Sucks and I Love It, billshaner.substack.com, worcestersucks.email, follow at Worcester_sucks. Follow us here on Twitch and on Instagram. WCT3000 is the handle on Instagram. Subscribe if you like. I think I gotta fix some stuff. I think we can run a discount code next week. So I gotta look into that, but we are eligible, I think, to run a discount code. So, it's going to be, it's going to be a weird month until the next meeting. We're going to do some stuff and, make sure that you're following us. Follow, Wooten Any Comedy. We got, like I said, Thursday night. We got a show at Ralph's. It's free, but you should donate to Rob. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up. Hot dogs coming back. The bowling shows are coming back. We are maybe talking to Travis about running some stuff at the gallery. Saturday night went so great. We want to be up there some more. So follow us for more details on that. And yeah, looks like we will see you guys in 4 Tuesdays.
Just surprise stream somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Stick it here. Turn your notifications on so you know when we're going live. Thank you, everybody. We love you.
Have a good one.
Good night. Stay safe out there.
Bye. See you some Tuesday.